All right, let's see if we can find somebody who knows an answer to this question. Most traditional Greek feta cheese is made from what animal's milk? We're going to check in with Dave this morning. So let's go to... You got to hit it, Case.
Okay.
Let's go to Dave.
Actually, no, it disappeared. I'm sorry.
You don't have Dave up there anymore?
No, you know what? I deleted it. But when I deleted it, I was like, oh, what name did I just delete?
Now you know.
Now I know.
Dave. We needed Dave to help us.
I'll do it for you. Dave! All right. Hey, Dave, you're on the air. Good morning, buddy.
Good morning. Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, sir. All right, so most traditional Greek feta cheese made from what animal's milk?
It is sheep's milk.
Sheep's milk! Dave! You got it, buddy. Hang on a second. Set you up, my man. We're going to give you a 4-pack of tickets to Driven to Serve Muscle Car, Jeep, and Truck Show. And that's going to be at Maple Grove Raceway Saturday. And over 1,000 modded vehicles, jet cars, monster truck, car crush, track racing, raffles, and more. And it's all for a great cause. It's benefiting the Travis Mann Foundation. Tickets start at just $10, and you can learn more at driventoserveshow.com. We'll start with Blake Lively. We haven't touched on this in a few days. The legal battle with Justin Baldoni may soon involve her famous friends Taylor Swift and Hugh Jackman. They were reportedly set to be subpoenaed. A source told the Daily Mail that it could happen at any time and that Swift has been waiting for it. Baldoni alleged Lively weaponized her friendship with Swift to influence their 2024 film It Ends With Us. He also referenced a message praising a script rewrite, saying, makes it so much more fun and interesting, and I would have felt that way without Ryan or Taylor, to which Lively responded by calling Swift and Reynolds her, quote, creative barometers and dragons. So Baldoni's attorney claimed that this suggested pressure from two influential and wealthy celebrities, while Swift has allegedly felt used in this legal battle. Insiders say she's ready to move forward after she received a genuine and heartfelt apology from Lively. No word as to why Jackman has been pulled into this. I have no idea what the connection is there, but that's a rumor. We'll see if it's true.
I finally watched that movie, It Ends With Us, over the break, and they're both incredible actors. It's I didn't know much about the movie. I really didn't know anything about the book. The only thing that I knew about it excuse me, was all the drama post-movie. Right. And it's a good movie. It's just like, the whole time I was watching it, I kept thinking about the lawsuit and how these people hate each other in real life, and it sort of distracted me.
I was actually glad I watched it prior to knowing that.
I'm sure, yeah.
So, Nick, from your perspective, knowing all of this stuff and knowing the accusations and the uncomfortability supposedly on the stage and on the set, did anything seem overly weird or tumultuous?
You know what made me feel, Steve? It was like, these guys are good actors, but they're not that good because I can see it. I'm projecting.
I know, but yeah, I would do the same because you know a pretext.
Oh yeah, no, I think in that scene
he's all feeling her up.
Yeah, he's not being nice to her in real life at all. But look, it's just a movie, and I didn't love it, but I thought it was a good movie. But it's funny to watch it now, knowing how much they can't stand each other.
Yeah. Martha Stewart sat down with Glenn Powell earlier this month, and let's say some sparks flew a little bit. The home and kitchen guru gushed to People afterwards, noting that Powell is, quote, very handsome in a very natural way.
Shut up.
Adding that he has a really nice body, too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Martha opened up about the recording session, saying he was very talkative and a very thoughtful.
It's my understanding that during the interview, she pulled out a vibrator, Preston. Did that, in fact, happen?
I didn't read that.
Okay.
I don't know if it happened or not, but she was talking about Powell's new condiment line, Smash Kitchen. During the episode, Stewart praised his acting chops, Stewart praised, his acting chops in Hitman, saying, I loved that one, and even gave a shout-out to his rom-com with Sydney Sweeney and brought up that he is a handsome actor, amongst other things, like his sauce business. Glenn had shared how his sauces were inspired by his family's DIY creations, saying that the Powells love to eat, but we also love making our own sauces. And I think that the thing for me is that I always had this desire to create. So he's diving into that world.
To get the blessing from Martha Stewart on your culinary stuff, that's pretty good.
Yep. So we have an update on David Harbour. He's still keeping things tight-lipped when it comes to his split from Lily Allen. In a new GQ Hype interview, the Stranger Things star responded to the topic with, oh boy, and then he took a long time to comment on the matter. And what he landed on was, I'm protective of the people and the reality of my life. he said. And he said there's no use in that form of engaging with tabloid news because it is all based on hysterical hyperbole. Though he didn't directly deny the breakup, he dismissed the headlines and refused to fuel what he called a salacious show of humiliation. Meanwhile, Allen has been open about her recent struggles, telling fans that she was spiraling before checking in a trauma center for a month. So I just feel grateful that I've been given the time and the space that I need. During that time, Harbour was seen ringless at major events and reportedly dating model Ellie Beers Fallon. Sources claim that Allen is very upset about the new romance, but feels so much better and is focusing on her own healing. So we will see where this goes. So we've known for a while that Pete Davidson's tattoo removal journey was ongoing, and pictures we had seen show the amazing progress that's been made. However, the process is not cheap. In an interview with Variety, Davidson revealed that he has spent so far around $200,000 on tattoo removal process.
Because listen, his body was a mess with some of the ugliest tattoos I have ever seen, just randomly, haphazardly put all over his body. So I can see that with a cost to remove all that would be a lot.
He's gotten an entire ad campaign out of Verizon, though. Like,
Yes.
Verizon's running this ad campaign with Pete Davidson talking about the tattoo removal and how you can adapt to life and they'll adapt to your phone needs or whatever. But so he's making some money off of it as well.
So he's $200,000 in and only about 30% finished.
Wow.
Yeah. Not only is it costing him money, it's costing him time as well. He said, I have to plan it in between work because it's a 6-week healing process each time you get one removed. I said, so each tattoo is 10 to 12 sessions. That's 60 weeks of your life right there on just one tattoo to remove, which is true. I looked into some tattoo removal. There was a potential client here at the radio station, and it takes about a year. To have a tattoo removed. Yeah, and they can't remove all colors, by the way, which is pretty interesting. So you might want to look into that if you're going to get a tattoo.
Yes.
If you do change your mind someday, make sure that, or you think you might change your mind, make sure you use colors that they can eventually remove. Michael Lowen. He's going to be spending the rest of 2025 behind bars.
How about that?
What?
Page 6 reports that Lowen was sentenced to 9 months in county jail for violating his probation. A judge in Palm Beach, Florida, ruled yesterday that he will receive a credit for 38 days for the time that he has already served. He was initially charged with 5 counts of patient brokering and sentenced to 4 years probation. He was judged to have violated that probation in February when he was arrested for allegedly assaulting his estranged wife, Kate Major.
He spent time in jail before, wasn't he? In like the Nassau County lockup for a while.
Yeah, I remember him being in jail for something else before.
Yeah, I don't remember, like for what stretch or if it was just,
I think he beat up his brother-in-law or something like that.
He was, maybe he did that too, Steve. I don't know, but he was also investigated for and arrested for insider trading in the early 90s, convicted, but to your earlier point, he was convicted of criminal contempt of court, insider trading, sentenced to 3 years in jail in Nassau County.
There we go.
And then released on 5 years probation, and then he violated his probation, and he got in more trouble.
Dude,
just come on.
Whatever.
Come on.
If you get in trouble and you're on probation, you've just got to be on your best behavior for a little while.
Get your ass together.
I mean, also, like, at a certain age,
yeah,
it's not cute anymore.
Oh,
yeah, right?
Seriously.
When
it's
you
not,
say, like,
it's not
I
like
just
you're a
got
loose
arrested.
cannon, right? Yeah. I mean, exactly that. At a certain point, don't you grow out of it?
It's a young man's game. Like you're in your 20s, like, yeah, I got arrested. Oh, okay. Okay, what happened?
Yeah.
I got a little disorderly outside the bar. Whatever. How old is this guy? There's no excuses.
Yeah, he's 50.
Oh, grow up!
Something, yeah.
Doug.
All right, so I have a two-parter on this story. Celebrity chef Gordon Ramsay joined the growing ranks of A-listers who have been swatted. Of course, swatting is when somebody calls in a fake incident report, causes law enforcement to descend on an unsuspecting person's home. People have been killed when this happens.
Yes, it does happen.
LAPD officers responded to the call 8:40 p.m. Tuesday after an unknown person called in a report of a gunman opening fire at Gordon's mansion in Bel Air.
Run, he's got a gun.
And those were his neighbors.
This is going to be every time we have a shooting, I hope.
I've been sitting on that all morning, and then you hit me with it.
Run, he's got a gun.
TMZ reports that Ramsey was not home at the time. Cops talked to neighbors who insisted it was all peaceful, and the investigation continues. No arrests have been made at this point. So the other part is a local story.
Yes, it is.
And this was in Philly Mag, apparently. So Gordon Ramsay recently shot an episode of this new show with our buddy Steve Wilson at Wilson's Secret Sauce.
Now, the name of the show that they were told was Restaurant Refresh.
Okay.
Right.
That's not the name of the show.
And according to the article, would you know what it is?
Secret Service.
What is it?
Secret Service.
Okay.
And apparently the tone and tenor of Secret Service is more like we're going into this dump and we're going to turn it around. And so the article Victor Fiorello writes in Philly Mag that seems wildly hard to believe because we all know Wilson's. We all, we've been there. We know.
Yeah.
So there's this point of contention. We'll see what happens. There's nothing concrete.
Yeah.
But there is the potential, as you're saying, of it like a bait and switch.
Yeah, so it may turn out that they position Wilson's Secret Sauce as this ratty hole in the wall that needs for
the narrative
needs to be rescued.
Exactly.
But when it's not that, and we're hoping that's not the case, we'll have to wait and see what the final product is. So I do not know. But we do know that Steve Wilson is a class act, and the food is phenomenal.
It is.
Excellent.
Yeah, for you and myself, it's our favorite cheesesteak.
Yeah, it's the Impossible cheesesteak. It's
Impossible
not even
cheesesteak,
made with real beef, and it's phenomenal. So, all right. Anyhow, we'll see how that plays out. Let's see what time we got here. All right, this is great. Wednesday is back. The hit Netflix series not only has a premiere date for season 2, but it has a trailer out as well.
Cool.
Yeah, according to series star Jenna Ortega, season 2 will lean more into horror than the teen romance angle of season 1. Along with much of the central cast of the first season returning, new cast members will include Billy Piper, Steve Buscemi, Joanna Lumley, Evie Templeton, Owen Painter, and Noah Taylor. And Lady Gaga will also appear as a guest star. And Wednesday is returning to Netflix. It's going to be in 2 parts. Part 1 of season 2 will drop on August 6th, and part 2 will follow up on September 3rd. So not a gigantic gap between the 2 seasons, which is great.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah. And
I love the trailer.
yeah, it looks great. Looks wonderful. Love her. Love that whole world. So looking forward to that. Casey, I sent you this morning. I don't know if you had a chance to watch it.
No.
Oh, okay. HBO is a new 2-part documentary about Paul Rubens, Pee Wee Herman. It's called Pee Wee as Himself. And it was filmed shortly before he died in 2023, allowing him to speak out for the first time and tell, quote, the factual story of his life, it says.
I'm so glad they were able to get him. This isn't a posthumous biography because having him speak on all this stuff and give this insight is going to make this much better.
It's worth watching the trailer alone because he's sitting there and he's telling, I had all these characters. I wanted to be a performance artist.
Yeah.
And he's like, and just one day Pee Wee popped out of me. Like he would play all these weird little characters, and Pee Wee popped out and he tried it and people just responded. And then all of a sudden that became almost like his public persona. And he had this character that he would kind of hide behind, he says.
Couldn't escape it, yeah.
And
Wasn't he in a movie theater? Was that him?
Yeah, he's pleasuring himself.
And he
he
dives right into it. Yeah, in the documentary, he's like, and then the world went black. He's like, I got consumed by my anonymity or my lack of anonymity.
Yeah.
And we'll have to see. It doesn't say in the trailer exactly what he has to say about it, but I am interested in that, obviously.
Absolutely, unless we forget Fred Willard had the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
It just sucks because you're in an adult movie. Listen, it's a scuzzy place to be to begin with, but like, what the freak do you think people are doing in there?
Well, and I
Dropping
think it started with him even being there.
Yeah,
Why are you there? Go home and do that.
It's totally legal to be there, though.
I did it at home all the time.
Well,
It is
Preston,
legal to-
you'll agree, the theater experience.
It's true.
Yeah.
It is legal.
We've gotten away from
We
that,
got to
haven't
get
we?
people. You remember saw that Nicole Kidman go spanking at the theater.
A case, it is legal to be there, but it's not legal to do what he did there. Whether or not that's the movie.
Yeah, I know, but it's not like he was doing that at the freaking a screening of The Lion King. You know what I mean? Like he was in
No,
it.
that's a pretty hot movie.
Doesn't matter.
But Casey,
I know, Kat.
Pee Wee
I
Herman
know.
in a public place yanking it. It's news.
I understand that.
Yes.
I have a problem with the person that busted him. leave him the freak alone. You know what I mean? Like, leave him alone.
You're saying of all the, and I see there's nuance there,
Did
which
you
I
bust
agree with.
every single person there that day? Because that's what every single person who walked into that movie theater
you know
did.
what story's going to generate money?
I
That one
know.
of them was Pee Wee Herman.
No, but they probably have busted people doing that over and
Captain
over.
Kangaroo.
It just doesn't make the news. Yeah, Captain
Mr.
Kangaroo.
Rogers.
They were all there.
They were all there.
Could you imagine
They were
that?
all-
I will.
It's a big kid show jack off.
Case, I'll argue until the end with you because this was just like the icing on the cake for me. I never liked him. I hated the show, and then that happened, and it was just I never liked him.
I loved that character from the beginning. I loved that original HBO special. I loved when he was on Letterman as the character. It was some of the really innovative comedy was coming out of that group.
Hey, that collective jerk off in a theater experience doesn't really exist anymore, right? Like you can't go out and do that.
You know, Nick,
these days.
the old phrase used to be
I was
it
curious.
used to be the art house.
Yeah,
They
I know.
call it an art in Long Island it was the Coram Art House.
But he's wondering, does that exist now?
Yeah, I know. I know what it was. Yeah, there were two of them on Market Street, or right next to each other, and I just, has home internet ruined that experience for the people? You
I'll
know,
bet it has.
I think it's made even like as Kathy said, you can just do it at home.
Yeah, that's what I'm
unless
saying.
you really like movie popcorn.
Does Philly Jack still exist?
I don't think so. I don't think that's existed in a long time.
That is, explain what that is, because that existed for a while.
Just a club that guys would go hang out and
Rub one out.
rub one out together.
Rub two out.
You know,
Yeah.
Well, anyhow, no, I don't think there are movie theaters that show porn anymore. I think that stopped a long time ago. All right, anyhow, the documentary will examine the rise and fall of the beloved Pee Wee Herman character, as well as his fall from grace after several headline-making run-ins with the law. Pee Wee as himself premieres Friday, May 23rd at 8 p.m., and both parts are airing back-to-back. You'll be able to see that on HBO. It looks really good, actually. I know I wanted to get at least... Oh, yeah, Steve, you and I will be all over this. HBO is diving into one of the darkest chapters in American history with a new series about cult leader Jim Jones.
Yes.
The man behind, of course, the infamous 1978 Jonestown Massacre. The project is coming from Bill Hader and Daniel Zellman, with sources saying that Hader is also being eyed to potentially star and even direct if the show gets the green light. The project tells the story of Jones and his people. According to the official logline, of course, over 900 people died in the Guyanese jungle under Jones' command. Many forced to drink cyanide-laced fruit punch, while others were injected. Hader and Zellman will co-write and act as co-showrunners, giving the series some serious creative firepower.
So you'll remember the mini-series with Powers Booth, which
do.
kind of put him on the map. That was riveting.
Yes.
And the thing with this whole thing is that there's footage of all of these moments, like when they shot him up at the airport as they were attempting to leave with the senator. All of that is chronicled on film. So it's I hate to say it, it's such a horrific incident, but I'm perpetually fascinated by it.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
That someone could persuade that many people to do that type of thing. That's what blows my mind. So if they do the series, that'll be really interesting. All right, we're ready for some clips now. Penn Badgley has been playing an unhinged serial killer for 7 years in the series You. And here Penn talks about the fitting conclusion for Joe Goldberg.
I think that, look, everybody's wondering how this man will be brought to his end, right? The show to a conclusion, this man to some kind of end that will be satisfying. And I promise you, I really wouldn't say it if I did. I would dance around the question and just say something else. I think we bring this character of Joe Goldberg to a fitting, I'll say, resolution.
You. The final season of You is out now on Netflix. Here's our next one. Jean Smart may play a tough boss, but behind the scenes, she is a great scene partner. In this clip, she talks about filming the big fight scene with Ava in the Hacks Season 3 finale.
I think it was such a shock, the turn that she did, double cross. I certainly remember when I read it. I thought, this is so perfect. I couldn't wait for audiences to see it.
A new episode of Hacks will air today on Max. That's where you can see that. All right, and there you go. That's our entertainment report for this morning. We got a bunch happening on the program today. Obviously, we have the Preston and Steve 20 money, a couple opportunities this morning alone for your chance to win $1,000. We have comedian Casey Rocket stopping by. He's going to be performing at Helium Comedy Club tonight and through the weekend. And actor John Ortiz, you've seen in several things, including Bad Monkey, which he was great in. He is promoting the Diamond King. We'll talk to him in the 9 o'clock hour. When we get back as well, an interesting little announcement about MMRBQ and the Preston and Steve Show side stage. So we'll come back in a second. Stay put. We'll be with you this morning.
Preston and Steve.
tapeworms, but still, some people bought them.
So this was primarily during what years?
It was around turn of century.
Victorian age, so
early 1900s.
Huh.
Yeah.
And there's a
Now,
video
I
that
put
came out
Ebola in my coffee.
I'm sorry, Steve. There's a video that came out 2 years ago. It's called The Tapeworm Diet, Pros and Cons. And so I guess maybe people still consider that.
Well, here you go. It says in this article, it's still a thing today. This woman in Iowa said she bought a tapeworm off the internet and swallowed it to lose weight. And even Khloe Kardashian said she wanted to give it a try.
Oh, my God.
For the record, tapeworms can lead to malnutrition, anemia, discharge of prolatids, and even death.
Yeah, sign me up.
It won't help you lose weight either. Any tapeworms that could theoretically be found in pill form wouldn't be the kind that leads to weight loss anyway.
But you always have someone to sing a duet with.
Yeah. How do you kill a tapeworm?
You
Once
put a
it's-
firecracker up your ass.
Once it's in your body, don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I've heard stories of them going in and surgically removing tapeworms.
Exactly. There used to be the old, and this had to be a wives' tale, where you would not eat for a while and you would hold the food up, and the tapeworm would come up out of your.
Shut up.
I
That's
swear
funny.
to God, yeah, that was an old wives' tale. That's how you got rid of a tapeworm.
The things that people will do to lose weight. Here's another fad. We're talking about, fads and challenges on TikTok today, and there have been plenty of them throughout the years. In the 1970s and 80s, many doctors prescribed jaw wiring to overweight patients.
Yes, I remember that.
I knew someone.
They got the jaw
A
wired.
friend of the family had her jaw. She was obese.
Yeah.
Had her jaw wired shut to keep her from eating. But you know what she did? She drank beer like crazy.
God.
God.
Yeah. Yep.
Still
And
calories.
she didn't lose any weight.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Hey, what were those diet pills that were pretty popular back in the 80s?
Yes.
Hydroxycut?
No.
Was it called Fuel?
There were actually diet pills for a while called AIDS.
Yeah, no. This one, it is. Think of like a red and clear capsule,
Okay.
and inside the clear part of the capsule,
Diatrim?
Diatrim.
Diatrim.
Yeah, I remember
That's
those.
what I think. And essentially, it was
Caffeine.
It was ephedrine, or
ephedrine, exactly.
Yeah, diet pills were a big thing in the 80s. And eventually people realized you can't take a pill to lose weight.
No.
Just you can't.
Well, but the thing was, it was like racing people's bodies. So like,
Right.
it was like extra. I don't know if it was caffeine or whatever the hell was in it, but it wasn't healthy for the.
It's not
heart
good
or-
for you.
Yeah.
So according to this, it says if let's see, what does this say? It says if we make it literally impossible to eat anything solid, they'll have to lose weight. Seems to have been the thinking.
I'm so excited!
yeah.
She was taking weight pills, right?
All right, was that it?
Yeah. Typically, patients had their mouths forcibly kept shut for around 9 months.
Oh my God.
And while initial weight loss was reported, most patients put the pounds back on as soon as their traps were open. So,
Isn't there a jaw clamp as well that they sold for a while?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
Right, like a dental clamp.
So the practice fell in disfavor. If didn't help that, side effects can include choking on your own vomit and acute psychiatric conditions, suddenly panicking because you can't open your mouth.
Do you know what? I remember being trendy along this line, Preston. I'm going to say the 80s, smoking to lose weight.
Oh, really?
People somehow. I remember a friend of mine who felt she was overweight a little bit, started smoking. I'm like, I don't think that's a good trade-off.
Yeah. I mean, couldn't they just put a medically induced coma and you could lose weight that?
I think they could.
Yeah.
Why not?
That's a great
Or
idea.
don't even use medicine. Just hit you with a mallet.
They would certainly handle every bit of your diet at that point. So, yeah, that's a great idea, Casey. Be in a coma for 6 months.
Listen.
You don't have to work or anything,
No.
do you?
Like at the beginning of COVID, what if you were able to miss this entire thing?
Yeah. All right.
And just lose 2 years of your life.
this is kind of a challenge from back in the day, proving that things were just as weird then as they are now. Panty raids.
Oh my God.
Were
Yes.
big.
Could you imagine that today? Could you imagine?
In the 1950s, there was a trend on college campuses where large groups of young men, often numbering in the thousands,
Oh, my God.
would gather to invade women's dorms and sorority houses to steal panties and otherwise cause trouble. There's a lot to unpack with panty raids, actually. They were partly protests against gender-based housing restrictions, partly just college kids being stupid, and partly expressions of toxic masculinity. As gross and terrifying as the idea of the panty raid is, these often spontaneous protests set the stage for the more serious student activism of the 1960s. So maybe we can
When they
blame
got serious about panty raids.
hippies on panty raids. So, yep, panty raids were a big thing for a while. Yep. All right. Other challenges and fads from days past. All right, this one I've never heard of.
All right.
Apparently, limping became a fashion trend.
We're going out limping tonight.
Yes.
Throckmorton, are you coming? What was that guy's name from Harvard?
Oh man, hang on. Let's go back and watch him.
Linthrop. We're going out hobbling.
Lothrop Withington.
Lothrop?
Yes.
Let's go limping like poor people or sick people would do. With infirmities. Hilarious.
Listen to how this happened. Adopting bizarre fashion because someone famous did it first is as old as time.
Cripples are so amusing.
Back in the 1860s, women from London to Edinburgh began limping. And it wasn't rickets, dropsy, or another disease of the pre-industrial age, though. It was called the Alexandra limp.
That's not like the Harlem Shuffle.
No, we're going to go do the Alexandra limp.
So you would pretend you had a limp.
Yes.
Okay.
And here's the reason behind that. Alexandra of Denmark, the bride of the Prince of Wales, was an influencer of the time. And when she was struck by a sickness in 1867, she was left with a limp. And she kept being famous and stylish, and she would show up at glam occasions with ornate walking sticks. And before long, her fans began copying that look right down to the way she limped as well.
That's like if the Kardashians had to all of a sudden use a cane or were limping.
Right.
Other people would start to do it.
They might take that on just to be like them. So before long, her fans began copying the look, copying the limp. The style went viral, mostly among the young and rich who would actually, Kathy, they would buy shoes with 2 different sized heels
to force them to limp,
to make it easier for them to walk around like they had a limp.
Oh my gosh.
So this was of the more elite were doing this.
Yes, the stylish were doing this.
And they were doing it based on another elite individual.
You kind of see similar stuff going on now. Like it's more like dance move-ish, but like my son and his friends, they do the gritty all the time, and they're not dancing. They're not on a dance floor. They'll just for no reason. It's essentially a touchdown.
When I come in and out of the building, I'm doing the worm.
What's the gritty? I don't know.
It's a touchdown celebration. You just kind of. I'm not going to do it well, Press, but you kind of like lean. You lean forward, and then you like.
Casey's doing it.
I can't do it. But if you look up Justin Jefferson touchdown celebration, he does a gritty after. Yep.
Is it just mainly? Is it from him alone?
I remember him doing it sort of. I don't know if he did it first, but
it's like a stutter skip, and you're kind of waving your arms down low and then going up high, like you have, like you're pretending like you have glasses or something like that.
Yeah.
Didn't Soupy Sales used to do that with the moose or whatever? Remember that dance from years ago? Fine. Soupy Sales doing. I think it's the moose.
All right, Soupy Sales dance, Soupy Sales moose. I need
Soupy
to see
Sales
that.
it was a kid's television host years ago.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Wow.
For a moment.
All right. So anyhow, the limp, the Alexandria limp, it says here, like most fashion trends, went from nothing to ubiquity and then back to nothing pretty quickly. It was over after a few years, but people were actually doing it.
We'll see if he does the moose.
Wait, the moose or the mouse?
Oh, maybe the mouse.
I don't know.
The video says the mouse.
Okay, wait. He does where he puts his hands up on the side of his head. I thought it was the moose.
I don't know. Yeah, because you would think it would be the moose because
more than a mouse.
Yeah, I don't know.
But it should be. There we go. Maybe it's the mouse.
Okay. Well, anyway,
I missed the icky shuffle. That was a good one.
Yeah, dude. You know what? Okay,
I enjoyed that a lot.
Never mind.
Well, I know the icky shuffle as an exercise move.
It came back in commercials not that long ago.
And you know what made me mad?
Commercial maybe or something like that. And so they, he got number 41 in the deli aisle, and his number came up at the deli counter, and so he did the icky shuffle again.
Do you know where you saw a lot of that? Was at the Princess Diana funeral.
Can I see the icky shuffle? Can you do it, Nick? Do you know it?
No.
It's like that.
He's gonna break a leg.
It's true. No one asked him.
That's the icky shuffle.
Boom.
Yeah, and I think he was at the Super Bowl this year too, doing it again because the Bengals were back in for the first time since he played.
But there was do you know what there's a ladder you lay on the ground, you do these foot exercises through those. And we used to do, my instructor used to tell me to do the Icky Shuffle, and I didn't know what that was. I just thought it was the name of the movement. So,
how about that?
And it was a really good workout. So, all right, anyway.
This is where they missed on this commercial, though, Nick, and it bothered me the last time I saw it.
It's a Geico commercial.
I saw it earlier this week. The number at the deli should have been the number that he was actually wearing as well.
We should make some calls.
Yeah, we should. I'm going to make a phone call.
Do we need to go back to what you were waving off a moment ago, or do you want to stay good on that?
I think I was waving that off.
Okay.
The fact that he wasn't wearing the number that they called, because they were like, all right, next up, number 44.
Okay.
And he goes, oh, 44, that's me. All right. And then he does the Icky Shuffle.
Casey
He's really
had an
been
issue with
wearing
the
number 30.
I got you.
All right, so limping was apparently a trend at one point.
Well, listen, so that's just as stupid as the Tide Pod Challenge.
Okay, so the Preston and Steve Show side stage, the MM Barbecue, we are getting set to vote on our singers tomorrow. This is not the announcement. This is just a lead up to this, but this starts tomorrow, and there's going to be 10 singers chosen. Each gets 4-pack of MM Barbecue tickets. So WMMR.com has all the information, but we are going to ask you to take a peek and let us know what you think about the singers and who you think should be up on stage performing on our sideshow stage. We're going to do 2 different sets of the live band karaoke with Sidearm performing the live music. Now, as is tradition that we found, it's always nice to have another full band set up on the side stage. So we are going to do this. This will be for the first time ever. We are going to have a main stage band playing the Preston and Steve Show side stage.
That's awesome.
And we're happy to announce that Fat Mez is going to be performing. They are a South Jersey band, and they're going to be doing a separate and completely different set than what they are doing on the main stage. So they are opening the show at 1 o'clock. They're opening up the MM Barbecue. They have the early set, and then later on, they're going to come by and they're going to do a different set on the Preston and Steve Show side stage.
I love this.
Is this them?
Yeah, this is their original stuff. I saw them last summer just strictly as a cover band. And I was blown away. Chuck D'Amico, he's the one who discovered these guys, on my behalf, I guess,
He's
little
a
while
mega
back.
fan.
He is a mega fan. And what I love about them and their coverness is that they didn't do just like, they're not out there doing like, Eve 6 Inside Out and, My Own Worst Enemy. Like, they're like, no, we're going to do this deep cut from George Harrison. And if you don't like it, tough cookies. So
he's told me about them doing like some Allman Brothers and some, like Boston or just, and deeper cuts, things that you're like, wait, is that? Whoa, I've never heard anybody play that song before.
Cool, I'm looking forward to that.
They're going to be doing an original set on both stages, mind you, but they may throw in one of their well-known versions of a cover song. I don't really know. But we're excited to have these guys on for our side stage, our Preston and Steve Show side stage set. So I don't know exactly what time that is going to be happening, but we'll get it all set together and let you know what that is happening. But get there early, see them on their main stage set, and then see a completely fresh and different set on the Preston and Steve Show side stage.
I love this.
So
I love that we're doing this.
That is yet another cool thing to show up at the MM Barbecue for. And speaking of that, there are a couple of ticket raids coming up this weekend. Chance for you to win tickets for free. Steve is going to be at one of them. The Saturday appearance, he will be at the Boozy Mutt on Poplar Street in Philly, and that's in the evening, so 5 to 7 p.m.
Really looking forward to this.
Stop by, grab a cocktail, and maybe win some tickets.
And apparently you can register to they let dogs in there. You have to go through the little thing online where you just, register, just pass some hurdles to make sure the dog is good. But if you're a dog lover, if you don't have a dog and just want to come down and hang with the dogs, that's fine. But it looks like a really cool environment. I'm looking forward to a good time.
And you'll have tickets every 15 minutes.
Every 15 minutes.
And then the following day, Rita's in Rockledge. They are going to have an appearance by the MM Army 1 to 3. And your chance to go by and win tickets, like I said, every 15 minutes. Of course, we have that. Also, that really cool thing with Mammoth that's taking place. Wolfgang Van Halen on the Monday following the MM Barbecue is going to be playing a WMMR exclusive event. You can only get tickets through us. You can't buy them. They are free, but you got to listen to Pierre or whoever's filling in for him. Today, Sarah Parker's going to be filling in. She's going to have tickets to win for that show at the Met.
It's so rare for these kind of things to happen where the music company gets behind it and really does something special and exclusive like this.
Yeah.
So do whatever you can to get in on this.
Yeah, here's a text that just came and said, super excited for Fat Mez. I've been watching them rise on social media. Them kids can rock. As far as playing classics, they kill it.
Yeah,
so thank you for checking in on that. And they're young. They're like a very young
They're young
band.
and man, extremely talented. Like several, multiple singers in the band. Like really, really good stuff. So if you don't know anything about them, I suggest you check them out, both sets.
Yep, we're looking forward to it. All right, we got other things to tackle, folks. We haven't done this in a little while. It's time for Survey Says.
This is where we really find out about what the general population is thinking.
Well, we got loads of surveys that come in, and some of them are substantial, and others are stupid. And so
They've gotten better.
Yeah, we're gonna dive into one that is from a YouGov survey. They asked 1,100 U.S. adults across the country about which meal, breakfast, lunch, or dinner, they like most, and what time they typically eat, who they eat with, and what they're doing while they eat.
What do you like to eat?
What do you like to eat?
What do you like to eat?
The most reflexive question.
That's our standby question for an interview when it's gone south. It's like, what do you like to eat?
A bacon. Next question.
Mm-hmm. So the most popular meal, what would you say the most popular meal of the day is?
I'm going to assume for a lot of people, breakfast.
I'm going to say dinner.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's dinner.
All right.
I'm going to go with breakfast.
It is dinner.
Okay.
The most popular meal. I would vote on dinner as well. That's the one I look forward to the most.
That-
of the day.
that's technically the one meal that I eat.
Yeah.
I eat my one meal of the day is dinner.
As a kid, when we would have breakfast for dinner, it was like such a treat. And then as an adult, I was like, oh, my parents are phoning it in that day. You know what I mean? Like you
Yeah,
thought it
'cause
was a
it's
treat.
easy.
It is easy.
So wait a minute, Steve. You eat one meal a day? Do you eat any food up until that meal?
Yeah, I'll have like a yogurt and like a midday.
So you kind of snack through the day, but you eat a full meal. Dinner is the one.
Exactly. So it's around 5:30, 6 o'clock every day, and that's my one meal. And the notion of eating breakfast. I do love breakfast, but I don't eat it a lot, and I find that I get sluggish if I have a big breakfast or a breakfast.
So what time of day is the first time you eat anything?
2 o'clock.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, no
1:30,
way.
2 o'clock. Yeah.
No way, dude. As soon as I get in the car, I'm eating.
No, I hear you, man.
Right
It
away.
was an alien notion to me for the longest time, but I'm kind of amazed at how I've adapted to it.
I don't know how, but you work out before that, right?
I work out, a lot of times
So you're
before.
working out on a calorie deficit,
Yep.
so you're just burning straight fat all day. How do you have the energy?
I do.
Okay.
You know what it does? So by happenstance, not to go on this thing again, I was sitting right in the realm of doing intermittent fasting without really realizing it. The one thing I was effing up is I was putting sugar in my coffee for the 16 hours. So when you do that, you throw everything off.
Right,
so,
right.
But to that point, I feel I'm kind of burning everything I bring in. So my body's kind of wired that way. I don't feel it. I know people who would be so hangry by not eating that amount of time they go out of their mind.
The second we finish the show,
you eat.
I have to eat.
Yeah.
I have to eat or I am miserable. So breakfast comes in second place, is most popular with 23% saying that, followed by lunch with 19%. More than half of the respondents say that dinner is their favorite meal.
How many people, do you know, the bulk of people, lunch-wise, I see a lot of people skip lunch. Like I see, like grab a quick snack.
I usually skip lunch.
Yeah.
I didn't yesterday. I grabbed lunch with the boss yesterday. But
what do you like to eat?
But I do. So I have to eat in the morning. If I want to have any energy at the gym, I have to eat in the morning. But like if I eat right before I go to the gym, I can't. I get so sluggish and I'm so full and stuff. So.
There was a female comedian a while back. It might have been Marsha Warfield. I'm not sure, when she was doing stand-up. She was like, I hate skinny people. And she's like, you ever hear somebody say they forgot to eat? They forgot to eat.
Okay, you forgot.
F you.
Yeah, I hear that.
Dinner is the meal that Americans are most likely to always eat, with 56% always eating dinner compared to 29% who always eat lunch and 31% who always eat breakfast.
During the week, because of our schedule, dinner is the one that I'm most likely to skip. I'll have like a big lunch. So when we eat our lunch at 2:30 in the afternoon or whatever, does that count as dinner because we've been up since 4 in the morning?
Yeah, I mean, our schedule is vastly different in the way that the meals are kind of falling in the in your waking hours.
But if I have a big lunch, Steve, then I don't want to eat dinner because
I
it'll
agree.
keep me up late at night. I won't sleep well.
You had mentioned eating lunch at 2:30. What time do normal people eat?
I'd say between noon and 2 for lunch.
For lunch? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, something like that, I would think. By the way, 2/3 of Americans watch TV while eating dinner.
That's me.
I absolutely love to watch TV while eating
my
dinner.
TV goes off.
Really?
Yeah.
So you do the family sit-down dinner thing?
Yeah, I mean,
You talk to each other?
That's
it's
great.
more so so there's not background noise. Well, actually, it's more so because you can't eat in the white living room, so we can't have the TV on.
No eating in the white room.
Eating in a white living room. You're going to get something on the rug.
But yeah, I mean,
I love that design on the wall.
I have a 13-year-old now who doesn't like to talk much, so that's the time where the phones go away and TV goes off.
Are you trying to promote communication?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
This is the theme music that plays when you walk into Kathy's living room.
Welcome to the white room.
Oh, my God.
Look at the black curtains.
Well, now I gotta let the lyrics kick in here. Like we said, you walk through the front door into the living room.
In the white room with black curtains.
We don't eat here.
Yeah, they don't eat there. During dinner, 63%, like I said, watch TV. 41% talk to the people they're with.
Yeah.
And 28% look at their phones while they're eating dinner.
My wife and I are usually eating at the same time, and we are usually watching Jeopardy.
Okay.
And or the news,
People's favorite part of food prep is cooking the meal, and the part they like least is cleaning up as well.
All right, survey. Here's my own little mini survey. As you're making something, do you clean up as you go along?
Absolutely.
I do too.
Yeah.
I hate to have something and think, okay, now that I finished the meal, I got to go take care of that crap.
Well, usually while you've got steps in between while you're making things, and that's when I take the time to clean the
It makes
up.
perfect sense to me.
So what you should do in my house, because I pay for the meal and then I cook the meal, the kids are the ones responsible for cleaning up.
Do they ever do that?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Of course not. Yeah. All right, here's another survey for you, Fred. Hey. All right, what would your perfect day look like? There was a new survey that asked 2,000 Americans to find out how they would spend an ideal 24 hours. Some folks may argue there's no such thing as a perfect day, but plenty of people are already having them. The average respondent experienced 12 of them last year alone, and they're optimistic they'll enjoy 16, quote, perfect days this year. That's one every 22 days. So they surveyed these people, and here are the answers. Rather than percentages, I'm going to give you the answers from the survey.
Let's find out how they're reconciling this.
So someone said sleeping for an average 7 hours and waking up at 7:48 a.m. on average is the perfect day for that. Or this is, I guess so. That's considered a perfect day. Spending quality time with family for 3 hours. Watching TV or movies for 3 hours. Eating for 2 hours. Hanging out with friends for about an hour and a half. Being on your phone for about an hour and a half, enjoying your hobbies for an hour and a half, spending time with your pets for about an hour, working out or playing sports for 48 minutes, shopping for 48 minutes.
That's a busy friggin' day.
That's fun.
When do you have time to spank it?
Listening to music for about 1.3 hours, squeezing in a nap for about 40 minutes. That's about the amount of time I take to nap. And going to bed at a reasonable hour with 11 p.m. considered the ideal bedtime on average.
So I think you're probably closer to this perception of a perfect day than am I. I don't get nowhere near that much sleep. I don't take a nap. What about writing my manifesto, which I do every day?
Don't you work on that every day?
I work that every day for about an hour.
Yeah.
Even if I don't have anything to complain about, I still write.
A perfect day for me, would be waking up when I feel like waking up.
Yeah.
And that's like, after 8 a.m. Because of the hours that we lead and wake up at, I wake up at 3:45 every day. So waking up at 8 is a nice time for me to begin the day. Then it would lead to a nice, quiet breakfast around the house with my wife. Little bit of exercise. I do like to do that early. We can't do it during the week. Can't do it.
It's
so
impossible.
I do it after a nap on a regular day. So a perfect day would be wake up, breakfast, a little exercise.
Would you like me to spot you, Preston?
And then play golf.
Yeah.
On a beautiful day.
Right.
Come back home, have a let's see, depending on what time of day it is. Even while playing golf, I don't like to drink. I'm not a day drinker anymore. That's kind of over to me. Yeah.
Okay.
Not at all.
No, I've evolved into a day drinker. Because it like lessens the hangover, to be honest. Like drinking, I mean, there's a rhyme to the reason here, but like drinking during the day for me started to take away from your perfect day.
But
Preston.
booze would be a part of my perfect day, just
But
later
at the
on.
end.
Yeah, later on.
It's off to the conservatory.
Weed actually would be an earlier part of my perfect
During the day?
Are you doing both at the same time, or are you doing separately?
Maybe golf, then a little smoky smoke. Lunch would be involved there too, and then a little nappy poo, and then maybe some TV time, a show that I really like.
Yeah.
Dinner with my wife would be fantastic, preferably outside on a beautiful day.
Al fresco.
Al fresco, yes, and
Al Lewis,
and maybe a little what is it, affogato to end with.
All right,
delightful.
Thank you, Kathy.
What's affogato again?
It's anal.
No, it's not.
No, because I just saw it yesterday on a menu. They have it down at the Landing Kitchen.
So it's Casey. It's like an ice cream or custard, and you pour espresso on it.
A shot of espresso.
And if it's the right combination, so it's a good flavored espresso and a great flavored
Chef's
vanilla,
kiss?
then it is phenomenal.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
chef's
going to
kiss.
have to try that.
And then cocktails.
Okay.
And that's
Will you
then-
talk about your penis?
And then a pretty much perfect day. And then, of course, sex in there somewhere would be, a little bit. Thank you, Nick, for the gesture.
I thought
he did the finger in the other hand
sexy
gesture.
time.
Yeah.
I thought the only thing, because I love your day, I think that's a terrific day. I would
you.
just add sex pre-nap because the sex pre-nap makes nap better.
It does.
Yeah.
I agree.
And then sex again pre-bed.
Okay, that's good too.
And the rest
All
I'm
right.
good with.
These are all good days. We're not going to have time to go through everybody's
No.
perfect day.
But you create a nice, wonderful picture.
So, yes, but they do include, this is like through everybody surveyed, I guess they funneled through the most common things that people had mentioned. But yeah, Kathy, shopping for 48 minutes is part of that. as
You
well.
need more time, right?
More. Not online.
Not really?
That's a decent amount.
Do you brick and mortar these days? You go to Target, right?
Oh yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
there's still some. I just don't go really to the mall anymore.
How much time do you put aside for chewing gum?
So think about your perfect day and maybe it
Do
falls
it.
in line with some of this stuff. So, all right, let me go to another survey. So this survey was a new Pew Research Center survey, and it's about social media and the effects that it has on people. And this is interesting, and it reveals that nearly half of teens, these are people that are using social media the most probably, believe that social media negatively affects their peers' mental health. This is coming straight from the teens.
I've been seeing surveys like this. As they say, the worm is turning.
So my youngest, Caleb, I did not know this until recently, has an app on their phone that limits the amount of time for them to spend on social media sites. Like this is
What's the name of this app?
Self-governing. I don't know. I need
Okay.
to, I'll try to find out.
I'll go on social media and find out.
So yeah, but it's I was so impressed. I'm like, you decided to do this on your own? They were like, yeah. I'm like, that's so healthy. That's good for you.
I'm hearing, and I've seen more and more surveys to suggest that the incendiary, the acrimonious side of social media that a lot of younger people are turning away from and saying, I got to step away from that. It's basically cratered so much that people are just voluntarily saying, this is effing up the way I perceive the world.
Yeah, and it's. Honestly, it's why I don't really contribute to social media anymore. I will rarely post something on my Instagram account. It's the only social media that I have now.
OnlyFans.
And I don't like doing it anymore. And you know what can do it? Just one snarky comment is enough for me to go, you know what? My intentions were nothing but good here, and you have just crapped on it. F you.
Well,
why do that, you negative piece of garbage? I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you more than anything in this damn world!
Like I said, you can post Snuggles the fabric softener bear, and the third comment down will be, something horrific.
Heil Hitler
Dying
or
Heil
whatever.
Hitler.
Yeah, it's insane.
But I enjoy the funny videos you send me.
Oh, well, thank you. I do come. I dabble every now and then if I have like a little time.
You're texting those.
I'm taking a poop. You know, I'll search a little bit.
I sent you one last night, and I
haven't seen it yet.
Yes, you did, because you wrote back the Lucius Malfoy one.
Oh, yes, you did. That's great.
But so here's where my dilemma was, because I want Preston to see this. I think that it's funny. I think he'll enjoy it. Do I DM it to him where it might get lost in the DMs and he'll never see it, or do I text it to him and distract him, during the day or whatever? And like, it's the intent. Speaking of intent, there is just to like share something that I find funny with somebody else that I will also find it funny.
Right.
But I know that you're deliberately not trying to spend time on your phone. It's just, it's a weird conundrum.
If you really know I'll like it, text it to me.
Okay.
And then I will get into it. But it's interesting that the teens have said this in this particular survey. In fact, 44% of teens surveyed think that social media is mostly harmful to people their own age. Teens cited issues like cyberbullying, unrealistic beauty standards, the pressure to appear perfect online as major concerns. Despite these challenges, some acknowledge benefits such as staying connected with friends and accessing support networks. 9% of those surveyed believe that it's mostly beneficial, and the other 47% didn't really have an opinion either way.
I mean, it tears me up. I know the other day, Preston was about to leave, and I was on social media, and I thought what I had on was a cute outfit, and I just didn't feel pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do have to say that every now and then I get some great ideas from there.
Yeah.
I mean, some of them come in the form of cooking, and I love that when that happens.
There's certainly a lot to recommend.
Yeah.
The more benign aspects of social media, but it can get really soul crushing.
Yeah, exactly. All right, another survey. Let's go with this. We got Mother's Day coming up.
Mother!
According to... Wait, was that when you played that
the
mashup
disco,
the other day?
Yeah.
Oh, God, we got to hear that again. Hold on. Yes.
Tell your children not to walk my way. Tell your children not to.
Anytime we talk about Mother's Day, this has got to be our soundtrack, Casey.
Yes.
Every time.
No doubt. All right.
So according to new research from Open Table, 39% of moms have had to book their own meal to celebrate their special holiday.
I can't think of anything more depressing. And it's step up. By the way, my wife, working many years in the there was a restaurant. There was sort of the family restaurant to go to. It's called the Milleridge Inn up on Long Island, and she worked there and worked her ass off there. She said by far the busiest day of the year was Mother's Day. By far.
So half Americans are planning to dine at a restaurant to celebrate Mother's Day this year, but that doesn't mean that they've already made reservations. Nearly a third of Americans admit to panic booking a restaurant within 24 hours of Mother's Day. That would be me.
Stuckies, do you take reservations?
Moms really want to take a back seat when it comes to planning, as 44% say that having someone else take the lead on decisions for Mother's Day would make the day the most special. In fact, that's what's supposed to happen.
Yes.
Mom isn't supposed to make the plan.
Yeah, can you whip us up something, Mom?
So dining early is the way to go. 46% of moms share that they want to start celebrations early to maximize relaxation time during the day. Brunch is always a popular choice, and 73% of moms want to celebrate Mother's Day with a family brunch.
Where can you go to get a good $100 brunch?
Yeah, Nick.
I got some recommendations. I was just thinking about it. I was like, all right, I haven't made reservations yet. Where should we go that isn't that place?
There was a time where I enjoyed brunch. I don't really. I either want to have breakfast or lunch. I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not a brunch guy anymore.
Well, we were talking about it the other day when referring to Easter or whatever. It's too much food for too much money, and to me, it's just not worth it.
Yeah. So brunch is 2/3 of people plan to celebrate multiple times over the holiday weekend as well. 66% said that. And 30% of moms are considering dining out solo.
Oh, that's depressing.
As one of their celebrations, though, for a little me time. So they want to do this. But it's depressing that they want to do that.
I know.
Do you think anybody's going to bring their mom to Emma Barbecue for Mother's Day?
I bet you.
Yeah, kind of cool,
That's right. It's the day before Mother's Day.
Yeah.
Mother!
Oh, my God. If we could get somebody to do this version of this song. Maybe Fat Mez.
Children not to walk my way.
Danzig. What? Danzig. Donna Summer meets Danzig.
That's great.
Yeah.
Here, I want to hear that mother again. See right here. Hang on.
Love it. Love it.
All right. Survey says.
Hey!
Parents put a lot of pressure on themselves to be perfect, and since no one really is, we end up feeling guilty. As a result of feeling like we've let our kids down in some way, a lot of us try to make up for it by buying them something. And according to Ameriprise Financial's new study, it's called Parents and Finances, 52% of the 3,000 moms and dads surveyed admit to shelling out money for treats and perks because of guilt.
I don't see how you wouldn't at some point do something like that as a parent. I mean, over the course of the lifetime, you're not going to do something or you think you've screwed up and you're not going to get something. Now, listen, I can say categorically the way I've raised my kids has been flawless.
Well, I bet you this is a little more, not just like, okay, you feel.
Don't tell mommy about the hooker.
No, but maybe like a divorce situation where one parent feels guilty that they're not around as much or they don't get to see them or, as opposed to like just, you felt bad about something, so you bought them a little something.
You're exactly right. There was a friend of mine when I was elementary school, Kathy, when you first divorce became something that you heard about, like, oh, wow, that actually happens. This kid was showered with gifts from both parents trying to trying to figure out what to do to make the kid happy.
I have a friend who, that's what he does. Yeah. And, he sort of knows it, but it is what it is. That's how, and his kids now associate him with that. So every time he's around, it's like, where are we going? What are we doing? What are we buying? What store are we going to? And that's like his relationship with him.
So I can only speak from my own personal experience. And I think that most parents probably want this. For your children, you want joy. You want them to be happy. And so therefore, when and this is not like the kid is begging for something, but I will want to do something for them. And if I feel, and if that means, it's not just buying monetary things. It's like experiences, taking them to go do this.
Gold.
Or just straight up gold bullion. No, but if it falls short a little bit, then I'm not saying I feel horrible and guilty, but it's like, oh man, they could be happier. I'd really like to see them happy, so I'm going to do this. You know what I mean?
So if I just was having this conversation, I've had this conversation a couple times. My mother... mother
yes,
was a people pleaser like nobody's business.
Yeah.
And I think I inherited a lot of that. And that has caused me a lot of where I feel when I feel most inadequate, or I want everyone to be so happy around me.
Yeah.
And when I can't deliver it, and I somehow place myself at the nexus of their happiness. And it's going to lead you, especially, Preston, with kids that you adore more than anything. Mm-hmm. If you fall even slightly short, it's going to gut you.
Just a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it can. So the study finds that nearly half, 43% of parents say that they overspent on an item or an experience, while a third say they went over their budget. The pressure to be the perfect parent is real, and so is the guilt. But 44% say that they just want to provide the best possible life for their kids. The research also reveals that paying for their kids' education is top priority. 39% say that. And nearly 90% of moms and dads polled say that they do plan to help pay for their kids to go to college. Close to half started saving money before their child was 5. And this is what Rochelle and I did. 9% started before their child was even born.
Oh, my gosh. You started before they were born?
Yes, we did.
Wow.
If you can,
We
do it.
started, I mean, once Rochelle was pregnant.
Yeah, of course.
And then one was on the way. Yes, we started, setting up.
We got to pick a
529.
college.
Yeah, the college education funds and stuff like that.
Isn't it nice though? Well, I mean, some of your kids are in college, but to like look at that and you're like, wow, I did it. I saved it. They're going to be in good shape.
Yeah, that's when people say grown upping. That's part of the process.
Adulting,
Yeah,
yeah.
adulting. Yeah.
Kathy, they still have to get the grades, though, so that's the hard part about it.
But you know what? You did your job.
Right.
That's what
You're
I feel
effed.
like.
I'm done.
I'm setting him up. He's going to have everything ready to go for him. And yes, now then he would just need to go and do
You
well.
said you had an epiphany, Kathy, with that. I mean, with your parents helping you.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and that you may not have quite appreciated it at the time.
Oh, I didn't at all. I remember when it hit me and I thought to myself, oh, wow, they didn't have to do that.
Right.
They didn't have to pay for my entire college education, a car so I could get around, work, make a little money while I was at college. They didn't have to do any of that. And I remember when it hit me and I was like, thank you.
Yeah.
What is that line in Parenthood where Jason Robards talks about there is no finish line, you never stop, it never ends, and when you get divorced, it never ends. When you are married to the same person forever, it never ends. And my son graduates from high school in a month and a half. His last week of high school is next week because he has finals next week, and then he goes on a senior project after that, which is a great way to coast in your senior year.
Yeah.
But yeah, like this, he's got a job and he's doing all these things right, but you still got to pay for college. You still got to prep for everything and every contingency and all of it. It's never-ending work.
Maybe a $30 brunch.
Yes.
Nick, that scene in Parenthood is one of my all-time favorite scenes.
It nails
Jason
it.
Robards is telling Steve Martin, Steve Martin is his son, about how, listen, this worrying about your kid stuff never ends. He's like, there's no finish line. You don't cross the goal line and spike the ball and do your dance. And then Steve Martin starts to unload the problems that he's having with his child. He's like, this is going on, that's going on. Then Jason Robards just stops and he goes, you worry too much.
Yeah. And then, of course, Steve Martin's son also worries too much.
Yes.
But you never stop being a parent,
Never.
It's never ending. It's the best possible thing that has ever happened to me, and it's also exhausting.
Not to go off on Parenthood, but there's a great scene where he has in his imagination, he can go one of two ways, and he makes a bad call with his chronic, and he's got a gun!
He's shooting people from the tower. Wow. All right.
Run, he's got a gun.
Dude.
Yes. All right, let's do one more. We cool? Although we got to be on time for 20 money. But I do have this last one, and this is kind of a stupid one.
I like the stupid ones.
A survey of 34,481 U.S. adults, they asked the question, do you consider a bowl of cereal to be more of a snack, a meal, both equally, or not sure?
Well, I mean, it all depends on how and when you're eating it, to tell you the truth.
I'm going to go not sure. That's my
Okay.
That's my answer.
I've come to this conclusion. If it is a cereal I like and I sit down to eat it, it is a really risky proposition because I can blow through a whole goddamn box of cereal if it's a cereal I love. And that's why I end up eating cereal more as a snack.
Yeah, all right.
I would go, I would lean towards meal. Like if I'm going to eat cereal, I'm not going to eat a meal later.
Right.
Right?
Yeah,
But,
Unless you're eating it as a snack.
but I think like, well, what is it? It's not really a meal.
So
for me,
here's how
even
I trick myself, Kathy. I'll get a little bit of milk in a glass, and I'll get the box, and I'll be eating it that way. So it doesn't feel. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's more of a snack.
I need to lie to myself.
That's a snack approach.
Yeah.
When you pour it into the bowl and then pour milk over said bowl, then that has become a meal.
Now you're down a slippery slope.
It's a default dinner.
Yeah.
It can also be a default dessert.
Yeah, no, you're right. But I don't think it's a meal unless you have a second bowl.
I see.
Yeah.
No,
It's a warm-up?
Case for me, you have to eat the entire box.
Yeah.
Or like in Forgetting Sarah Marshall, where his character has essentially a salad mixing bowl.
Yes.
and uses that as his
You remember
cereal bowl.
Jethro, Beverly Hillbillies.
Yes.
An entire box of cornflakes, an entire quart of milk into a baking bowl.
The way I consume cereal is always for breakfast, and when I do have it, that's all that I will have. So I would call that a meal. That would be breakfast.
Yeah,
for me fully. So according to the survey, 23% said a bowl of cereal is a snack. 43% that it is a meal. 29% said both equally snack and meal.
Sneal.
And like Kathy, 4% said they're not sure.
All right.
So consider that today as you go through your day.
We should have more questions like that.
I do have more. We'll get to more next time.
Just last comment. I never eat cereal.
Okay.
I don't dislike it. It's just not something I buy. It's not something I get in the house. I don't really like milk, so it has to be like a really good cereal for me to stomach milk with.
I made the mistake of grabbing a box of Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
That's dessert.
That's not a mistake.
That's dessert.
And
that's great.
That son of a bitch never had a chance.
Yes. Nice work, Steve.
It was actually, I saw the box weep.
What
when you picked it up?
Yeah. I knew its time on Earth was done for.
All right, we got to wrap up the surveys, but hopefully you enjoyed some of that, friend. We got business to take care of. We do have your chance to win $1,000. Your first shot today with Preston and Steve 20 money. We'll take a break. Come back with that a little bit later on this morning. We're going to have comedian Casey Rocket in the studio performing at Helium Comedy Club. We'll be back in a sec. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
This one is macaroni, but it's not about the food. You know the line in Yankee Doodle Dandy about sticking a feather in your hat and calling it macaroni. It's not about a noodle. It's a reference to a dumb but awesome trend popular among proto-metrosexuals in the 18th century England.
Did we ever establish what that exact lyric means? Stick a feather in your cap and call it macaroni?
This will explain.
All right.
Okay, so at the time, macaroni was an exotic dish in England, and eating it was seen as the mark of a well-traveled person. London hipsters started describing everything cool and exotic as very macaroni.
Very macaroni. Extraordinarily macaroni.
So before long, macaroni became a slur hurled back at these.
Well, macaroni.
At these bourgeois fops who took personal affectation.
You didn't call him a fop, did
you? Bourgeois fop, you're so macaroni.
To heretofore unknown levels.
I'll go one level further, you're rigatoni. Your bow tie pasta.
No.
Yes.
Get out.
Oh, this is coming from Angel Hair Pasta.
Shut up, Scapolini. Macaronis might
you
have...
bow tie pasta fop.
So...
How dare you?
So that is absolutely beyond the pale.
The whole thing is actually effete bourgeois fop.
And effete?
Effete. So here's what they would say. Macaronis were known as basically people who were wearing, they were kind of like glams, okay? So a macaroni might have a gigantic wig featuring ringlets tied in ribbons flowing out from a tiny hat adorned with roses.
Somebody you see on RuPaul's Drag Race now.
They had diamond buckles on their shoes and wore rings over their expensive gloves. And they carried around opera glasses, wore perfume, and spent their lives gambling and hanging out looking weird. So, but it was a trend for a while.
So this almost seems like the counterculture of the time. Like, in other words, it's almost a mockery of the upper class.
Kind of like that.
Right?
Well, they just took they were, I think, the upper class.
Oh, they were. Okay, so was it them
that's a good
mocking
question.
them own?
Maybe they were
their own?
Maybe they were trying to be. No, wait, hang on a second.
Do you think they were like hipsters?
I think that's what it is.
Okay.
So anyhow, the pick, stuck a feather in his hat and called it macaroni is someone pretending to be.
I got you.
A
baked ziti face
over the top. So, it says here, macaronis were baller, and all 1700s macaroni haters should step off.
Oh, wow. Step off.
That's what it says.
Don't you dare come up in my grill.
All right. Here's another trend or fad or challenge from back in the day. This is the historian section, and we're pointing out trends, things that you might see on TikTok and social media that these have kind of always existed. Dance marathons.
Dance marathons. Now, brutal quite often.
Yes.
There is a great movie called They Shoot Horses, Don't They, with Jane Fonda, and it examines this fad of the 20s primarily, was it not?
It was, yeah.
All right,
it was
so
in the dance trend
during the
started in the
Depression.
20s. Yep.
So they would provide all these prizes and things, and literally it was dance till you drop.
So it started in the 1920s as light entertainment, part of the same breezy, let's see how long we can do a thing vibe that gave us like pole sitting. But by the 1930s, dance marathons had metastasized into public spectacles of cruelty. Curious people would pay $0.25 to watch bleary-eyed dancers drag each other around a ballroom, sometimes for weeks at a time.
Have you ever seen the movie They Shoot Horses, Don't They?
No.
So, Preston, now that I'm thinking about it, it's very similar to American Idol, or so people would come and sit in the stands and they would pick their favorite couples, or they'd pick the people they were supporting, and they would bring prizes or donate food or money and stuff like that. There's one scene where and in fact it's running on the screen here in the studio, where Red Buttons, who's an old guy, has a heart attack and his dance partner is picking him up and trying to move him across.
Oh my God.
And they would so it wasn't just dancing, they would do these little races, and a siren would go off. They'd get about 10 minutes to go back, go to the bathroom, whatever, quickly. And they were all taking like speed and everything to stay awake. It was horrible.
So the dancers themselves were a mix of Depression-era poor folks for whom a couple of $100 in prize money was life-changing, and also ringers, secretly hired by shady promoters, often so that they wouldn't have to pay out on the prize.
So the guy who's running the thing is a great actor, Gig Young, and he's like, hey, he's selling the sizzle, how he fought in WW2, or not at that time, WW2 or World War I or whatever, but he's talking about, the sailor, and come on, show your support, and it's a big thing, but the thing the movie that captures so well is, as you said, how cruel it was. It was unrelentingly cruel.
At least one person died during these displays, and sleep deprivation psychosis was seen as well. Eventually, city government started banning the contest because the whole thing was so distasteful. The trend has a real legacy, though. Every charity walkathon owes a spiritual debt to this fad as well, because they started these thons, these long things.
It's true. Yeah, I didn't even think about where it all came from, but it is those dance marathons.
And Nick pulled up some of the stats from the most famous thon we know, which is the Penn State thon.
Yeah, which does incredible work.
And celebrating its 50th anniversary.
And this year.
In fact, Thon 2022 shattered the 2014 record by raising, listen to this, $13,756,374 to combat childhood cancer. That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
And that one is not cruel.
Yeah, didn't Fonzie and Joni do a dance-a-thon?
I think they did. Yeah.
Fonzie and Joni?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That sounds familiar. Interesting. All right. And then I think I only have one other thing here, one other trend, one other
These are interesting.
fad. Yeah, I thought they were kind of
cool. Man. Fonzie looked really tired at the end of it.
Oh, you watching a video clip of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
He really worked hard.
Poor Fonzie.
I know.
Where's the one? That wasn't the one where he's, unbeknownst to him, dancing with Richie in drag and blows in his ear?
Oh, my God. No, I don't think so. That's pretty great, though. You remember that blowing in the ear?
Oh, yeah.
That was a thing.
That was a thing, too, blowing in the ear.
Blow in their ear. Would you stop blowing in my ear, please? It's very loud.
Well, they're hugging and he goes, Fonzie, it's me. And you see the look on his face.
All right. The last trend that I will mention from the past is what's called nightshade eye drops.
Never. Oh, wait.
Kathy, you'll find this interesting.
Maybe I have heard of this.
No beauty trend on TikTok is as disturbing as the Victorian practice of using deadly nightshade eye drops. Belladonna, which is the plant, causes the pupils to dilate and the eyes to water, which can give you a smoldering, dark-eyed, doe-like look. And if you're going for pale wan, tuberculosis hip, it will give you watery eyes, too.
Wow.
Prolonged usage can lead to blindness. Nightshade is extremely poisonous, like Steve said. And if you're wondering what it would feel like to put belladonna into your eyes, you probably already know. Your optometrist has probably used drops that contain the synthetic version of atropine, the eye-opening ingredient in belladonna, so you can picture walking around all day, every day, with that I just left the eye doctor feeling.
That's effed up.
I
Yeah.
hate that. I hate that feeling.
Yeah, I don't like it
It
either.
ruins my whole day.
So when you get your eyes dilated,
Oh, it gives me a headache. I can't see. I don't know how it's legal that they let me leave and drive home. I just don't get it.
Will they now give you the option to use the other thing?
I have to ask because my eye doctor still dilates my eyes. So I need to ask. But I remember you mentioning
what
it.
is the other thing?
It's a device that they have you look into, and it takes. I think they're taking a look at your retina, and I may be way off on this when they dilate your eyes like that, and it just costs extra. Like insurance doesn't cover it, so it's like costs $30 or something to do that. And I'm always like, yeah, I'll do that rather than have my eyes blasted open for the rest of the day.
Well, so do you remember the puff of air you used to get in the eye? So they don't
I
do
hated that.
Hated that too. Yeah. So they don't do that anymore. They've advanced on that.
Right.
But that's not what you're talking about, Preston. It's the okay.
It's an eye queef.
Yeah, and they are looking at your retina when they dilate your
it's
eyes.
you look inside this contraption, and you're supposed to look at this green light or something like that, and it takes a really good look.
What's it, do you know? Find out what it's called because I have to go. I'm due, and I'm asking for that.
Yeah, I need new glasses. I need to go in for a look.
Well,
too.
when you go in, just draw a picture of it.
Yeah, it looks
Do
like
this.
this. Do this thing. Right. Another thing, actually, there was one more on here that I left off, and it just says Evil Knievel. But
well, that was so the
not just Evil Knievel, but people started jumping
things.
You know?
Again, we go back to the happy days, the garbage cans in the parking lot of the diner.
Yeah,
and then obviously jump the shark.
Yep.
But I remember, so the Evil Knievel thing, the jumping. Other people started to do it as well, but
kids did.
Knievel owned it.
But you would set up ramps in your
my
backyard,
God.
and so like it became popular to jump your brothers, for example, and anything that you could find to make jumps out of.
Yeah, here and it says here, crashes or not, kids across America watch live broadcasts of his stupid, dangerous displays, bought the Evil toys, and imitated Evil's foolish stunts on their big wheels and Schwinn's. There is no statistic number of compressed vertebrae and chipped teeth that were caused by imitating Evil Knievel.
I remember as a kid getting the Snake River Canyon Evil Knievel toy.
Yeah.
You'd pull like a cord out of it, and it would but the actual stunt itself, and this was a big deal. He was going to jump Snake River in a rocket motorcycle. The thing got about 40 feet, 30 feet off the edge of the cliff, and the parachute deployed instantly.
It didn't work at all. So anyhow, these are fads, these are trends that were around before social media, and just as stupid as the ones that are done today. So it's just what we do. It's what
we are stupid.
We do. Thought I would share that with you. All right, we should take a break. Got your word. The word is runner. RUNNER. All right, runner. And you have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter that. And you can do it through the MMR app or WMMR.com. You can even text into the special contest short code number that we have, which is 45911. One random entry will win $1,000 in our company-wide contest. And each MMR winner gets a pair of MM Barbecue tickets as well. Winners are going to get a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. You can go to the website, WMMR.com, to get all the contest rules. The Preston and Steve 20 Money is sponsored by United Tire and Service. So again, that word to enter is runner, RUNNER. Good luck to you. Do it now. We're going to take a look at your traffic and see what's up. Kath, what's going on this morning?
The Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound, you're stopped from Route 1 to Willow Grove. 2 left lanes are blocked with an accident. On the Blue Route northbound, that's heavy 95 to the Media Bypass southbound side. The Mid-County tolls to the Schuylkill, and then from the Media Bypass to Baltimore Pike. Schuylkill westbound, jams Passyunk to South Street, the Boulevard to Gladwin, the Blue Route out to 202, eastbound direction, slowing from the Blue Route into Belmont, the Boulevard to University. North on 95 at the airport. This is in Newcastle, Delaware, Airport Road, actually. We've got an accident. South jams from Cottman into the Vine Expressway. And actually, let's go back to the Pennsylvania Turnpike for a second. Looks like there's another accident blocking the right lane at Fort Washington. So you have that jam traffic from Route 1 to Willow Grove, and then near Fort Washington, another accident. So Turnpike westbound, not the place to be this morning. 42 freeway northbound slows 55 to 295, 55 northbound backing up Deptford to 42. This traffic report brought to you by your Delaware Valley BMW centers. Now through April 30th, take advantage of no payments for 3 months on 2020 through 2023 BMW certified models. See details and search inventory at BMW www.valuecenters.com. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
And this morning is brought to you by The Bagster.
Yeah.
You can buy yours now at any home improvement store, just $29.99. You fill it up, they pick it up on your schedule. The Bagster, dumpster in a bag, buy, fill, gone. So, an Australian woman has earned a Guinness World Record with her collection of 1,035 Minions from the Despicable Me franchise. Western Australia resident Liesl Bedeke had said that she fell in love with the Minions while watching the first Despicable Me film and started collecting merchandise about 15 years ago.
Does her twin sister collect them as well?
I think that just the ones that have a gun.
I'll find you and I'll shoot you.
So,
oh my God, I didn't mean to offend them.
Western Australia resident Liesl Beck, like I said, she started collecting 15 years ago. So she said, I remember laughing so much at the cute little pill-shaped henchman. I'm just a big kid at heart. So she is now the record holder of the largest collection of Minions memorabilia. She said that while
I don't really go out on dates,
some more casual fans might find the Minions interchangeable, she has a clear favorite. She said, my favorite is Stuart, the sassy, one-eyed Minion with attitude, and he is the one that I have tattooed on my arm.
Okay.
So many people and kids comment on the tattoo, but we start talking about our mutual love of Minions.
I don't understand locking on a character and collecting things that pertain to that character. It's
Not at all.
It's an alien concept to me.
She said her collection is still growing, by the way. A team of British researchers studying chimpanzees in West Africa said that they have documented the primates eating and sharing alcoholic fruit.
Aha!
The University of
You guys ever had wine?
Exeter team said cameras set up at Kent Enhez National Park in Guinea-Bissau captured the chimps sharing fermented African breadfruit that was later confirmed to contain ethanol. The team's study suggests that chimpanzees could be using the alcohol for a similar purpose as humans who partake in intoxicating beverages.
Isn't that wild?
Anna Bolin from the University Centers for Ecology and Conservation said, for humans, we know that drinking alcohol leads to the release of dopamine and endorphins and resulting feelings of happiness and relaxation. We also know that sharing alcohol, including through traditions such as feasting, helps to form and strengthen social bonds.
This means ugly chimps can now have sex.
She said, so now we know that wild chimpanzees are eating and sharing ethanolic fruits. The question is, could they be getting similar benefits? A researcher said it is notable that chimps were documented sharing the fruits rather than eating them alone. He said chimps don't share food all the time, so this behavior with fermented fruit might be important. We need to find out more about whether they deliberately seek out ethanolic fruits and how they metabolize them, but this behavior could be the early evolutionary stages of feasting.
Well, and then we as a species collect together to imbibe, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it said, if so, it suggests a human tradition of feasting may have its origins deep in our evolutionary history. Interesting. Now, we're going to switch gears a little bit here. In the course of a child pornography probe, targeting his younger brother, an upstate New York man caught a legal ricochet shot when investigators discovered videos showing him engaged in sexual acts with animals, including a cow.
What a family.
Right? So Mark Banks, who's 38 years old, was arrested earlier this month for sexual misconduct for allegedly having, quote, sexual intercourse with a dairy cow on the property of Windsor Acres.
It's an utter catastrophe.
A farm where he worked for 22 years.
Having sex with a horse.
A New York State Police investigation originally focused on Banks's brother, Christopher, for possessing child pornography. When police executed a search warrant at Christopher's residence, which he apparently shares with his sibling, they found an assortment of electronic equipment. And a review of the seized materials resulted in the filing of the felony charge against Christopher possessing the pornography. A school cafeteria employee, by the way, Christopher was immediately fired by the local school district. And in a handwritten statement given to police, Mark wrote, out of my own free will, he wrote, the state police found some videos on my device today involving sex with animals, adding that when I was younger, I had sex with a cow.
Oh, my God, dear God.
Now listen to this. It gets better.
Well, the teats.
After describing the illicit act, Mark wrote, I did not finish.
But
hang on, but did so but did so because of a sexual urge, and it didn't work at first. And I shifted the bucket and tried again. This did not happen again after that. This is what this guy wrote.
It's okay.
The Banks brothers are due in court to answer the criminal charges.
Okay.
Wow.
Could you imagine the cow trying to comfort the guy?
It's okay, baby.
All right, and then we'll do this story, a much lighter story. Let's go with
That was
this.
pretty good, though.
Kathy sent me this one this morning from 6ABC. A bakery in Cumberland County, New Jersey is creating a stink with some of its customers. Century Bakery in Bridgeton took to social media asking its customers to utilize the drive-thru if they wear strong perfumes and cologne.
I mean, this is I think I might have to go apply for a job there.
Yeah,
Right.
It literally makes you ill.
The bakery says that the lingering smell makes it difficult to breathe for some of its cashiers who suffer from asthma.
I've seen signs at smaller boutique stores that ask or that make provisions for people who are. Yes, I've seen them for cologne and perfume.
So, like, what would a sign say? Like, please.
You smell like crap. Stay outside.
There's a sensitivity to colognes and perfumes.
Okay.
They apprise you of it that way, I assume. I don't remember the actual wording, but that's what it suggested.
Wow.
You be aware that someone in the store is sensitive to it.
Okay.
I think that somebody who doesn't suffer from this doesn't quite understand, and they think of it as like, oh, come on, like, get over yourself.
Right.
But I mean, it will, when we have a guest that comes in here and is wearing cologne, and if it's somebody that, I know well enough that I'm going to give a hug to, like, I'm like, when Robert Irvine comes in, I'm like, I have to hug him because we hug, but like, I know.
Kind of hold your breath a little bit.
No, if it gets, I have to like almost like put up a barrier so that he doesn't like touch my clothing, because if it lives on my clothing and I can smell it for the rest of the day, it will ruin my day. I will get a massive headache and my day will be ruined.
I told you I think it was a Flyers game I went to, and there was a guy who was sitting in front of me, and he was just bathed in it, and I like couldn't stand it, man. It's almost acidic to your nasal passages.
Yeah.
It's weird.
So I wear cologne. Does that bother you?
It doesn't actually. Casey, yours has been strong the last couple of days. Yours never is, and for whatever reason,
because it's a new one.
It's a new one.
Yeah,
there you go.
So I'm wearing Versace Eros right now because my Yves Saint Laurent is gone.
Oh. Well, you can't go to this place, Casey. So the scents inside the store were also reportedly so severe that they nearly called an ambulance.
Holy hell.
Which is what led them to the change. The bakery told Action News most customers have been very supportive of the request, while online, some have called it outrageous. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. A reminder of your Preston and Steve 20 money keyword. It is runner. All right. So that's the word you need to enter, and you can do it through the MMR app at WMMR.com, or you can text it to 45911. So the word is runner. Again, you have until 25 minutes after the hour to do that. All right. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment, and we will have comedian Casey Rocket in our studio. We're going to be here in Comedy Club. Stay there. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3.
Right. Time.
So I would go
Stink is in the name.
get something like a tissue or whatever.
Yeah,
to get 'em.
yeah.
Now I grab them with my hand and throw them outside. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they don't bite or anything.
No,
right?
they don't bite or anything, but still, they're,
They say, though, like, if you can flush them, or because if you crack them, the
they smell?
pheromones, well, that also attracts other stink bugs.
Oh.
I'd throw them outside.
Well, I mean, the look of this thing, though. Come on.
It looks terrifying. Yeah,
It looks terrifying. I would not be okay if I found this anywhere near me. Like, so I just had this debate with a friend of mine. And we were first talking about mice and snakes. And she lives on a farm, and she had a mouse in her sink, and it couldn't get out because it couldn't crawl up the walls of the steel sink. And so she had to FaceTime her mom and dad because her husband was away to help her get it out and what to do. And she had to put the cup over it, slide the plate underneath it. And then, of course, she threw it literally right outside the door. Her mom was like, it's going to come back in.
Right.
Like,
It wants to be inside.
So anyway, we were talking about that, and I go, well, at least it wasn't a snake. She goes, no, I'll take a snake over a mouse. I was like, no
That's-
way.
That
I was like,
seems to be opposite of what most people would probably say.
I would die. I was cleaning out my planters, and there was this little tiny thing in there, and I was digging. I had gloves on, but I was digging my hands in to get some of the soil out, and that thing moved, and I almost died.
I would love to have seen that. I would love to have seen that.
Died. I was like, Jace, come here, get that, and he like picked it up with his hands. He's like, this. I'm like, oh my God, get it out of here, take it away. Yeah, it was.
Was it a
I was
snake?
dying. It was a snake.
And you let Chase go in and grab it with his bare hands?
He was fine. He was like, I'll get it.
All right.
Kids are good with the venom, Preston.
But anyway, then it went to spider. We both agreed. We were like, well, at least it's not a spider. And so if it had and these colors, like it just
It's
to me that
beautiful.
looks deadly.
Yeah.
I don't know. I listen. I think it is a good-looking bug.
Okay. Question with that: are you the type that would allow a spider to crawl on you and have no problem with that?
No.
Okay. All right.
Not
'Cause
that good looking.
No way.
No.
No way.
But I'm not bugged out by them. A lot of times I'll let spiders go in my house because they take care of the other bugs.
No, I will as well, depending on because they will take care of the others, and that's fine. Like in the basement or something like that. But I see this thing crawling around. I'm moving.
Fell in my house.
We used to have, when I lived in the South, there were these big yellowish spiders, and I forgot what they were called. And they would get huge, man.
Look at the story. Yes,
Scared
I
the
know.
hell out of me.
And
It had yellow markings on it, but I don't remember what it was.
are those out west as well? Because I remember.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I don't know what breed. But we were talking like this. Like a recluse is pretty big as well, right?
It's not that big.
Not as big as this mother
No,
effer.
but I mean, like, maybe bigger than like a $50 or something like that. Maybe that size.
And we had the story last week about the guy actually started to have. He had like flesh-eating disease because of it.
Yeah, it'll necrotize. It'll actually kill the parts of your flesh, and it can be messed up. Hang on, Tom's got a spider story. Hey, Tom. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, good morning, buddy. What's up?
Hey, so I work in New Jersey. I'm a meter reader for a utility company. I'm actually doing the route today, but I have to go into utility rooms to read a meter, and we leave messages for each other on our little processors to give us heads up about stuff.
Okay.
And I come up to this route, and the message says Spider Cave, and I am just like,
oh no,
I'm just
Spider Cave.
What am I getting into? So I find the utility room. I open the door. There is a ton of cobwebs and spider webs everywhere, which I'm used to. I start kind of cleaning up the webs to make my way to the meter, and no joke, about 5 or 6 spiders drop from the ceiling.
Oh.
And I was just like, nope. I got out of there, and the rest of the day I was like stripping my sweatshirt off, like just panicking that something's crawling on me.
Dude, yes. No, so any idea, did you even have enough time to identify what type of spiders they might have been?
It was so dark in there, I couldn't even see it.
Yeah.
And like, you know how they show those videos of people outside in the park, and you see all those glowing things in the grass, and it turns out they're spiders?
Right.
After they all fell, I shined it up into the ceiling, and I could see like little specks. I'm like, yeah, I'm never going in there again.
Go in with a flamethrower, man. That's.
Oh, I wish. I wanted to go like Alien Ripley.
Wow.
Oh, no.
That's
I
terrible,
can't-
Tom.
yeah.
All right, thanks, man.
I can't take that.
Nick pulled up a chart of spiders in the United States and their level of dangerousness,
Right.
or danger, however you want to put it. So, the brown there are 3 that are ranked as deadly and dangerous.
Okay.
This is The Black Widow is another. I remember seeing those when I was a kid.
Wait, so
they're
we
easy to spot.
We have all of these here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like in our
Black
house?
Widows
Like they'll
and
come in
red-
our house?
Yeah,
Yes,
they're in
you
your
can
home
have
right
it,
now.
It's like 6 underneath your chair right now.
I put some in your coffee.
And Steve, one I've never heard of called the hobo spider.
Yeah, they ride trains and eat stew.
Here's a spider bite first aid for those, or keep the patient calm, apply ice to decrease the pain and swelling, and use anti-inflammatories for pain relief, and contact your doctor.
If you're working around,
take some Advil and you'll be okay.
Exactly. If you're working around in your garage or in your basement, you need to wear gloves if you're moving stuff around. I always do.
Yeah. All right, here are the and then the other levels. So those are the deadly and dangerous.
Right.
Then you have toxic, which is poisonous, painful bite. So maybe like a bee sting, or something like that. So you have the female mouse spider, which appears to be the biggest of all of these.
How big?
The largest body. I don't know. I'm just looking at, pictures of them.
That thick black spider?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's got large pinchers and a big butt on it. So
I like big butts. I can't deny.
You can't deny that. Point to the mouse spider for him, Nick. Yeah, that one.
Oh, all right.
Then you have the male mouse spider, which is smaller than that. The black house spider and the wolf spider. So these they can sting you essentially with their bite. They've got a venom. It's not going to kill you. Probably won't make you sick, but it'll hurt you. And then you have the low risk spiders are the female trapdoor, the male trapdoor, the garden orb weaving, the St. Andrew's cross, and the huntsman spider.
Huntsmans are big.
About that, yeah. And
we don't have those here, do we?
It says USA spider chart.
Are you kidding me?
Maybe they're around somewhere. And by the way, the one I was talking about, and we had a picture of it here a second ago that I used to see when I was a kid, was a yellow garden spider. Okay. Those things got huge. And this is terrible. I used to grab crickets or grasshoppers and throw them in their web, and it would just fly right over and just wrap them up really fast.
It's like that. Exactly. That's an actual audio of a spider. It's like that scene in Lord of the Rings when
dude, giant spiders scare the hell out of me.
Well, and we've talked about
I hate that.
There's no, the line, hey, spider, are you feeling okay today? There's no feeling. There's no nothing.
Yeah. So you take like a lion or something like that. Okay. There's eyes. There's some type of.
There's a soul, maybe.
There's something in there.
You can pet it.
Something. But a spider.
It's a machine.
Yes. Something like that.
It won't stop.
Ever.
Until you're dead.
Which call you want me to go to your case?
Line 1.
All right, let me go to Paul. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Paul?
I was bitten by a brown recluse before, and as I was telling her that I've had back surgery, I've had neck surgery, I've had 2 knee replacements. That spider bite was some of the worst pain I've ever felt in my life.
All right, so Paul, the initial bite or the pain that you experienced afterwards?
I had an open wound for 3 months.
An open wound for 3 months. That's actually
here's
common.
The reason I ask you that, Paul, is because I had a friend who had a similar thing. He was bitten on the leg, and he eventually went to the hospital, and sure enough, a hole started forming in his leg. And so, but he didn't remember being bitten at the time. Did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. All right. So it was
the
after it got in there
That
and the
seems to be-
venom did its work, right?
Like common, doesn't because people that I know have been bitten will notice a circle. I guess it is. Is that the
It's like a target.
right?
A blood blister had formed. I went to the ER. They lanced it, and then they said when I went back, the skin was still hanging off, and they said if it doesn't come off, we have to take it off surgically. So I went home and took it off myself with a razor blade. I didn't know that.
Sounds like you went to the same medical school your dad went to.
Yep. My dad must know you. Yep.
It took about 3 months to heal, and the wound was the size of about a quarter. They gave me cream that they give to burn victims.
Did they give you antibiotics, Paul?
Yeah, they gave me antibiotics.
Yeah.
They gave me pain medicine. And they said if it didn't heal by itself, they were going to have to close it surgically, but thank God it healed.
Wow.
Oh, from a little rat prick spider.
And very painful. Just sore to the touch all around that area, I would assume.
Extremely. It was on the top of my foot. I had a really hard time walking.
All right. Well, glad you got through that. Thank you, Paul.
That's the reason why I am not going to stand there and look at it and decide whether or not it's that or something else. Sorry, you're in my house, you're getting smushed.
By the
what you
way,
mean.
there's a certain similarity to the way a lot of them look. and I don't know if I want to.
No, I don't want to.
I don't want to interview them.
No.
We're looking at a picture. It says, how to identify a brown recluse spider. And this guy's got it sitting on the palm of his hand.
If it bites you and it hurts, it's a brown recluse spider. Yeah.
There you go. That's how you identify
Good
it.
luck
Ow.
with the hole in your flesh.
Let's go to Tom here. Tom, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are y'all this morning?
Great. Tom, what's up, buddy?
Oh, we got a crazy story here,
All right.
and I think that Kathy's going to love this one. So,
Great.
So my son loves to collect bugs and all kinds of stuff, like cockroaches, those little like roly-poly bugs and so forth. My wife was sort of okay with that. She's like, yeah, that's good, and he holds them in these bins. So he came home one day. Now my son's 15. He came home one day, no lie, he ordered 2 scorpions.
What?
Online. Black scorpions. My wife was, she went out for the day. She went shopping. I'm not coming back. She came back. My son said, okay, they're in bins. They won't get out. What do you think happened that day?
Oh, are you kidding?
Yep.
One scorpion got out, and so they hide during the day. So you can't find them during the day. They'll tuck anywhere, under pillows, under beds, wherever. The only way to really find them is at night. And the only way to find them is if you have an infrared, sort of like a black light, sort of like a light that you could like point and shine. Yeah. So my wife went next door. She spent the night somewhere else. So we are hunting for these scorpions, and lo and behold, when you hit them at night, they will shine like a bluish, like a green, almost like neon. So my wife was about ready. We found it. We put it back in the bin, and my wife was about ready to put the house up for sale.
Yep.
So let me ask you: a black scorpion. What are the what's the
Pretty much, Kathy. We were prepared for one person to come in here this morning, and we have 3.
How about that?
So you got to bear with us because we only know Casey Rocket, who's here, who's going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight and through the weekend. Hi, Casey.
Hi. Ready, guys? 3, 2, 1. Run, he's got a gun. we've been practicing.
He's got a gun.
Yeah, we've been practicing that for like 45 minutes.
It's swept the friggin' world, those two, man. It's hilarious.
All right, Casey, who you got with you here, man?
I am with my good friends and my openers, Rob Stant and Jim Gillespie.
Hi, guys.
How's it going?
How are
nice
you?
to see you. Now, you guys are both from here, from Philly?
Yeah, from Delco.
Oh, nice.
Oh, well, there you go.
What part of Delaware County?
Havertown.
Havertown.
You know what?
Aston, PA for me.
I learned about. Wait, what part of PA?
Aston.
Aston.
Oh, Aston.
Yeah.
I had just learned the other day. I was on. I did a podcast with the Delco Live guys, and Havertown or Haverford has the most bars per capita in the entire county. Were you aware of this?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's been to all of them.
He's been to all of them.
Yeah.
He's his absolute knowledge of that. How did you guys become friends, or is it just you guys are meeting for the first time?
No, we're friends. I came to do Helium last year, and I met these grubby boys. We've been having a real bangaroo. Yeah, it's been real fun.
Yeah. You said, Casey, you're a big fan of Philly. You love the whole vibe of Philly.
Oh, yeah.
And you said it in a way that was authentic.
Sure.
'Cause a lot of times, you have to say that when you come into town. I love this town. But I get the sense you really do dig Philly.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's my Helium Philly is probably my favorite club in America. Yeah, it's super. When Philly people are on your team, and I don't want to jinx it, but when they're on your side.
No, you're a wise man. Yeah. If you get them on your side, if you can, and we learned this years ago, if you come in like you deserve it, and you're entitled, you'll get crucified.
Sure.
But if you earn it, and you spend time, and you're then you have a fan base like nobody's business.
Yeah, I think they can see that I'm pure of heart, and I mean well.
Yes, you do. You're a source of good. I was familiar with you from the Kill Tony podcast, and obviously you're a favorite there. And I was just kind of vaguely familiar with that. You know, obviously very funny. Learning about you, and I was telling Preston, I said, I don't know if you know a lot about this guy. Like I saw you with our buddy Dan Soder, and talking about your history and so on and so forth. You're what we would call a colorful character. And mainly what blew my mind, and I had no idea this was a thing. I mean, I'm I'm fairly well versed in the world of stimulants, but Robitussin apparently has been a big part of your life, correct?
Oh, sure. I didn't think we were going to be talking Tuss.
I have to because it's just so crazy. And this is the thing. I did some research on. I'm like, apparently, what is it? What do they call it? Robo or
Robo-tripping?
Robo-tripping.
Did you say talking Tuss?
Talking Tuss. I didn't realize we were doing T squared.
Had you ever heard of this, Nick?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah. I'm woefully uninformed.
It's a thing. There's some, like, Bieber was doing it for a while, and like
that was like scissor.
Is that scissor?
Yeah. But it was a rush you could sort of get. And look, if there's nothing else, and then Tuss, if we're talking Tuss, if Tuss is available, I guess you got something.
Yeah.
Right.
If we're talking Tuss, I'm listening. I'll put it that way. You have my full attention. Yeah, I'm just as happy with a good book.
Okay. It's the same vibe.
How much Tuss does somebody need to take the trip?
Yeah. I don't know if I want to, probably a bottle. It depends on the size of the bottle. Yeah. Just a bottle to the dome. Yeah.
Have you ever had propofol? Have you ever had a colonoscopy?
Oh, that would be cool. No, I haven't. Not the propofol, not the colonoscopy.
You're 30. You're on track, right?
Sure. They're saying get him earlier, right? You got to get him. Have you guys ever? Are you guys fans of Tuss, Robitussin?
I've never tried it, but he's talking me into it.
I'm more of a Delsum guy myself.
All right.
I'm warming him up to it.
Okay.
It's been a long summer, and it's been such a long summer, it's almost May. So it's been 11 months of summer. The old 1,000 days of summer. So sick.
It's hard to get perspective sometimes.
But so, like, real drugs don't really cut it?
Well, no, sure. I did plenty of that.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. All right.
The Tuss was when I was younger. So, yeah,
Okay,
it's
all
like
right.
whatever's in arm's reach.
Got
right?
it. I was going to say, man, if you're still doing that.
No, you've done the and listen, we're it's just fascinating, and you've fentanyl, you've dabbled.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They did the research.
We're high-fiving.
But I mean, you're sober now. You're kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been sober for several years. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but we talk to a lot of a lot of comedians and living the life, and you go through your different phases, and so but you came out the other end. That's pretty cool. Did you have a everyone has that bottom out moment? Does one come to mind for you?
Well, I would have them all the time, and then I would normally I would be on like a 6-month cycle where 6 months would pass and I would be like, okay, it's okay. Like I can drink and like party now. And then something crazy would happen and then, I'd go back into it. So I'm good at like lying to myself, but there was a lot of stuff like that. Yeah, for sure.
We were talking a couple of days ago. There's a story about Haley Joel Osment, who, the Sixth Sense kid who's now an adult and apparently he claims had a complete blackout moment where he was yelling racist things in the back of a car.
Oh, by the way, he was skiing while he was doing this, too.
Sounds like a fun weekend.
Right? See, when I black out, I just get really close to people and talk about worms. Or something. I'll be like whispering, what if worms could scream? Who is this guy?
Wow. Well, Casey, Meredith, who brought you guys in here, was saying that you guys had some sort of a story you wanted to tell us or something along those lines. Am I correct about that? Or
we went to Rivers Casino last night, shout out, and we had a big falling out as friends. So, yeah.
What happened?
We're not going to name names, but somebody might have been playing blackjack, and Casey might have called that person while they were playing, and then that person might have hung up on him.
He hung up on me. Sorry, he hurt my feelings.
Yeah.
He hurt my feelings bad.
One of these guys? Who'd you call?
One of these
I broke his heart. He trusted me, and I abandoned him in the casino. He got lost, and I just hung up on him.
Okay, wait a minute. So you guys were at the casino together.
Yep.
He's playing blackjack. He's trying to find you.
I'm playing blackjack.
He's
trying to find me.
He's trying to find you, and you hung up on him?
So I was at the table, and the dealers, they don't like it when you're on your phone.
Yeah.
So he was trying to get me to he was like, are you hitting or standing? And I was like, oh, Casey, 1 second. And instead of actually taking 1 second, I just hung up and kept playing.
Okay.
Well, listen, it's not too hard to find the blackjack tables at a casino.
There's three of them.
Don't turn this on
one
me.
of the three.
And by the way, if you're on the phone and in front of a dealer and you're sitting there going, yeah, I'm about to take a card right now. Let's just be open about our cheating. The guy's got a computer on the other side and figuring it all out. All right, so that happens, and how bad did this get? This little
so I'm
this
not
tiff.
I'm not good at expressing my emotions, so I was down. I was down a couple $100, and I think they thought I was sad about the the losses, right? And eventually I just blurted out and I said, "No, I'm sad you hurt my feelings." And we hashed it out in the parking lot. And
I had no idea what the fuck was happening.
yeah, Jim wasn't listening.
Can't say that, by the way, brother.
Yeah, it was it was just a strain. It was the first real falling out our friendship has had, and I'll be.
Were there tears?
No, it wasn't that serious. But we're all sensitive, so it was a lot of apologizing. Like, I shouldn't have hung up, man. And I was like, yeah, you shouldn't have. I was looking everywhere for you guys.
Two grown men in a parking lot, like hugging each
I
other.
watched them have a moment outside of the Sinesta. It was insane.
Hey, I'm 30 years old, so yeah. It's just kind of weird, man.
Are you a good gambler, or are you do you tend to lose?
No, it's not going great. Yeah, I won't sit here and lie to you. It's not going great.
What's the most you've ever dropped?
I don't know.
Because Norm Macdonald was legendary for just. And then like occasionally he would win, and he would store like he was so happy to have the chips that there was a story, I think Colin Quinn told it, of he had his refrigerator filled with poker chips that he had won. He didn't want to cash them in because he was so thrilled at having all that at one time.
So tokens of his victory.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Keep an eye on it. No, I mean I've lost maybe 500 this week. It's not going great.
No,
I won't say it's going great certainly, but again, I'm just as happy with a good book. So I would be, I'd be happy either way just to have my friends. But now, since last night, I don't even know if I have that.
You don't even have the friend base.
I'm wearing his merch. I'm trying to make up for it.
I noticed. Yes. By the way, I like the name of your tour, Casey, which is "If I Riff Before I Wake."
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Born riffing. Yeah. So a whole lot of riffing going on. A lot of improv. A lot of being stinky. Friends for life. So I thought. And,
you describe your comedy, which is true, and it's very. I'm trying to. You have a very sort of free-form way about you. You go on laughing. You're kinetic on stage, and you describe it as really silly. And I think and it's true. It's kind of a who are your inspirations? Who got you to where you are comedically? Because you started in college.
Yeah, I started when I was 20 years old, so I'm 30. So I've been doing it like 11 years, and. There was a guy in L.A. who was named Brody Stevens, who I used to like.
I love Brody. Yeah,
love Brody Stevens. Yeah. So I would watch his videos, and I found it so much funnier when he was performing and no one was laughing. And I thought that was so interesting. It gave me a good perspective on, like, it's not even necessarily the people in the room that matter. It's not about laughter, right? As long as you're doing something that you truly believe in, as corny as that sounds.
You're talking about something that so years ago, I had a run with stand-up, with 8 or 9, 10 years, and I would try to describe to people the how funny it would be, though you'd think it would not be the case, when you're with other comedians and the audience isn't responding. It can be very funny and very fun, though you would think it would not be.
Yeah.
And so that's the vibe you're talking about, right?
Sure. Yeah. Sometimes it's, it's just not all about laughter. Yeah.
Though technically, you believe it is.
It is a comedy club. But not technically. So I'm curious as to what your audience is. Who comes to your shows, and if you have somebody who comes to one of your shows who has no idea what to expect, how do you handle that?
Oh, I'm not sure. It's a lot of maybe tends to be younger people, I guess.
Yeah.
And
like high school to college age or mid-20s? What are we talking?
Well, I think the clubs are 21 and up. So yeah, just young, cool, fit people with good attitudes.
You have to be fit?
You have to be fit to roll with you, right?
There's a scale when you enter the club.
Yeah, it's like Heart Attack Cafe. Yeah. Deep cut riff. So cool.
See, a lot of people don't know that you have to pass a physical.
You had mentioned being in college. Somebody texted and said Casey Rocket surprisingly has a degree in online journalism or something. That's what they wrote.
Yeah, I have a degree in regular journalism.
In journalism, okay.
Print.
Yeah,
or online.
Where did you go to school?
I went to Georgia Southern University in Georgia. Yeah.
What state? What city is that in?
It's in Statesboro, Georgia.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they have a comedy scene there?
That's where I started. No, I was one of 2 comedians in the whole city. So
is that Allman Brothers country? Is that Statesboro Blues?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. For sure.
Any? Are you an Allman Brothers fan, or is that like an old person reference that I just made?
Well, I love, rambling country music. I'm not as familiar with Allman Brothers as some other people.
You come from like rural Georgia, though, right? I mean, what's the name of the town you were? Was it Ball Ground or something?
Oh, Ball Ground. Yeah.
Ball Ground. That's the actual name of the town?
Oh yeah, it's a really small. I don't even know if it's incorporated. It's a small town by Forsyth County, Georgia, which is North Georgia up there in the mountains. Yeah.
Did you ever have a Southern accent? Because you don't have one now.
No, not particularly. My parents don't have it. So
really, They survived that.
Yeah, well, I was born in Illinois. It's a long story. I can stick around if you guys want. I'm not doing anything till lunch. We'll hang out. But I was born in Illinois, so they don't have accents, so I didn't grow up to have one.
Sometimes there are pockets that are totally like antiseptic to getting the local dialect. It does happen. But you went to college overseas for a while, right? Were you in? I mean, you were in Spain, and where all did you go? You were learning, in different countries. Was that a good time? Was that a good time in your life?
Oh, it was beautiful. Yeah, I studied abroad in Paris for 2 months. It was the same cost as tuition in America, so I went there when I was 20 or 21, I think.
That's pretty cool.
Went to Spain, Barcelona.
Barcelona?
That was good.
You did pick up something. Yeah.
Well, that's actually the test when you walk into the door to the show. You have to say Barcelona.
Okay, he's cool. He's fit, and he knows how to say it.
Put him in the front.
Get him on stage.
Any experiences? I mean, did you culturally, did it help, or was it just a case to sort of run crazy? Were you sampling the women, the local stimulants? What was that like?
Sure. Yeah. Well.
Yeah. What's the tuss like there?
Lure tuss.
Yeah.
So they have in Paris, codeine is legal.
Mm-hmm.
And back then I had just stopped drinking. I was like, oh, I'll just do codeine. And just trade it off. But you have to ask for it by name at the pharmacy. So it's called Tussimax Comprimé. And so I kept going into pharmacies and be like, bonjour. I don't speak French, but I was like, bueno, that's Spanish. Now I'm panicking. I'm spiraling.
You're speaking Spanish in a Parisian pharmacy.
But yeah, I would say Tussimax Comprimé, and they would like look at me like I was a junkie. So apparently it's a loophole, but they don't it's just for old people, I think.
Okay. Yeah, and you clearly don't read as a senior citizen.
I had the same thing in England as well, because I remember when we did our show over there, somebody that we work with asked me to get him codeine, essentially. Bring
really?
that. Yeah.
You'll have to write that name down.
Yeah, he had a mustache. But, yeah.
Yeah, it was good that the codeine thing happened, and a lot of other stuff. And
are you in a mad rush to get back? Has your touring taken you overseas, or?
Oh, I just got back from Australia last Thursday.
How did you dig that?
Oh, I loved it. Yeah, I was in the Melbourne Comedy Festival. A lot of slaps, a lot of pokies. They call it having a slap when you do. What is it called? Slots. So.
Oh, really? Yeah.
My brother's in Australia right now, and he's in touring. He flew to Sydney, and then he's been spending time in Brisbane. And I was chatting with him earlier this morning, which I think it's like tomorrow there. I don't even know.
Mm-hmm.
He is feeling like he wants to move there. He's having so much fun. It's so
wow.
Yeah. Did you have those thoughts?
Oh yeah, I didn't want to leave.
Yeah.
I loved it. I loved everything about it.
They appear to be sort of like a pretty chill group of people. Did you vibe well with them?
Sure, we got along. I think silly, as far as comedy goes, silly is the rule in Australia. In America, it's the exception. So they were super nice to me, and they lifted me up and accepted me as a brother, and it was so fun.
They actually hoisted you.
How long were you there?
I was there for 2 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah. You kind of need to be there for 2 weeks because it takes so damn long to get there in the first place, and you're on a plane forever, and then were you jet lagged? Did it beat the crap out of you?
Oh, it was awful. Yeah, I was in Sydney, Brisbane, Melbourne. So yeah. It's a 20-hour flight. So.
Did you fly over? Now listen, so you can drop a load of cash and get like the full bed situation. Did you have that?
No, I'm a bit of a penny pincher. I didn't do that. Yeah, but there's plenty of room for everyone.
Yeah, you would hope.
I put it that way.
We got room for everyone, guys.
That's a great way to travel.
Yeah.
Did you get to travel? So you stayed sort of in because it's a big continent there. Did you do? Was there any place? I mean, was it Bondi Beach is considered one of the most beautiful beaches in the world. Are you a beach dude at all?
No. I went to like some museums and I went to a lot of zoos. I go to a lot of zoos.
Okay.
I like that.
You a big animal
yeah.
dude?
Sure. Yeah, that's something I'll do every day every day. No, not every single day. Why am I spiraling like that? So, but if I go to a new city, I'll go to the zoo. So yeah, I saw lots of koalas and roos.
Did you go to the zoo here? It's the oldest zoo in America.
Have we been there? I don't know.
You guys have had to have been to the Philadelphia Zoo, right?
I was going to take him, but we got in an argument. So.
Oh, yeah.
Now you're mortal enemies.
Wait, so Casey, and not to make this about my brother, but they were in a zoo this morning, and he's texting me pictures, and there's the kangaroos and the koalas and everything, and then emus and cassowaries, those birds that are a-holes.
They can kill you.
Yeah, they can like slice your gut open like a velociraptor. Did you see one of those bad boys?
Yeah, I printed a picture. I should have brought it, and it's my face on a cassowary, and I when I got back to America, I did a show and I pulled it out and I said, "Oh, it's a Casey Wari," kind of stupid.
Oh, yeah?
And the crowd was like, "What is that?" And I was like, "Oh, they would have loved it in Brisbane."
You got to remember where you are.
Yeah, brutal.
So that's cool. Did you play Madison Square Garden as well? Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I saw it and I'm like, who are you with? Who are you touring with? at the time?
That was a Kill Tony thing, but
That was the Kill Tony.
Yeah.
So we've asked everyone who's played. It's a legendary arena. It's an amazing facility.
Mm-hmm.
You, in your career, which was a decade plus now.
Yeah.
What is that like when you were on? Even though the format of the show is different than a classic, center stage with one spotlight on you. What is that like when you take the stage at Madison Square Garden?
Yeah, it was electric. It was very exciting. Yeah, my dad came to watch me, so he was proud of me, and that felt good. I think that's all you really want is your parents to be proud.
Did he support? Did the family support the comedy change from the school, the schooling that you had? Was that a tough sell?
Not at first. I don't think even until maybe like 2 years ago. Then they were like, okay, it's working. Like he's making a living, right? But there was a lot of years where I lived in like abject poverty, and my dad and he's been very supportive of late. And before, but he would like send me applications to like Lowe's every single day. Like they're hiring managers at Lowe's. Like, dude, I'm not gonna be a manager at Lowe's, man. Look at me. I'm not gonna work at Lowe's. You out of your mind?
He was shooting too high at that time. Yeah. Manager right off the bat.
That's true. Yeah, I don't even have. Yeah, it's unprecedented for several different levels of crazy. I can't jump into a manager position. You have to work up to that.
You said abject poverty, and I read that you had lived in your car for an amount of time, right?
Oh yeah.
So, what was that like, and how long was that?
That was about 6 months. Yeah, when I first moved to Austin, I drove from Boise, Idaho, and I didn't know anyone there, and I just heard it was going to be like the new Los Angeles for comedy. So I just lived in my car in the Walmart parking lot, and would shower at Planet Fitness. And
you would shower at Planet Fitness.
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to ask what your day's like when one lives in their car.
Yeah, shower at Planet Fitness. I would stay up real late, but the sun would wake you up in Texas because it was a black car. So I would wake up as if I was in like a microwave every morning.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Just get thrown. Just get thrown awake in this. That's
got to be jarring.
Was your car just jam packed with stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I had a storage unit, so it was whatever. But
did you ever try sleeping in the storage unit?
I heard that you couldn't, and I would be afraid that I would be like locked in or something.
Right.
If you got one of you couldn't in Texas. You couldn't do an outdoor. Because you'd have to get an air-conditioned indoor, but a lot of people do, and sometimes they'll discover people, right?
It's like Cool Hand Luke. They throw you in the hole.
They throw you in the hole, yeah.
When you were in the Walmart parking lot, did your dad suggest maybe you could get a job at the Walmart itself?
I didn't tell my family that I was living in my car at the time. They didn't know. Yeah, so I said I was like staying with friends, and sometimes... Yeah. They thought I was just staying with friends.
I can relate because my dad sent me so many applications to jobs over the years, and it's just like they just want what's best for you, right?
Yeah.
And he's just trying to look out for you, but you look at the Lowe's and you're like, probably not for me,
Yeah.
And
not while Home Depot's right across the parking lot.
Yeah. Much better benefits. Well, yeah, and what world does that? And again, he was just trying to help. And as I've aged, again, this is like 3 or 4 years ago. It's not that long ago I was living in my car, but
wow.
I've come to really appreciate, they just want you to be happy and not living in your car.
Well, were you happy when you were living in your car?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I was happier than I am now. I think I was the happiest I've ever been. Yeah.
Is it because you were heading? You could see that thing that you wanted, and now you've kind of gotten it.
Yeah, I was just truly like living for my dream. Yeah, I was just doing shows all day. I had no rent. I had no overhead expenses. It was just open mics all day and showcases sometimes.
I can see that. So they say sometimes, be careful what you wish for, because with it will come other things that can kind of make it suck. But have you you are such a personality and such a character. Have you tried or considered the acting path or character parts or things of that nature? Have you done commercials or anything?
I auditioned for a Mountain Dew commercial last year, but I think that this is not a bit, but I think it was like too on the nose. I think that they thought like I'm not doing material, but it seemed like a person who would actually drink Mountain Dew, and I think they wanted something a little more glamorous
to create another image. That's hilarious.
Yeah, if it was the actual audience for Mountain Dew, they're like, wow, who's this savant? Yeah.
It's too close to home.
Yeah. No, we want a you type, not you. Yes. That's hilarious.
So does that end the audition process? Are you not going to try that again?
Well, if sometimes my manager guys will send me stuff, but nobody's biting. I'm trying. Yeah, I've done a couple in the last year.
I bet will come along.
Your stage stuff, and you have this. Your mind is going a mile a minute. I think you could really, if you got your hands on a character, I think you could. Is that something that is just like, oh, if I get it, or that you would really like to do it?
Yeah, I think my whole life has been stand-up for so long. It might be nice to switch gears for a couple weeks and do something. I think about that often. I watch movies obsessively. So yeah, that would be cool to kind of live as somebody else for a little bit. Really pour yourself into something.
Right.
Yeah.
When you watch movies, do you like to go back to older stuff, or is it mainly just what's current?
Yeah, I watch everything in theaters, and I typically don't go before 1970.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, really?
All right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Just for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Well, I was I was on your Instagram, and you were wearing it looked like you were wearing a Bottle Rocket shirt.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so that
band?
No, the movie, right?
Wes Anderson. Yeah. Wes Anderson. Yeah, I love Wes Anderson and Alex Garland and a lot of these new directors, Ari Aster. Yeah, a lot of cool. We're in kind of a golden age, resurgence of cinema, where in the early 2000s, I feel like it kind of fell off and got more commercial and hacky and cheesy. And with A24 and these new independent studios and stuff,
those are the kind of you can audition for them because they're the movers and shakers right now. The 70s is often talked about as that second golden age, where I mean, you would everything now is just either number 3, number 4, number 5. And in the 70s, you had all these unique movies coming out. I mean, The Godfather freaking came out, 1 and 2. So, So, what's your favorite movie of all time? Can you narrow it down?
Maybe Magnolia.
Magnolia.
Yeah,
that's a solid choice. Yeah,
I love Paul Thomas Anderson.
And people forget how great Tom Cruise is in that. I mean, that is,
Oscar worthy.
Oscar worthy. Yeah.
Yeah, he was incredible. I compare myself. I don't like to compare myself in terms of glass half full. If I do something, I'll go, Paul Thomas Anderson wrote Boogie Nights when he was 25.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I like to knock myself down a peg. Where I go, he made There Will Be Blood when he was 34. So just because I'm not a savant, I'm not doing well in my head. Like a wonderkind. Yeah.
Oh man.
I get it though, because it is the imposter syndrome. Sure. It is why I shouldn't even be here. And rare is the person who thinks all the time I should be here, like Orson Welles. Orson Welles' first movie redefined cinema, Citizen Kane, and spent his life in pursuit of replicating that and was never able to do it. But all the time, he never thought he wasn't the best around, I mean, so I think it's good to have a built-in humility check just to keep you from going off the rails.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see what all the fuss is about. Yeah. Just trying my best.
Just trying your best.
Yeah. Well, the Orson Welles of comedy will be performing at Helium Comedy Club tonight. There's one show tonight. There's 2 shows on Friday and Saturday. Jim and Rob, are you guys at all these shows? You're going to be opening for all these shows?
Yeah, we'll be there.
Excellent.
They're the Mercury Players to his Orson Welles.
And I
There you go.
believe the early show tomorrow night is sold out. So yeah, you might want to
get the tickets now.
Look into getting your tickets now because these will sell out.
Yep, heliumcomedy.com. Well, cool. Well, great to meet all 3 of you guys.
Thanks for having
by
me.
this morning.
And try to stay
And
friends.
listen, I'm glad you guys patched things up.
I just want to say, this is like, I'm just so happy to be here. This is the first time my family and friends have ever been excited about anything I've done.
Coming by our show?
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
It's crazy. None of it matters. So they were like, President Steve.
That's awesome. Well, thank you guys. We appreciate it.
Yeah, happy to be here. Yeah, thank you. I love Philly. I'm happy to be here all weekend. Thanks,
Excellent.
guys.
Have fun at Helium Comedy Club. Thank you very much, Casey, for being here, and Rob and Jim. And like I said, heliumcomedy.com to get those tickets. We're going to take a quick break. We will come back in just a moment. Stay with us, my friend.
Are they venomous or what's the story?
They are, but they won't kill a human.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure because
Your wife didn't care.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I wouldn't care either.
I think they, I think they kill like rabbits and mice and stuff like that. So we still have one. One of them died, so that's good. But just a side story on this, then I'll let you guys get back to your job here. But the one had babies.
Oh my God.
Oh really?
And when they have babies, these things are like translucent white, and there was about 75 of them, and they stay on.
God.
And they stay on top of the mother. But you got to separate them out. If you don't separate them out quick enough, the mother will start eating her.
And that's the species we're talking about here, folks.
So you wonder why? Right. When was the last time you went to a human maternity ward and saw mom chowing down on her kid?
All right, thanks, Tom.
Talk about horror stories. This is what nightmares are made of.
That's great. Thanks, man.
Nick, if you want, I'll send over some photos of the baby.
Yes, please.
And it's neon, and you guys can post it. It is, dude, you won't sleep for days.
All right, I want to see it.
I'll be sure to show it to Kathy, too.
By the way, for just a moment while we were talking to Tom, I felt like a little tingle on my leg. I reached make sure something wasn't
A lot of people don't know that we keep a studio tarantula.
Oh, my God. Tarantulas freak me out. They're too big.
Yeah.
They're too big.
I was ever since the Brady Bunch.
Yeah, in case I don't know what it is. It looks like fur. I mean, when you get up to
that's one of those things, Steve. I don't think I could ever do. I can hold a snake. I can hold a a python and have you wrap it around my neck and stuff like that. But I don't think that I would allow a tarantula to crawl on me. And I know that it won't do anything to me, but I just don't care.
Preston, good rule of thumb: any bug who's you can
God.
is too big.
This sounds weird. I'm going to go to Dave. Hey, Dave. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Dave?
Hey, just real quickly. I had a friend who was moving, and he had a 6-foot Arizona cactus in a potted plant. And what happened was it started to sway left and right. My thumb got pricked from the cactus, and I ended up with 6 weeks with a paralyzed hand. And ended up, we had to take a sample of the cactus to the doctor's office, and he sent it out to a lab, and found out that the base of the cactus had tarantula eggs, and the venom inside of the eggs and around the eggs went up through the roots of the cactus and in through the veins. So you get pricked by the...
Tarantula venom was coursing through the cactus. Once you pricked yourself on the cactus, that venom was discharged into you.
Yes.
Holy hell.
Oh, my God.
F cactus.
That's the most
Seriously?
freak thing I've ever heard. Well, and your hand was paralyzed for 2 months?
Yeah, almost 2 months. Yeah, and I had to go through rehab to get the fingers moving again.
Oh, my God, you poor thing.
And then I found out when birds fly into these kinds of cactus out in Arizona and stuff, that it's not really the pricks that kill the bird. It's the venom inside of the pricks that,
It's always the venom inside the prick.
So these are tarantula cactus that...
I mean,
we need to
do
be
these
aware of?
things drive?
Oh, my God. Wow, Dave, I've never heard of that before. That's bizarre. All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Tarantula cactus.
Man, okay.
That's like flying tigers.
Yeah.
I don't quite buy that story. I've never heard of anything like that before.
I haven't either. That's okay. We'll have to check the validity of
What
that.
happened to him?
What's
Right?
that?
It wasn't a friend story, right?
Yeah,
I mean, like I believe his story. I've never heard of anything like that before. It just seems too bizarre to be true.
All right, let's go to somebody who's just terrified by spiders. I'm going to go to Andrea or her ex-husband and say, Andrea, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Andrea?
Well, first of all, I'm really regretting tuning into this show because it's really creeping me out.
Yeah, that's all right.
I would have to rehome the child that ordered the scorpion.
Enough of that nonsense.
I had a going in because my ex-husband is absolutely terrified of spiders to the point where I don't even particularly care about spiders. I don't like them, but I had to pretty much get over it and just be able to crush a spider with my bare hand at all times because of his panic.
Right.
And he called me one day from work freaking out because he was just at work wearing a hoodie or whatever that he had there. And he happened to catch movement out of the corner of his eye, and he looked over. There's a hole in his hoodie sleeve, and just very slowly 2 black spiders were crawling out of that hole in his sleeve.
Oh, okay.
They were inside his sleeve with his bare arm, and he didn't know how long there were just spiders in his sweater.
So
I'm
he
never
had
wearing clothes again.
He was just mortally terrified, full-blown arachnophobia.
Full panic attack, freaked out, took off his sweater, screaming. Coworkers know how bad it was. And all these men who are always just terrible to each other, heartless men, just all working together. Everybody stopped to try and take care of him.
Yeah.
And he called me in a panic, begging me to find his Xanax and bring him his Xanax.
Oh.
Wow. So Andrea,
I had to leave and drive 20 minutes to his job right away and take him Xanax, and he was still shaking and couldn't breathe because just 2 large black spiders crawled out of his sleeve like a horror movie.
So what would happen when an occasional spider would be found, say, in the bathroom or around the house?
He would call me if I wasn't home, be like, how long until you come home? There's a spider in the plant. Can you come get it? Yeah.
Wow.
Okay,
we
that's
pulled
fear.
into a Walmart one time, and I was driving. Thank God I was driving because we parked the car, and he just screamed and jumped completely into my lap on the passenger side because a spider propelled down from the ceiling of the car.
Oh! It's got to be debilitating because you're going to encounter a spider.
Yes.
Just by living.
Yep. Wow.
No, it is debilitating. He's had to lock up his truck and jump out of his truck in the middle of the street because there was a spider in his truck and he was by himself and it was coming towards him.
Oh my God.
Wow.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Andrea.
That's too much.
Appreciate it. That's
apparently-
legit fear, man.
Yeah, there's a Twitter account called Recluse or Not, and people can send pictures to help identify whether or not the spider they're taking a picture of is
Instantaneously,
is
they'll get back to you because sometimes you need to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so here's a follow-up on the tarantula cactus thing. Connor found this posting. It said the tarantula might lay eggs on the cactus, but not in it. Even if the spider would happen to crawl in a cactus and lay eggs, the plant wouldn't explode when they hatched. They do not nest in plants. Tarantulas normally live in burrows in the ground, and they hatch their eggs there. So this is, I guess, maybe an urban legend that a cactus can explode.
I don't think I was ready to. Yeah.
Tarantula babies.
Shower you in tarantula babies.
I mean, tarantulas aren't that venomous either, right? So it would be so diluted by the time that it got to the spine. I mean, that was an interesting story. There's something about it that didn't quite add up.
I don't know. I'm staying away from those tarantula cactuses.
Somebody said the tarantula babies in cacti story is false, according to Snopes. So, all right. Well, anyhow, it sounded pretty interesting. We do need to take a break. I thank you and watch out for the Jora spider, fresh from Asia, taking over the southeastern United States, which means it'll head up to the south or northeastern states.
They're planning on it, yeah.
We'll see. All right, well, listen, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. 2Ray is going to be performing at Punchline on Wednesday night, and we're going to talk to him when we return. Make sure you stay with us. Very much, Kathy. Coming up on the program a little bit later on this morning, we're going to have actress Ali Sheedy joining us to talk about Single Drunk Female. We'll do that in the 9 o'clock hour. Always wanted to talk to Ali Sheedy.
Yeah. I mean, look at her run of movies at a certain point in her career, starting back with War Games and going all through, all the
Breakfast
John
Club
Hughes stuff,
and-
St. Elmo's Fire. I mean, come on.
So we'll talk to her, and we also have some Impact wrestlers that are coming in this morning. That'll be in the 8 o'clock hour because it's a big event in South Philly. It's South Philly Showdown. the 18th and 19th. So we'll get to all that in a little bit. I got an email from somebody yesterday, and I was like, oh, this would be great to talk about. And then I realized after looking a little bit further into this link that it's not exactly what I thought it was. Okay, so it's a teacher slang word. So people who work in the teaching industry, it says 30 words for educators only. And I thought that this was legitimate slang that was used, but upon further reading, it's actually things that should be used in slang or should be slang terms.
Its very existence might cause that to happen.
Maybe.
Because, we were kind of talking about this, and I think a lot of occupations have code speak for when they are in general public situations.
Yes.
So you may not know what you're hearing. It seems rather benign, but they're actually communicating in a way you don't understand. I think that's a standard. So you provide a good list for teachers, I'm sure they might use it.
Yeah, so work terms are definitely, it's another language. Like if you went into somewhere that is not your field and you're sitting, you could be lost in conversation. You don't know what the hell they're talking about. I mean, we use our own terms here for, certain things like, commercials are called spots and there's the faders. We call those pots sometimes.
Or a puker.
A puker, which is somebody who talks like this on the radio. That's a puker.
You can imagine what a prize pig is.
Yep, somebody who's constantly winning everything. Time.
Right.
Those are prize pigs. It has been, we didn't make, that's what it's been
forever.
For a long time in the industry.
Yeah.
So there's all kinds of terms that are used. And feel free to share yours, those we may not be familiar with from whatever industry you work in. So here's a couple of examples. And at first I was like, okay, I didn't know they use these words. But apparently these are ones that they would hope they would use. So Crayola is a term. The definition is it's a riff on cray-cray. Crazy off the walls.
Okay.
So using a sentence was, my class was Crayola today. I almost lost my shiitake mushrooms.
Okay.
I like that.
So here's another one, which is, I like this one too. Shebay, which is is an acronym where you take the initials and okay, so should have been an email. SHBAE.
Okay.
That staff meeting was totally shebay this afternoon. I like that.
I think there's a big application for that. We've used variations on that already.
Yeah.
When you're talking, that's, again, I love code speak because a lot of times you don't want to, hurt someone's feelings but you need to communicate and get the message across.
So you have a shebay and probably a chubay. So it should have and could have.
Right. Could have been an email. Yeah. Chebay. Chebay. All right. How about this one? A chopper, which equals helicopter, meaning helicopter parents. Yes.
Right.
So using it in a sentence, Josh's parents are total choppers, and it all makes so much sense now. And helicopter parents is that's a slang term.
Yes, absolutely.
So
constantly hovering.
All right, so for teachers, here's another potential slang term: gray. Definition is spending all night or all weekend grading papers. My weekend was totally gray.
There's a big nod to Snoop Dogg with this.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. Another slang term might be IBH, inappropriate but hilarious. One of my students said something so IBH today, I couldn't stop myself from laughing out loud in class. As a teacher, that's got to be tough, man. When a kid says something that's technically not supposed to be, is off board, and you find it hilarious.
I used to get that all the time. I would be the deliverer of the stuff that would fall into that realm, and if you could get the teacher to laugh, it was always a good sign.
I didn't know what the word douche was when I was in school.
Right.
But I was using it like because I had heard it before.
Right.
And so I didn't get in trouble for it, but the teacher was like, dude. And I was like, what? I'm like, I didn't know what I was saying, but it was almost like Batman. Bam, pow. I was going like douche. And I had no clue.
Douche. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
That's like a punch sound.
It actually is.
Douche.
Yeah, that would work. I would believe you if you told me you had no idea.
But I was purposely saying the word douche. I wasn't making a
menstrual
sound.
Menstrual cup.
Pad.
Yeah, condom.
Kotex. Diaphragm.
Oh my God! Here's some text coming in. Somebody this says someone who is always in the ER is known as a frequent flyer.
A frequent flyer.
That's funny.
I'd heard the term Gomer, back in the day, which was short for Get Out of My ER. Gomer. There's a
Interesting.
Gomer out there.
Or it could literally be Jim Neighbors.
Nick, there was one on here, and I can't say. Scroll down a little bit. Yeah. So a carpenter or framer. All right, I can't say the word, but you can.
See you next Tuesday.
Yeah, a see you next Tuesday hair is 1/32 of an inch.
If you're a carpenter,
I love that.
You know it's just it's
so
an
a
actual,
C hair is 1/32 of an inch.
It's an actual measurement.
Wow.
I love that.
What's a D hair then?
What's the other one you were gonna highlight, Nick? HVAC.
Yeah.
All right, rotten cotton means insulation.
Yeah.
Okay, I can
like
see that. A pookie is a duct sealant, and that's from Tom from Sheridan P&H.
I like
so
that.
HVAC. Those are some of the terms that they use. Okay, like I say, I like the sea hair thing.
Well, you know where you find a lot of these too? You'll find them in restaurants, Preston. Or people who are working the counter at restaurants, they'll build up a second language so they can assess pain-in-the-ass customers kind of in front of them.
Here's one for you, Steve. Campers. This is exactly from a restaurant thing. Campers are people who will not leave the restaurant. They take up the table for hours and hours.
So on this issue, I say go in, do your talking, do your whole thing, do your socializing. But when the meal is done and you're surrounded by the refuse of your meal, I want to leave. I don't want to sit there for another hour and a half.
I know.
Am I a lunatic?
No,
for that?
you're not. But also, like, what people also need to understand is, like, a lot of people are not aware of their surroundings. If you're at a restaurant and you notice that there's like
To piggyback on that sponsor, Kathy, you mentioned the Truist Championship, and we were talking with the executive director the other day, Joey Chitwood, who came by. And something I found out about the Truist Classic is that so the whole thing is the 7th through the 11th, and the biggest golfers in the world are going to be here at Cricket Club. And the Wednesday, May 7th, they're having an event called the Creator Classic. And this has started to pop up from time to time now. I've watched several golf content creators on YouTube specifically. That's where I go because you get the longer form videos.
Yeah.
And usually it's instructional, mechanical things.
You can pause and go back.
Yeah, how to play the game. And there's some really, really good stuff and some really, really great content creators. So a few of them from like Dude Perfect and a few other well-known ones are going to be playing in an event at the Cricket Club, and one of the players will be Paige Sporadic.
We love her.
Oh,
she's great. She is. Who was it? Maxim recently that called her the most beautiful woman in the world.
I think last year she was the number one.
But listen, Steve and I stumbled upon her years ago, kind of early on when her videos on Instagram were just starting to catch some footing. And she's obviously stunningly beautiful, but she is a great golfer. And I would mainly watch. She was wonderful to look at, but she had some great tips for strategy around the golf course and also mechanics and so on. And so I would watch mainly for that. But the fact that she looks like the most beautiful woman in the world certainly is an attraction to keep you coming back. But would love to get her on the show. Absolutely would love to get her on the show. So we're going to try to reach out with our resources. But somebody's got to know her, maybe.
There's got to be a connection. I'll say this again: with even if you dabble or just interested in the culture, I don't play golf, but I'm interested in the mechanics of getting good at something, and she does do that. And her YouTube channel, she broke down she was with this guy who was. She says, at any point in your game, it helps to sit down or go out on the course with a pro who's going to catch you on certain things and traps you'd fallen into. And she was like talking about how I'm nervous, and the guy dismantled a lot of stuff she was doing, but by the end, she was playing better. So that can port over to all that other stuff. So, yeah, I'd love to have her on the show.
Yeah, so we'd love to see if we can make that happen some way, shape, or form. She's got a fascinating story. She was a gymnast before she became a golfer.
Yeah,
I'm
kidding.
And then she was on the tour for a season, and that's how tough that tour is, man. You can't, she only lasted one season, but she's a great golfer, and the world is filled with amazing people that are like club champions and incredible golfers. But to be the elite of the elite, it's ridiculous how good you have to be.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, if you're a top-level club golfer, where do you sit from 1 to 10?
Me?
No, just an average. To draw the comparison
from 1
between
to 10?
saying a pro is at a 10.
Like a touring pro, because there are teaching pros, and there are club pros and things like that. But the touring guys. So I know a few guys, club pros, that have played in the Open Championship
that are really good.
The U.S. Open, anyway. Oh, they're amazing. To even get on that, to qualify for that, you have to be incredible. But all the ones that I know have never even made the cut. So they play 2 days and then they're done. And I asked one of them particularly, I said, because he was in it like 5 times. He was in the Open, something like that. And I said, was it mistakes that you made, or do you blame yourself, or was it the fact that they're so good? He's like, it's that they're so good. Yeah. He said, it's just they can hit it so far and with such precision. But like I said, but to even qualify for that, you have to be amazing.
Yeah. So I remember, like, to draw the comparison between tennis case, and so obviously going and seeing club, accomplished tennis players who were at different clubs and had a reputation, and then to go to like the Open, the U.S. Open, or the at Forest Hills, when it was at Forest Hills, I think it still is. And go see them play courtside and see the speed and control. It's a whole other game.
Mm-hmm. By the way, there's another guy that's participating in the same thing that Paige Sporanic is, and his name is Joshua Kelly, and he does these hole-in-one trick shots. Mm-hmm. His Instagram handle is hole-in-one trick shots, the number 1. But he is local to our area, and he'll be at Truist, in a week and a half, right? 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. So maybe through Joshua, if anyone knows Joshua, we could get from Josh to Paige, and we could have them both on the show.
I'd love to have them both.
He does it like Steve. He does these Happy Gilmore style shots, and they're incredible. And he's worth talking to as well.
I didn't know that he was local.
Yeah, me neither.
Wow, interesting. All right, so anyhow, if anybody knows Paige Sporanic, just send her our way. That'd be kind of nice if you wouldn't mind doing that. We have an interview, but not for another 15 minutes or so. So we got some stuff to talk about. Yes, Casey.
Can I wish everybody a happy National Prosthodontic Awareness Week? I want to thank you guys for allowing me to do. No, I'm just kidding. But Dr. Bentz, I'm getting implants in my teeth.
Right.
I'm telling you guys, I like not having bottom teeth on the lower left-hand part of my face has ruined like eating. It everything sucks so bad.
Wow.
And I like so I have to. Chew everything on my right side, and then I'll kind of park it over on my left side just to kind of get. You need the whole.
Like on deck.
I thought the right side of your face looked a little more muscular than the left side, and it was throwing me off because it's asymmetric.
It is asymmetrical, and it sucks. But anyway, but it is National Prosthodontics Awareness Week.
Oh, you were serious?
I am serious.
I thought that was a joke.
Dr. Bentz, the Bentz Dental Implant Prosthodontic Center, sent me and us sticky buns.
To rip out more teeth.
To rip out even more teeth. And listen, I'll eat them, but it's just not the same. I know I will, but it's just not the same. Like I'm telling you guys, I never realized how important it is to have all of your teeth in your mouth in order to enjoy food fully. Like
You're preaching to the choir.
I know,
yeah.
I know. So I want to thank these guys because in a month's time I'm going to start to get like implants and get my jam back press.
Well, we know somebody who would turn their life around.
Sticky buns.
When you talk to him, can you ask him, please, why someone in the dental profession would send one of the most sugary, sticky things anyone could ever put in their mouth?
It ensures his job.
Yeah.
Good point.
Seriously.
Yeah. Good point.
It's exactly what it is.
I didn't even think about that.
He's just a smart dentist or
Wow.
whatever.
Scarface never dipped into his own stash until the end of the movie.
No. I've been, I told you guys I'm watching one of my exercise shows. I've been watching John Adams, and in that series towards the end of it, as it goes through his life, his teeth start getting worse and worse.
Right.
They do a little mention of Washington. He notoriously had dentures. I mean, the rumor was he had wooden teeth, wooden dentures, or whatever.
Something.
But you start to see these teeth turning black, and as they age, and the idea of having your mouth in that poor of condition has just got to be miserable. You know what I mean? And anytime I ever have we're looking at a picture of Paul Giamatti with those blacked out teeth. But anytime that I have a dental issue it's It's nagging. It's constant. It sucks. It's just, and if it can get really bad, it's got to be just hell on earth, man.
Yeah.
I mean, the nightmare.
That's why having a good dentist, having good people in your corner makes a difference. And now more than ever, you know, Dr. Petula is my dentist, and she's awesome. But the ability to if you have a condition now, there are things available that you might not be aware of to turn that frown upside down.
Well, you were going through it for a while there as well because you had gotten implants. And so I'm completely and totally unfamiliar with the implant process.
And by the way, really, what they can do now is amazing, the way they handle it. Dr. Kazame was a part of that as well. It's just amazing what they can do.
Yeah.
You know, and I have... My bite issues are gone.
I'm just wondering when I'm actually going to be able to enjoy a burger or a steak fully again.
Well, I mean, it's not like you're bereft of teeth in your mouth. How many?
Listen, it's these bottom teeth. They're really, really important.
But teeth don't affect.
If I had one more tooth, it wouldn't be as bad. But I'm missing the two main mashers in the back side of my mouth. All thanks to bread.
All thanks to bread?
Yeah. I bit into a piece of bread and my bridge came.
It wasn't the bread. It was the dental health of your mouth.
Yeah.
And then the bread just took it out.
That was the last straw.
Yeah.
No, the straw did me in. That's how I lost a tooth.
Oh, yeah. Steve literally was drinking out of a cup with a straw, and his tooth fell out.
This is the last straw. No, really?
And the stories are inverted there, Preston.
Literally.
He's bread, I'm straw.
Good point.
Was that was a fake tooth though, or was that
That was a
your,
tooth? Yeah, that came out. That was just loose. Yeah.
That was your actual
That was
tooth.
my tooth. Yeah.
Oh wow,
That's crazy.
It was crazy.
Did it hurt prior to it?
No.
I'll never forget it because you were laughingly just kind of like, my tooth just fell out.
It was so funny.
I would have been like, oh my God.
Yeah.
My tooth fell out.
There's a great scene in It's Always Sunny where Charlie is like, he's got it, where he starts to pull out a tooth, and he goes, that was loose. And he just starts pulling. And they're going, yeah, stop it! Stop pulling out teeth.
He kept pulling teeth out?
Kept pulling out teeth.
Oh, my God. Wow.
Are you about to go to something else?
I can.
Well, because I have a question, but I wanted to ask it today.
Go ahead. We're just
before-
kind of free
I know,
flowing.
yeah. I've been hearing rumors for a week that Pearl Jam is in town. Their tour starts tomorrow night. I believe it's tomorrow night in Florida. And they've been practicing, from what I have heard, at the Leah Core Center on Temple's campus. I've not heard any confirmation at any point. I've reached out to our friends at Live Nation. I've talked to people who work here at the radio station. But I've heard these rumors from a bunch of different people in the Pearl Jam world and fans of Pearl Jam in and around Philadelphia, including our buddy John Clark. John Clark from NBC 10 and NBC Sports Philadelphia. He's a huge Pearl Jam fan.
Been pretty reliable, too.
And yeah, Steve, he's a really great reporter. I mean, John goes to his nickname's Johnny Airport because he goes down and he gets all these scoops. So I don't think John would hear these rumors and think that they were complete conjecture. So I'm just putting this out there. If anybody knows if there's any validity to it, will you let me know? Because I'm just curious as to A, if it's actually happening, and B, if it is, how they've kept it a secret for the better part of a week.
Pearl Jam's in the area.
Yeah, it's weird because I know that bands will come to this area. They'll go to Lidditz,
right?
And because there's like the sound stage there, and I know that the Stones went there. I know Fish went there. I know a lot of bands will go there to warm up for a tour. So when you had said this, I'm like, did somebody get it wrong and say Leah Chorus Center, thinking mixing up with Lidditz? I don't know.
I've heard that as well, Casey, about that area, and the reason that the Leah Chorus Center made sense because there's a local band called the Ledbetters, and they are a Pearl Jam tribute band, and they stood in. They were stand-ins for Pearl Jam on their last tour, which is the Dark Matter tour, and there was a lot of visual effects that went around with Dark Matter when they were performing live in arenas, and in order to coordinate the visual effects with the band performing up on stage, Pearl Jam hired these guys to just be up on stage, do some songs, play as the band Pearl Jam. As they were doing that, and the place that they did that, Pearl Jam was watching, but they were doing those moves at the Leah Core Center. So the band and band's management is familiar with Temple's campus and the Leah Core Center, and I heard that building itself was just on lockdown. So I'm just throwing it out there because I'm super, super curious.
All right, so you first mentioned something like this, I think like on Monday, right?
Yeah, because we were off last week, and I heard it on Friday, I think, Press.
All right, so and you're wondering if they are still around?
Well, their first show, I just looked it up. Their first show is tonight, so I'm
It's
guessing
tonight,
they're not here
okay.
anymore yet. They're in Florida tonight.
Oh yeah.
But like, if anybody saw them at any point, don't you think that would sort of make news? But I don't know. Secrets are able to be kept sometimes, so maybe they were here.
Would it be odd if the person who calls in to verify that they were here was Paige Sporanic?
How would she know?
Yeah, how would she know?
Stranger things have happened.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Interesting, but that would be wild if they had indeed been doing that or not.
Somebody texted in, and again, it's just like all these rumors are floating out there. Somebody texted in saying Pearl Jam was practicing on April 2nd at the Leo Chorus Center.
Okay.
So who knows?
Yeah.
I'm just, if there's any confirmation
hell.
at any point, yeah.
Hell.
So thanks for letting me ask that.
Okay, no problem. I did see this. There's a couple things we can mention. We're waiting. We're going to have our interview a little bit. John Ortiz is going to be joining us for the Diamond King, which is a really interesting documentary. We'll talk to him in a few minutes. But
Mini stream of consciousness.
yeah, I guess so. We got like 8 minutes to play with here. So
Mini stream of consciousness.
So I did see this article, and it's about responding to text messages in a speedy fashion.
Right.
Sometimes, when you're not responding to someone's text message, there's, you might feel like it's, I don't know.
A slight?
Yeah, maybe so. So apparently it says that's only in your head and shouldn't be that big of a deal. Sometimes the person texting you might give you grief about taking too long to respond to a text, but that's not your issue either. Etiquette and manners expert Nick Layton points out that texting is just another form of communication, and it's okay to prioritize what's going on with your what's going on with you first before succumbing to a feeling of obligation that you need to respond to someone else's text immediately.
So just know if you don't get a text back, you're not priority in that person's life.
Well, see, that may be what some people think, but I'm bad at that. I don't respond immediately to some text messages,
Yeah, there are times when I literally, as it's a conscious effort to step away and not be so dialed in, and and sometimes I'll see a text chain well after it's been
Sometimes
terminated.
I'm in multiple group texts, and they're firing so quickly.
I hate
and
it.
at first, I try to keep up, and then I just, like you said, Steve, I just have to put it down. And I'm like,
too much.
I'll either catch up later or I won't. I'll just skip that conversation in the group at that moment.
Yeah.
Or call is something I'll do too, rather than be.
No, I don't want to. Don't call me.
Don't call me.
Text me. Maybe I'll read it.
I'm OCD.
That should be a shirt for you. Text me, maybe I'll read it.
I'm OCD about responding. I have to. I can't stand unread messages. I can't stand unread emails.
Oh, that little red badge.
It drives me nuts. It's
number 3 or 4.
It's
on it?
anxiety-inducing for me, Preston. So I try to, by the end of every week, reply to every email, every direct message on Instagram, and every text. And if I don't, one happened over the break, and I'm mad at myself that I didn't reply to. I actually replied to the guy this morning. I was like, I'm so sorry I didn't get back to you. So I'm bad about it. Like I probably take it to the opposite level of where you take it, Steve, because I get super anxious about not responding.
So I'm down to 2 text messages, and one, it's not a message left on my phone. It's just that someone called a spam message. So that's one on the actual phone. My email, though, take a guess at my email count.
30,000.
Yeah, something like that.
Higher.
60,000.
100,000.
Higher.
Oh my God.
200,000?
Higher.
Oh my
Don't
God.
email Steve.
I get bombarded. See, I make the mistake of, would you like to have email sent? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
If it's something I'm interested in.
you say
It is
yes.
currently at 289,226.
And
You'll
is that-
never clear that.
I
delete
just
it
do a
all.
bulk delete.
Wait,
yeah.
is that one email account?
That's one email account. That's my, yeah.
My God.
Wow. Chris?
Guys, I'm at 850 unread text messages.
What? 850 unread text messages.
But I actually had a revelation recently, and I actually stress out over it in my own personal way. So I'll see the text, and first I'll see it, and if it's like somebody who's really important to me, I look at it and say, I'll respond to that later because I want to respond to that when I have time to actually talk to them and not respond now quickly and then distract myself. It's total ADHD because I will distract myself from what I'm doing, focus on that, lose focus on what I'm doing, and then move on. Then I have a level of stress because I haven't responded in enough time. Then I start writing it and I go, well, I don't know what the right thing to say right now. Do I apologize? Do I just not acknowledge it? Do I acknowledge it? Then there's another layer where I haven't responded in enough time that I think it's too late to respond to them.
Right.
And it just goes on and on.
Yeah.
And it's like opening it up and then seeing that. And then, Kathy, you talk about the group messages. Well, if that person is in a group, well, I can't respond to the group if I haven't responded to that person solo.
Absolutely.
And I'm like, oh, God, I can't post anything on Instagram because that person sees that I posted something on Instagram and I haven't gotten back to their text message. And that's just when I go dark.
All right, let me ask you, though. You have 800 and some odd unread messages. So you haven't even taken the time to find out what the message is about.
You can tell.
She reads the preview.
Sometimes you can like see what it is, and I can like then prioritize like is this important? And my best friends, they know Marissa like respond right now.
No, but I had one not that long ago, and I read the first couple lines. I'm like, okay, that one can wait. And then eventually, like a day later, I clicked on it, and it was like, insanely long. And I'm like, uh-oh.
Sorry,
So the new OS in Mac and for both the phone and the desktop has what they're claiming is the most comprehensive summarization feature for email and for text.
Yeah, but that was like in effect for a little while, and now it's not anymore.
Well, they quote unquote refined it so that you'll get a real sort of AI ChatGTP approach to summarizing briefly what you're going to find.
I was getting those. And for like the long text messages, it was like, this person is angry about blah, blah, blah. Like if you got like a long rambling text, it would summarize it.
It's now baked into the OS.
I think it's a little buggy because I have it on some text messages and not others. You can actually go into your settings and turn it on or off the summary. It is nice for group messages, though.
Have you ever gotten a text message so long that it almost comes in the form of a document?
Yeah.
Like you have to click on it.
No.
And then it'll be...
To expand it.
To expand it.
Yes, I have gotten those.
I was like, what is this? And it was, it was not fun.
I've also gotten a few texts, notably Todd Glass, like sending the voice to text and a long voice memo.
Oh, yeah.
And when it's something lengthy that he wants to share, rather than call, Steve, he'll do that. Pierre does voice to text, and Pierre is a talker, and so he has a lot to say, and so his texts are also long, and sometimes it's a little too long.
Yeah. Boom, boom, chaka.
That's a briefer version.
That's a briefer version.
I have a good friend who does the voice message to you through text message. It's really, if it's more than a sentence, she will send you a voice message instead.
Okay. Wow. Well, this particular article talks about, that you shouldn't feel stress over responding immediately. And it says here, plus you're a grown-ass adult.
Yeah.
And you're more than capable of being able to discern from the someone sick and needs help messages and the what do you mean you didn't look at what I just cooked message and determine which is more important.
If my brothers don't respond on our group text, I just write good talk.
Yeah.
And then immediately you'll get the response.
I good talked to Preston on Saturday.
Oh, you did?
I sent him a text. Yeah, I sent. Well, you got back to me eventually, but I sent you a text at 4:15 on Saturday, and then about a half hour later, I sent you a good talk text, and then 4 hours later, I sent you another text that just said, "Wow." And then you said, yo, bud, sorry, I didn't see this until now. I put my phone on disturb because there were people that you didn't want to talk to.
Yes.
And so, but I was just kidding around.
You can override that, by the way.
No, I know, and I sent it anyway, but I also knew that they were blitzing the house, so that I just sort of assumed that he didn't get back to me because they were really like cleaning the house top to bottom. Yeah, I mean, they were like taking things out of their cabinets and cupboards and stuff like that. That's how intense the cleaning situation was.
So it's not you, it's me. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay, you leave it with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We do not have our guest yet.
Okay. I was
so
trying to see
meanwhile,
if we had him on.
I get emails from my dad saying, "Hey, I've fallen and I'm in the emergency room." Like that's that's a phone call.
Yeah.
Pick up the phone and give us the beginning of Camp Out for Hunger. I got that email. I was like, "What are we supposed to do with this information, Dad?"
I got this emergency postcard.
Yeah, right. Here's a telegram.
Wait, on the text messages, when it says the person has silenced the notifications and you hit notify anyway, what does that do?
So I would think my guess is that it will alert them. It will make the sound and the text message sound in vibration. When you have it on silent, you know how you have your what do you call these widgets, I guess, or notifications?
Right.
Yeah.
It won't come up on the screen at all when you have it on. So you don't even see the
That you have
notifications
a
that a call or a message has come in.
But it sends it through.
But it's
It
kinda-
sends it through,
Yeah.
but it won't notify you. Well, you
Right.
have to go into the message app, or you have to look at the message app icon that there is indeed a message there
I just
for
think
you.
it's kind of weird that the person on the sending end can determine if the person on the receiving end receives it, even if they don't want to.
Yeah, so that's to indicate, look, this is important. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if that person oversteps those bounds a few times, then you're obligated as a person who put this on Do Not Disturb, say, hey, when I have it on Do Not Disturb, if it's an unless it's an emergency, don't disturb me.
That's why my thing was, my invention, which they should adapt. You're listening, Apple? When you have your phone on vibrate and you lose it, you should be able to, from the Find My app thing, override
the
vibration and make it ring. You know, like give it a full ring.
Yeah, because that's happened
you-
so many times where, hey, can you call my phone because I lost it, and it's not ringing, you know, or the FaceTime is not ringing,
Right.
you know, so it's like it's pointless. I agree with you.
Do we have to fix everything?
Yes.
Yeah, we're working on it.
We're working on it.
One
We're gonna-
thing
we're
at
gonna
a
save
time.
the world.
The good news is we got our phones taken care of.
Yeah.
Our
Jesus.
phones.
Dear God, don't even get me started on that. All right, but our next guest is ready to go. So we're ready to talk to him. And he's on to promote a documentary. It's called The Diamond King. It's a really, really cool story. We fell in love with this guy, especially, we've seen him in many things like Civil Lengths Playbook and American Gangster, and there's a list, but Bad Monkey, he was just wonderful. in it.
Terrific.
And we want to welcome John Ortiz to the program this morning. Hey, John, good morning to you.
Good morning, fellas. How are you?
We're doing wonderful. And yourself, sir?
I'm doing great, even though I just woke up.
All right, we'll let that slide, and you'll be all good. Listen, the documentary, as I mentioned, is called The Diamond King, and it's specifically about Dick Perez, the official artist of the Baseball Hall of Fame. And once I started to take a look at the trailer for this, I immediately recognized the artwork. I'm like, oh, okay, this is what we're talking about. Very classic imagery of baseball greats that this artist created. And you are a lifelong baseball fan, right, John?
That's correct. I've been loving my Yankees since I was 5 years old.
Wow.
We're going to let that slide too.
Yeah.
This is not the Mets.
But when did you first notice the artistry of Mr. Perez and it spoke to you?
I actually, not until, even though I had some of his cards, some of your listeners might have them themselves. He's like one of the most produced artists in the history of art because he made these Diamond Kings for Flair, and they were like a special baseball card. So even though I had those cards, I didn't know who he was until they told me about him. And then I was like, oh my God, he's an amazing artist. I think I have some of his cards. He's Puerto Rican. He came to New York. He actually grew up in Philadelphia and went to college at the College of Arts there. And I was just like, I just need to be a part of this project.
Yeah, and in fact, a lot of his artwork did focus on the Phillies, and the Phillies at the Hall of Fame section of Citizens Bank Park. There are a number of his paintings represented.
Yeah.
So this definitely has local ties. This is iconic stuff. These paintings, and people are saying a documentary about paintings. Well, the history is super rich. The fandom is obviously passionate about it, but there are also cinematic techniques that are used to show the paintings. They're actually slightly animated in some cases, which kind of bring them to life.
Yeah, that's really cool. The director, Mark Evans, he has a real eye for animation and a passion for it. And when he told me about it, I was like, how are you going to make big cards and artwork come to life? And lo and behold, they come to life, but it's like really subtle and beautiful, and it's nuanced into the story. And what I love about it is the history of baseball is covered in it. But then you also have, so that's for the fan, but you also have like the story of this man who created all of these amazing artwork and his story with his mother, and also the love story with the love of his life, who he met at college in Philly, and they're still married. Lucy, who's also a character in the documentary.
It's so cool because, again, we are used to getting 4K resolution photographs and representations of games and reality and whatever we happen to be a fan of. We can call up on our phone, millions of pictures in high detail. To see moments interpreted through an artist's eyes. I'm a big horror movie fan, and there was a famous Monsters of Filmland magazine, and they would be these painted covers of Boris Karloff as Frankenstein, an artist named Basil Gogos, and I was a huge fan, got to meet him, and I lived and experienced my fandom through his eyes, through his artwork, and that's why this is so cool, because this gentleman has meant a lot to a lot of people who weren't aware he was affecting them.
That's right. That's right. Like, a lot of them didn't even know that he was responsible for this item that gave them so much joy until they were much older, because they were getting these cards as kids and they were just, in love with baseball and the cards, and you don't think twice about what you may have. And then 15, 20 years later, which is how the movie came about, he's with his son, and his son is looking through his cards, and he breaks out his old cards from old boxes. And his son starts asking him questions about these cards that look totally different. And he's like, oh, yeah. And he started doing a little digging about the artists, because when he collected them, he had no idea. And he was like, I think this will make a pretty cool movie. And he got in touch with Dick Perez, and the rest is history, as they say.
The Diamond King will be on video on demand starting tomorrow, and you're the narrator of it. John, since we only have you for a little while, we definitely have to ask a little bit about other things in your career. And we all fell in love with Bad Monkey. We were all here on the show watching it at the same time and coming in each day after watching an episode and talking about it. And one of the things we loved was how inviting, other than all the murder and stuff, that the Florida Keys looked. And how much fun was that to shoot around there and spend those days, lounging out? Well, I'm sure you weren't lounging the whole time, but you probably had an opportunity to enjoy the Keys.
I was lounging, but also sweating my
your ass off. Yeah.
We shot it in the middle of the summer. By the way, thanks so much. I like you do these things, and you have no idea if people are going to watch it.
Yeah.
There's so much content out there. So when you start hearing that people are actually liking it and watching it, it's like, oh man, it just made me feel so good.
Oh,
I had a blast doing it.
We love it. In fact, earlier this morning, I said I was going to mightily try to pump you for the secret of what is in the trunk of Vince Vaughn's car.
Yeah, at the end.
I tell you, but I'd have to, what to you. You might end up in the series, season 2.
Has season 2 been shot yet, or what is the status of that?
It hasn't been shot yet. It has been confirmed, and we're going to be in front of cameras in a couple of months.
Excellent. Just doing a brief check here. So I know we have a limited time. It blew my mind to learn, was in fact Carlito's Way your first movie? Was that your film debut?
That was my film debut, first one ever.
Al Pacino, Sean Penn,
John Leguizamo. That's your first acting job on screen.
Yeah. Viggo Mortensen.
Yeah.
Wow.
God, man.
I mean, that's heavy duty. You as a young actor, that must have been as stressful as the situation could be.
It was pretty stressful, but I tell you, I quickly wisened up and said, you know what, this is going to be the equivalent of at least 4 years of intense acting class.
Yes.
And that's what happened. Viggo Mortensen actually, I don't tell this story a lot, but he showed up at the first table read weeks before we started shooting in a wheelchair and did not get out of it. He remained in this wheelchair. He went around everywhere in this wheelchair, and I was like, wow, that's commitment.
Yes.
He seems like a method guy.
Kind of a method dude.
That's awesome. Well, listen, John, we know you got to run, but we'll remind everybody of The Diamond King. It's available video on demand. John is the narrator of the film, and it's got direct Philly ties, so check it out where you can find that on demand. It's called The Diamond King once again. And we'll be looking out for that next Bad Monkey season. So, John, thanks for coming on. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much, guys. I had a blast talking with you.
Excellent. Take care. John Ortiz on the show. He's great. He's great. I didn't know he was in Carlito's Way. I haven't seen the movie in years. That was a great movie.
He was in Carlito's Way. He was also Ronnie in Silver Linings Playbook. He was Pacino's friend. And he was also, have you seen American Fiction?
Dude.
American
I was thinking of
Fiction.
American Gangster because he's in that as well.
Yeah, but American Fiction, he is the book agent in
Jeffrey Wright.
Jeffrey Wright.
Yeah.
It is. I really
that's
love
right.
that movie.
I didn't put two and two together until just now, Steve. Yeah, he's really good in that.
What's it about?
He's a writer. Jeffrey Wright is a writer, and he has writes about his black experience, but he has to black it up. You know, he's not black enough to write a book that's going to sell well.
Yeah.
So in order to market it, he has to become quote unquote more black.
So all the white literary critics want the real experience because they think they understand it better. So he creates this persona that's not him to sell books, and it's very funny. And and there's a lot of heart to it as well.
Yeah,
interesting.
Yeah, I think it's on Amazon Prime. Anyway, it's streaming, Preston. You can see it.
Okay, cool. All right, well, listen, we are going to take a break. We've got money to give away, and it is with the Preston Steve 20 money. When we come back, we'll have your shot at that. And it's close to 8 o'clock so we can get it. Bizarre File stories are coming up, too. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
You know, for people to get in and sit down, and then you finish your meal, and then you just hang out. And
You don't have to be slamming everything. Finish it.
No, we're not trying. I'm not trying to rush you or anything like that. But like, if you know that there's a half hour, hour, this happens down the shore all the time, right?
So a lot of campers, as they would say.
Yeah, but also they don't accept reservations at a lot of places down the shore,
right?
And so there's a lot of waiting, a lot of waiting. So for me personally, I'm like, okay, let's get out of here. We can go sit on the front porch.
Right. All right, here's some other ones coming in. So somebody who's, I guess, works in a liquor store says people who go into the liquor store right when they open are called the Breakfast Club.
That's great.
You know what? What's another one? One of our favorite phrases forever has been an occupational phrase. The lot lizard.
Yep. I got a couple of texts about the lot lizard.
Yeah.
Somebody said in the auto industry, a BFH is short for Big F and Hammer. This is police officer says, okay, a badge bunny.
Oh, yeah.
Sleeps with officers?
Yeah, there's women, I'm sure men too, that dig a uniform, right?
Oh, yeah.
But a badge bunny, I haven't heard that one before.
Women who are turned on by police uniforms. Yeah.
Yep.
I might have been a badge bunny in my day.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah, you've admitted that. You like that.
Yeah.
All right, let me go to some calls. 215-263-WMMR. If you want to call in with your work speak, something we may not know. I'm going to go to Will. Hang on, I'll come back to that next.
Okay.
Hi, Will. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Thanks, bud. What's up, my man?
So I wanted to talk about the IBH teacher thing because I'm a music teacher in Montgomery County, and so a couple years ago I had a student. I teach orchestra, and you would never think this from orchestra kids, but it happened. A couple years ago, student came in, sat down, and he says, "I have a question. What do you think the worst note on the violin is? Which is the one that is the worst note?" And I said, without hesitation, it's the high F on the E string. I said, because when it's out of tune, it's horrible. It makes me cringe and all that. And without hesitation, and he actually dropped the F bomb, he goes, "So would you say it's effed up?" And The class starts laughing, and all I could do was turn around because I started laughing.
Oh,
because
no.
he got me. That's all, and I looked at the kid, and I said, "I'm supposed to be angry with you for dropping." I said, "But that's pretty. That's pretty funny."
That's IBH.
And cool. I mean, good for you for just kind of letting it slide. It was. I mean, it was like it wasn't kindergarten. They were.
Yep.
I just pulled the old major league. Great catch. Don't ever let that happen again.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
But you do it again, you're suspended.
Appreciate it, man. All right, so Nick has this one, and these are guys working on a construction site, and they call out, and I've mentioned something like this before. They'll yell out "caulk gun" when a sexy woman walks by.
Oh, okay.
So that's just a phrase. That's just code.
Yeah.
So my uncle was a chef, and it was like table 23.
Okay.
Was the code when a hot girl would come in. Table 23, because they didn't have a table 23.
Oh, okay.
So
Table 23.
And they would say that. And,
So if you're-
and they would look out into the restaurant.
This is another one along those lines. This is for restaurant industry.
Soup table 4, which means hot chick table 4.
Soup table. So you do these things.
Table.
This has replaced, of course, the much and rightfully maligned wolf whistle.
Right, exactly. And it's not for them to know. The wolf whistle would be whistling at the person and get a reaction. This is just amongst the workers just to take note.
A discreet assessment. So what is the what was your
like table 23?
Table 23.
There was whatever table didn't exist. It was like one number above the actual amount of tables they had there. And that would cause the cooking staff to all look up and see an attractive woman walking in. All right, let me go to Dan. Hey, Dan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, buddy. What's up, man?
Hey, so I worked on golf courses my whole life, and used to be a summertime disease called brown patch that would really destroy the grass. So we would have whenever there was a hot girl playing, we'd name it Pink Patch. So we'd all have radios. We say Pink Patch.
Pink Patch.
On number 2 fairway. You might want to go check it out.
Wow.
All right.
Well, look, this seems to be a common topic here.
Having a code.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pink patch.
All right. Thanks. And I wonder if ladies have that for a hot guy that walks in. If there's a code phrase that they will use as well. What does this one say?
Do they have one at Floral and Hardy, Kathy?
All right. Here's one in the military. Somebody who screws everyone over is known as a blue falcon in the military, which means buddy effer.
Oh.
So he screws your pal over. All right. We'll go over to Jen. Hi, Jen. Good morning. Hi, Jen. You're on the air. Good morning. Is your name Jen? Are you a special ed teacher?
This one is a little.
All right. This one is a little. Okay.
Yeah, you're reading the description there.
Okay, we're skipping that one?
Yeah, I would skip that one.
Oh, my God. Okay, yeah, we don't want to do that.
Maybe it was better.
Spanking it in school. I will go next to, let's see, I have Dan on the line. Hi, Dan. Good morning.
Dan R?
Yes. Dan R. What's up, buddy?
We have a whole list of terminology we use at work. And if you get a notch out of something, I'm a carpenter. It needs Ralph Macchio.
That's great.
Back to the sea hare thing. We had a guy on site that didn't realize it was a sea hare and thought it was a sea hare like the ocean. We laughed for like a day. And every time somebody needed a sea hare off, we'd all just start talking like pirates.
Well, Dan, you have a couple others that are listed up here. Give us some more in the Ralph Macchio vein.
If you got to move a little bit, it's a smidge Pinciotti. A little shout to that 70s show.
All right.
You got Flib Tyler, John Travolta. If you got a bolt.
Oh, my God.
Travolta.
I love John Travolta.
That is great. I love it.
Pack out. You need a pack out. It's a Manny Pacquiao. The list goes on.
It makes it fun. Yeah.
And do they come up, just off the cuff a lot of times?
Oh, all the time. All the time.
I love it. All right. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it, man.
You guys rock. Have a great day.
You too, man.
There's a lot of code for hot women walking into certain places.
Apparently.
All right. So here's one for this person works at Primo's Hoagies. It says, we used to say, can you check the chicken when a good-looking woman would walk in?
I wonder how many times people actually checked the chicken before they realized what was going on. There's no chicken.
Let's see. I will go to, let's go to Rob next. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Good morning, bitches.
Good morning, bitch. What's up, man?
Hey, so I do tree work. Just Rob from Bucks County, do tree work. And if, climbing the tree, if, you need to get out on the limb. So you got to walk away from the trunk. So you're tied in. You got to walk all the way out on the limb to prune something. But somebody's too scared to walk out on the limb or inexperienced. They stay really close to the trunk, and we call them a crotch cricket.
A crotch cricket.
So because the union of the branch that comes off of the tree is called a crotch.
Okay.
So we call it a crotch a lot of times.
Okay.
So if you're too scared, your knees are shaking, I don't have experience, I can't walk out the limb. It's like, get out on the limb, you crotch cricket.
I'd laugh so much, I think I would go out just because it was so pleasant. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Crotch cricket.
I love it. Thanks, Rob.
That's hilarious.
Come on, you crotch cricket, move it. All right, we need to go to Sharon because here's when a hot guy comes in. We have something at a restaurant. Hi, Sharon. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi, Sharon. Okay, what type of work do you do?
Well, this is when I was working at a deli, and me and my friends, when a hot guy would walk in, we would say, "That's a Bob."
That's a Bob.
And then one guy would come in all the time, and my girlfriend would say, "That's a Bob," and I would be like, "No, no way." Well, she ended up marrying him.
Wow.
And she always said, "I never had to worry about you, like you're my husband, because you didn't like him from the beginning."
That's fun. Yeah.
That's a Bob.
And it's
Yep,
it's
that's
fun
a
having
Bob.
that second language. I'm sure you share a language with your wife, Preston,
Oh, yeah,
correct?
yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm. I'm trying
It's
to.
the same thing.
And I can't think of any terminology right now, but we definitely have some things that we will say that are, some sort of code speak.
We back in my pot smoking days, and my kids are listening. Whatever. I don't smoke pot anymore. We would
Just to be clear.
but when we were like on the phone, we'd be like, "Yo, is Bob coming over?" And Bob was the hey, you hanging out with Bob tonight? Yo, are you bringing Bob with you?
Oh,
yeah.
So, but pot you probably shouldn't smoke, right?
Yeah.
The more you know. The more you know.
See, I stepped in with that PSA.
But
there.
dude, I did have a friend who was like totally not even discreet about it. He'd be like, because you would just try and use it and hey, is Bob coming over? Hey, bring Bob with you. Like, hey. But he'd be like, hey, is Bob going to be
you're
there?
making it sound suspicious anyway.
And when I say Bob, I mean pod.
Yeah.
If you're young, best to stay away from that stuff.
I was an adult.
All right, here's Teg says, at summer camp, we'd call hot sisters or moms Stanley, and hot brothers or dads were Stacy's.
Wow, that's complex.
Yeah, it says, yo, did you see that Stanley at archery as an example? So I think, wouldn't it be the other way around? The hot
Yeah, maybe they meant.
moms and sisters
they were
would be
being-
Stacy's.
Maybe they're being sneaky.
Or maybe they were being sneaky. Yeah.
Do you know what's funny? And it hasn't aged well, Preston. In the movie Clueless, they refer to hot guys as a Baldwin.
A Baldwin.
And right now, that would not really hold up.
Here's another one that says, we work with cars. There's a viral TikTok of workers making monkey noises when management is coming.
That's not discreet.
We work with cars. Explorers are exploders. Toyotas are Toy Yoda. Well, it's the same. Tacomas are tacos, and Ford Escapes are escapee. Dory from Finding Nemo. Okay, so they use little phrases for different products. I'm going to go to Matt. We're talking about at work jargon. Yo, Matt. Good morning.
9 times.
9 times.
Yes.
9 times?
9
Wow.
times. 9 times. 9 times.
Matt, what's up, man?
All right, so I'm a union electrician, right? And when we're on a job, if we got a foreman that'll spend like every second of every work day just staring at you while we work, we call him a bird dog.
A bird dog.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yep. And would a bird dog know what that means, or is that just your group of guys' language?
Oh, no, they know what it means.
They know what it means. All right,
They
gotcha.
absolutely know.
It's a standard industry term. All right, thanks, Matt.
Matter of fact, a lot of us have stickers on our hard hats that have like a pointer hound with the circle and the line through it.
With a line.
No
through
bird
it.
dogs.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. Let me go over to I don't know who this is. Hi, you're on the air. I have no name for you. You work in a restaurant? Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, that's you. Hi, what is your
I'm sorry, I said Amanda, but it's fine.
There we go.
Yeah, so I used to work in a restaurant, as most young kids did before my big girl job, and we used to track mullets that walked in.
Okay, and how would you indicate that?
So if you make like an L with your hand, an upside down L was a man mullet, because it's got your fingers pointing down like the back of the mullet.
Right.
But a regular L was a lady mullet.
Okay.
And so we would put it up on our chest and say 23. And you'd walk by and be like, oh, that's a good, so.
Bizarre Foul case, and then we'll get to 20 money. Your opportunity to win, of course, $1,000 our second time today. But here we'll go first.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Adam Home Services. Get a $59 AC tune-up guaranteed to keep your system running or your money back. And you can call the pros at AdamHomeservices.com. Well, we'll start with this story of a man who was left thanking his doctors after they successfully removed a flashing kid's toy from inside his anus.
Oh my God.
Why was his kid playing with that toy in his ass?
He went to the hospital complaining of severe pain in his backside and admitted that a foreign body was stuck up there, later revealed to be a 6.5 centimeter diameter ball. The ball was a transparent sphere with two cartoon faces on either side. It also contained smaller ball bearings and a red liquid.
I've never seen Mickey look so sad.
An examination revealed that the ball was stuck in the man's rectum around 7 centimeters away from his anus.
Oh, here it is. You have a ball up your ass.
The unnamed man, who was 62 years old, was given a minor colonoscopy.
Could you just euthanize me?
Which found a higher than normal blood flow in the area, as well as swelling of the mucous membrane.
Dear God.
Doctors also found some bleeding inside where the ball was rubbing the flesh. To get the ball out, surgeons came up with an ingenious plan to make their lives as easy as possible. They placed the man under general anesthetic and then used a scalpel to pierce the elastic ball. All of the liquid inside of the ball drained out while the ball's overall size was reduced as air rushed out.
That's inventive.
It was then successfully removed using forceps and a foreign body clamp through the man's rectum.
This thing we're looking at a picture of it. It's pretty sizable.
In the aftermath of the procedure, another colonoscopy showed minor erosive bleeding, but the active bleeding had completely stopped. There was no perforation to either the anus or the intestine. The removal of the children's flashing ball was claimed a successful example of a minimally invasive procedure.
To each his own, but I would find, to me, that would seem uncomfortable.
In Florida, a U.S. Postal Service worker was arrested earlier this month in Melbourne after she drank alcohol at a house party on her route and was later caught driving the wrong way in traffic. Caitlin Dye was arrested on a DUI charge. Police were notified that a mail truck was driving the opposite travel lane on a road and that the driver was throwing plastic cups out of the vehicle. When officers arrived, they saw the mail truck driving west before making a U-turn to head east. Police said that the truck swerved in and out of its lane and traveled in the opposite lane as well.
Is it possible she and her twin sister were eluding a gunman?
Maybe they had to run.
He's got a gun.
Officers pulled over the mail truck and said Dye appeared confused and disoriented. By the way, this is in Melbourne, Florida.
Oh.
The officers conducted field sobriety exercises and said that her results were indicative of someone under the influence. Police questioned Dye, who said she was delivering to a home when she was invited inside for a party.
Oh,
Dye told police she drank 2 shots of vodka before she was pulled over. The officer asked why she was swerving in and out of traffic, and she said it was because she had fallen asleep while driving. They also asked about her cup thrown out of the vehicle, and she said that was just water she used to swish in her mouth to not smell like alcohol.
Very considerate.
Police said they also spoke with witnesses who called in the incident, and they reported seeing the mail truck on US 1 where she almost struck multiple vehicles as the truck swerved on the roadway. She was booked into the county jail after that.
To be honest, it's amazing she didn't hit any of the vehicles.
Absolutely.
That alone is an achievement.
A naked man arrested on suspicion of breaking into a school in Soka City, Japan on Monday night is also suspected of being involved in a number of traffic accidents in which one person was killed and 6 people injured. Yeah, police said that the suspect had been identified as Daisuke Nishimura. And police told, a news conference that they are investigating his involvement in a fatal hit and run, theft of a taxi, and 3 additional incidents that occurred before he broke into the school. According to police, there were multiple reports of a completely naked man with tattoos stealing a vehicle and causing a hit and run incident on which a man in a motorcycle was killed. It was around 9 p.m. He had reportedly stolen a taxi. The male driver had 2 passengers in the back seat. When the taxi stopped at an intersection, Nishimura dragged the driver out of the vehicle while yelling, "I'll kill you."
I'll kill you.
And assaulted him, then stole the taxi with the passenger still inside.
Where you going?
He crashed outside of the school. Nishimura, still naked, entered the school. When a school official called him out, he punched him on the right side of his head without saying a word. Police were called back and took him into custody. Police said that he was neither confirmed nor denied the allegations, and quoted him as saying, "It would be bad if I told you that." All kinds of people all around the world.
There is this thing about like fighting or freaking out that more so than ever where people go to nudity as the end result. I'm going to get naked now.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the clothes at some point when you're in a stupor like that, or they feel restricted, restricting or something like that, I've heard. So who knows? All right, we have to wrap up the Bizarre File because it's a little after 10 and it's time.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
What the f***?
It's time for a Preston and Steve 20 Money Keyword.
I love these clips they've been playing of those. All right, the keyword is record or record. They're both spelled the same way. RECORD. And you have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter it. You can do it through the MMR app or at WMMR.com. You can also text it to our special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in this company-wide contest, and each MMR winner gets a pair of MMRBQ tickets as well. Winners will get a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. There are contest rules available at WMMR.com. And the whole thing is sponsored by United Tire and Service. So I'll give you that word again. It's record, RECORD. So enter that right now. That is if you want to win $1,000. I mean, come on, man. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a second. We'll get our lesson question. We'll get some trash. We'll get some music news. We made an announcement about the MMRBQ Preston and Steve Show side stage earlier this morning. I'll reiterate that if you haven't heard it yet. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
It was like
so. To explain what you're talking about, if you were to do like a hand pistol and point the barrel to the ground, that would be a man mullet.
That's a man mullet.
Okay,
I love it. And then the number
like,
was
almost like a loser symbol.
Right.
Gotcha.
And so you would do that and then give a number, and would that coincide with a table?
With the table.
There you go. I love that. I love that. Thank you, Amanda.
And frankly, I'm always happy not knowing. Obviously, this is being carried on away from your knowledge, and that's probably best.
Okay, let me go to Michelle. Hi, Michelle. Good morning. Gadzooks, Michelle.
I worked overnight at a CVS, and my supervisor and I, we would, I'd be in the front and he'd be in the back, and I would announce a code Q when a hot guy came in, and we would have a game. He would have to go around the store and find who I was talking about. Find the code Q.
Oh, that's great.
Especially in overnight.
So you would do that on the intercom in the store?
Yeah.
That's great.
My supervisor was, gay, and he was always looking for people, and I would just announce, code Q, that was for cutie, and he would have to walk around and find who I was talking about.
Love it.
That's excellent. I love it. That's great. All right, thank you, Michelle. All right, Casey, which line?
2, David.
All right, let me go to him. Hi, David, good morning.
Good morning, folks.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I'm a juvenile probation officer, and I work in the house arrest with the devices on the ankles.
Okay.
And we get a lot of recidivists. That's the terminology. But usually they like you, and they're being very friendly because they like that somebody's treating them with respect and talking to them and paying attention.
Right.
Or they really hate you and they're angry at you. So we'll call them your boyfriend or your girlfriend or your son or your daughter. Like if it's a female probation officer going out there, oh, your boyfriend's here. Repeat offender.
That's
They keep coming back.
Okay.
That's the standard. Yeah,
So
I've
boyfriend
actually
or
heard that.
girlfriend would be a term for a repeat offender. I gotcha. Makes sense. Nice. All right. Thanks, David. Appreciate it. Let's go to Kenny. Hey, Kenny. Good morning. That's what we do when an attractive person comes into the office.
We're really discreet.
Yeah, very
about
discreet
it.
about it. What's up, Kenny?
How's everybody? Yeah,
Good.
I used to work at a big logistics plant, warehouse type of deal. It was a 100,000 square foot building.
Wow.
And a lot of guys working, packing boxes. And the bosses were tough. They wanted to make sure you're working 1,000,000 miles a minute. And they would walk around at each department. And we had a code. It was 10, like the number 10 when they were coming.
All right.
And we were getting close because the head manager was a tall, slender guy. And the owner was a short, fat guy. So next to each other, they looked like the number 10. So that was our code.
That's excellent.
That's excellent, yes.
Oh, my God.
It's like hot dog and hamburger, right?
Totally. And you call it out, and they would know they'd be on the way. Nice. All right. How about military jargon? We're going to go to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy.
I'm listener, first-time caller.
Excellent. Appreciate it, man. All right. You were military, Jeremy?
Yeah, so I was in the military for 6 years, and whenever we did guard duty, we would, somebody who just didn't have any of their stuff together, we'd be like, oh, that's an ID 10 Tango right there.
ID 10 Tango, and what does that mean?
So that's idiots in the phonetical alphabet.
Yeah, because when you write it out.
Yeah, ID 10 Tango.
Yeah, I got it.
I think I might use that one.
That's great. Sounds so official.
Yeah.
ID 10 Tango. Nice. All right. Thanks,
That's
Jeremy.
great.
Appreciate it, man. Let's go over here to Justin. Hi, Justin. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right. So we're talking about at work speak jargon, and what would you guys use, and what did you do?
Well, basically, whenever any good-looking girl or whatever came in, we'd say, so-and-so, whatever the name is that was working next to me.
Yep.
We'd say line 6.
Line 6.
Line 6.
We didn't have a line 6 on the phone or anything, so we kind of knew, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, so and where was this you were working, Justin?
I'm
What
an
type
auto
of work?
technician. Auto technician.
Auto
An
technician?
auto
Okay,
technician.
all right, I got you.
So,
Yep.
So line 6, and that was the phrase, and everybody knew it.
Yes, sir.
That seems to generate, obviously, identifying attractive people is definitely a large part of code speak.
Yep. We'll go over to Don next. Hey, Don, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, so I used to work at Victoria's Secret, and around the holiday time, we would have a lot of people trying to steal stuff. So the code word, if someone was trying to steal something, was, I think we got a Susie.
A Susie.
A Susie. Now, what was that based on? Just a random selection of a name, or does it have any meaning beyond that?
Just a Susie is just like someone that's probably going to steal something. Like around the holiday time, it's really big. Like a lot of people like steal the perfumes and bras. I don't know.
You're right. So in malls, if you ever had a mall job or a store job, where there's a lot of inventory, a lot of people coming in and out, there are a lot of code words for people they believe are shoplifting. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yep, I like Susie. Thank you very much. Let me get one more. This is Dave. This should be interesting. Hey, Dave.
I want to take his out back and punch his. All of his. Right now, I'll take his physically.
That's very well done.
Get away from me.
So, I used to work at a theme park, Sesame Place in the area.
All right.
And I was in the parks department where we would clean up all the spills, and bathroom accidents. Well, any incident that had a correlation to one of the characters, we use that color. So if there was a blood incident, you have a code Elmo.
Oh, my God.
If there was a pee incident, it'd be a code Big Bird. And the greatest one that I still use to this day is if there was a brown incident, it would be called a code snuffy.
The Snuffy.
Snuffleupagus.
Was this like all the employees knew this, or this was just you and the guys you worked with?
This was the actual codes that would go over the radio.
Oh my God, that's really funny.
My Aunt Chris, who works at a hospital in the area, actually found them so hilarious that she took the codes into her hospital, and her staff now use those throughout the hospital.
So P, Big
Chris, I love you very much.
P is Big Bird, Blood is Elmo, and Snuffleupagus is poop crap. Yeah.
I love
and
that,
if there was
Dave.
a Throw up would be Oscar.
Oscar, I knew it. Yep. Well done. Excellent.
Oh,
All
it's
right,
so
thanks,
magical
Dave.
here. They keep making announcements.
By myself, I'll take you physically.
I got to go to this one. Okay, so I don't know what Ben did, where he worked, but this is interesting. Hey, Ben, good morning. Hi, Ben. You're on the air, bud. Is your name Ben?
I'm Tim.
Ken. It's Ken.
Oh.
Tim.
Or Tim?
Tim.
All right, Tim. All right, so what kind of work did you do, Tim?
So I had a construction company, and it's a small company. It's me and two guys, and we were working on this house on a park. And there's tons of women walking by. So if a woman walked by and had big breasts, we're always playing the radio. So we'll put on, play the John Mellencamp song.
Okay. Melons.
And if a woman with a large butt will yell out, Wayne Gretzky, because he's number 99. 99 can look like a nice butt with two legs.
See, it's
Wayne.
It's thought out there.
Yep.
Mellencamp and Wayne Gretzky. It makes sense.
All right, thanks, Tim. I appreciate it. All right, so if you're in an establishment and you're a customer and you hear something that doesn't make any sense at all to you,
right?
They might be talking about you for all you know. You never know. There's a secret language. All right, thank you for sharing, gang. We appreciate that. All the calls, all the texts, but we got to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We have Bizarre File stories, and after that, we have Impact Wrestlers stopping in. We have Ali Sheedy on the show as well. Hang in there. Be back shortly.
Preston and Steve.
Rochelle, my wife, watches shows that I don't watch. She watches like 90 Day Fiance and Love is Blind and things like this. So she started watching this show over the weekend on Netflix, and it's called The Circle. And apparently it's been out. It's had several seasons. It's the third season. And in the first season, there's a couple people. There's a dude from Conchi.
Oh, yeah.
That's on the show.
Really?
Yeah. A guy from Conchi and his mom. And
yes.
I ran into his mom a couple of times. I believe she's a realtor in...
she's a character.
In Conshohocken. Yes, and she was also a character when I saw her in person. But she listens to the show, and she was like... Yes.
And there's a gal from Delco on it.
What's the premise of the show?
She went to Cabrini. Okay, so it's... They put these people in this... I don't know, apartments or whatever. They give them a place to stay. Everybody's sequestered. They're on their own. You have no outside sources. You don't have a phone or anything like that, okay? And you communicate via text only. There's like a message board of sorts.
Okay, so you never see each other.
You never see each other. You have a picture of you, or you might be catfishing. You might be pretending to be someone else.
All right.
Now, listen, I don't watch this, so I've been told that this is how the show goes. So anyhow, they all communicate via text or sending messages back and forth to each other. I don't know what the nature of these conversations are or how they get started, but nonetheless, there's a voting system. The people that are considered, you get to vote for other people who you think is your favorite, I guess, or something like that. And whoever the top two that get the most votes are then able to vote people out. But they keep rotating. Like if they vote you out, then they bring new people in.
Hence the circle.
And the circle, and it keeps going. I don't know what the point of the show is. I don't know if there's a prize. All I know is that my wife and daughter are now on board, and I hear them laughing hysterically while they're watching the show, and they're talking about so-and-so and this person and that person and doing this and this, and they find it hilarious. But the dude from Conchi, his accent is so Delco.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh my God. It is. Yeah, it's definitely all over it. And the girl is also, who's from Delaware County. I just know sketches of information, but I thought it was pretty funny when the guy, I did see his indoctrination into the show, and he's like, yeah, from Conshohocken. I'm like, did he just say Conshohocken? Like, when do you ever hear the town of Conshohocken mentioned on a syndicated television show?
Isn't it hilarious, though, how giddy you get? Like, if in a show, listen, with all this going on in the world, if I see something I recognize, like our skyline in a movie,
I know, totally.
And it's just something that you can't help it. So when you hear a contestant, I don't care how bad the show is, and we're looking at the trailer for the show, and it looks pretty bad. But, hey, it's cool.
I can't help but think, though, people who know nothing about this area who actually just hear the word Conshohocken and say, what in the hell is that?
Well, I told you I've bemoaned the fact for years that anytime someone is from Long Island, New York, which is where I spent most of my earlier formative years, they're a raving moron. And that's the way it's constantly the way it is. Yeah, this kind of guy. And so there's a lot more people on Long Island, but that's the impression you would get all the time.
Song, Another Celebration at the End of the World. That is from Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen's band. We have not only an exciting show to expect from that band at the MM Barbecue, but we also have a very exclusive thing that is taking place on the Monday after the MM Barbecue. On May 12th at the Foundry, there is a Pierre Presents with Mammoth WVH. The band will be fully plugged in. It's not a little acoustic thing. Acoustic things are fun. They're great, and I love going to those. But this is going to have a little bit more octane to it, a little bit more power. And you can only get tickets to this show by listening to Pierre's time slot. And I say time slot because he's not here this week, but Sarah Parker will be along shortly, and she's going to have your chance to win 4 packs of tickets to go to this exclusively. It's the only way to get them. Although you can go to WMMR.com. There is another chance to win over that way as well. But it's very cool that he's agreed to do this. We're looking forward to it. All right, lesson question time. Now, heads up. If you think you're going to participate in the lesson question, go ahead right now and text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333. That way we'll send you the link to join us. And if you do know the answer, you can just click on that link and then pop you up and see if you happen to know the answer to this question. Let's go with this one. In his version of a perfect day, what is Steve always writing on his perfect day? All right, let's see if you know that. Like I said, text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333, and we'll see if you can get through and take a shot at it.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, Steve, what's up this morning?
Well, Sydney Sweeney and ex-fiancé Jonathan Davino were recently spotted out together in Florida. Now, sources are saying the two are not back together and that it was simply Davino's weekend to spend time with her breasts. Denzel Washington defending the $900 tickets for his Broadway run in Othello, saying there are cheaper seats available. Denzel says some of those seats are even in the theater.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Dancing with the Stars pro Gleb Shevchenko telling E! that his tumultuous split from Brooks Nader has left his reputation in tatters. Friends are reporting that the normally glib is glum. Hollywood Trash.
That's my favorite thing you've said today, Steve. All right, we're looking for the answer, and we got to wait to get people online. No, okay, so to keep things as are, we're going to get into music news. But the question again for Steve, when it came to his dentistry, and that's the other question I could have gone with. In his version of a perfect day, what is Steve always writing? Let us know, and we'll do music news.
Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. All right, I have a few things to mention. We'll start with the American Music Awards. Nominees are in. Kendrick Lamar leads the pack with a whopping 10 nominations, including Artist of the Year, Album of the Year, and Song of the Year. Post Malone follows with 8 nominations, including Artist of the Year, Album of the Year, and Song of the Year. Well, I believe so. Actually, I read that line twice. Billie Eilish, Chappell Roan, and Shabuzi are tied for third with 7 nods each.
That's a name that I think the late, great Paul Lynde would say nicely.
Shabuzi. Taylor Swift has 6 nominations and could extend her lead as the artist with the most wins in American Music Awards history, as she already has 40 of them. The American Music Awards set to air live from Las Vegas. It'll be at 8 o'clock on CBS Monday, May 26th. It will be hosted by Jennifer Lopez, who will also
Kathy.
perform at the event.
J-Lo.
The show is described as the world's largest fan-voted award show, and voting is open now in all award categories on the American Music Awards voting website until Thursday, the 15th of May, except for the Collaboration of the Year and Social Song of the Year. Voting for those categories will stay open through the first 30 minutes of the event's broadcast. I wonder what the social song of the year is.
Something that is perhaps like an activist sort of.
I was thinking something on social media.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like TikTok. Maybe Hot to Go. That's a Chaperone song that was
Maybe
huge
the
last
Texas
year.
song, the
yeah.
Beyonce, the Bay Once Texas song.
What about the Mother song we've been playing?
Oh, yeah, sure. That's
definitely.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Or maybe, Casey, maybe you're right that.
Tell your children not to walk my way. Tell your children not to hear my
I thought maybe that it would be a song that originated on social media, but it makes more sense that it is used more on social media, that would be the award.
And without even looking at what the nominees were, the song that I had mentioned, Hot to Go, is up there. It's one of the nominees.
To me, it's kind of funny because there are already songs in the running and out in the musical sphere, so it's just the way it's being purposed.
Yeah.
And that deserves an award?
It's funny because the Hot to Go song, I had actually heard the, they were like
Safe Flight Repair?
No, like covers of it, but like the guy Chase U, he's a food what do you call it, influencer, and so, but he did like a Wawa like hot dog song, or and
have you guys heard Eddie Vedder cover Hot to Go?
No.
Yeah, he did it with his daughter, and there's not a joke. He was on stage, he was doing a solo show, and did that song for a little bit.
Don't we have a clip of that right now?
Come on, that's so good. You had it.
Oh, is that he's that's how it's done?
That's
I've heard that. Okay.
Yeah, that's Hot to Go.
H-O-T-T-O-G-O.
Yeah. La 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 la.
It's super catchy.
It's stupid catchy.
Yeah.
Like you hear it and you're like, oh no.
I'm my earworm curse, Nick, is Mother. I can't get the goddamn song out of my head.
All right. Speaking of earworms, one was sent to me yesterday, and I want to share it with you guys. I'll send it to. It's Japanese pop rock, and I'm gonna. If we have time, we can play it today. But I'll send it to you.
Is it
guys.
Three Girls by any chance?
Yes,
dude. I actually played that for Preston a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
I'm like, I don't know what
Send
these
it
guys
over.
are
I wanna
singing.
hear it.
It might be the same one.
Yeah, it's
Well.
Yeah, Marissa's sending it to her.
Okay.
So we can get the actual rundown of it. All right, stop that right now. Stop, please.
Yeah, or else
please.
Play me some K-pop.
All right.
BTS.
There's a show coming to town. Bryan Adams is hitting the road this fall with his massive Roll with the Punches North American 2025 tour, his biggest tour in years. And he will be joined by special guests Pat Benatar and Neil Giraldo. So they are opening up for Bryan for all of the U.S. dates. It's a 40-date arena run, and it includes a stop at Wells Fargo Center here in Philadelphia.
God, I'd love to get Neil Giraldo and
Pat
Benatar on together, yeah.
I'd like to get Bryan Adams on, too, man. So this is going to be October 29th, and Adams said, I am so thrilled to be announcing the North American leg of the Roll with the Punches tour. He said we'll be playing all the classics, some deep cuts, and sharing some brand new tracks from the forthcoming album. This is my Bryan Adams jam. Cuts Like a Knife. This is his first hit, and I remember...
That's mine, too.
First time I caught it, I was like, this is a good song, man.
And then the ballad.
There's actually a great guitar solo in this, too.
Remember this was in an empty pool, the video?
Yeah. The band was set up in an empty swimming pool. That's right.
Thinking about all the young you.
Yeah, Heaven?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great song. So, general on sale for all dates is Friday, May 2nd at 10 a.m. So that'll be a really cool one.
He looks like him now. I was seeing somebody, Preston, someone of the 80s. Maybe it's Right Said Fred or the lead singer or somebody. The guy's like 300 pounds. It just doesn't have the same vibe.
Yeah. Apparently, Jackie Bam Bam has those tickets in his prize coffin.
Ah, wonderful.
Oh!
C as in coffin. Oh.
We love him. He's the best.
So much.
Riot Fest is celebrating its 20th anniversary with a massive lineup in Chicago's Douglas Park from September 19th to the 21st. Headliners include Blink-182 on Friday, Weezer and Jack White on Saturday, and Green Day closing out the festival on Sunday. This is some big-ass names.
That is a big one, yeah.
The 3-day event will feature over 90 acts spanning punk, alternative, emo, and indie rock. Notable performers include the Sex Pistols with Frank Carter, Steve Jones, Paul Cook, and Glenn Matlock. Idols, Rilo Kiley, the Beach Boys, Weird Al Yankovic, Jawbreaker, Bad Religion, Alkaline Trio, the All-Time Low, Dropkick Murphys, the Pogues, the Hold Steady, the Wonder Years, and Sparks. 3-day general admission tickets start at right at about $300 with VIP packages available.
So this iteration of the Sex Pistols has been whittled down, but it does include Josh Groban?
Yes.
Does it really? I didn't know that.
Well,
Shut the up.
Someday we have to have him.
Oh, that's Mark Summers at the end, right?
Yes.
You guys see the picture of Mark Summers with David Letterman?
No.
Okay. I just thought I'd bring it up.
Why? What's interesting about it?
It's he just posted it, and I was distracted for a moment, and so my ADD kicked in. And but he posted it last night, and I really don't know what the context is. And
this is pre-fornication.
Excuse me?
No.
It's current David Letterman, though.
Yes.
I thought maybe it was a throwback.
No. It was
picture.
last night, and
All right.
I just was taken aback by it, and I love both of those men dearly, although I've never met Dave.
Wow. All right, cool. So, Fire Festival. I haven't really touched on much of this stuff.
Because it's a laughing stock.
Well, it's stupid, yeah. So creator Billy McFarland announced that he's selling his festival to start a new chapter.
Do you know what was a more viable business venture? Crab food. And then you get this.
That's just for us.
Yeah.
McFarland posted a lengthy statement on Instagram detailing what the future of the festival will look like. And so he said that he spent the past couple of years pouring everything into bringing Fire back with honesty, transparency, relentless effort, and creativity.
You can't bring back something that never was.
He wrote that the festival has worked on rebuilding trust with the community after the disastrous event in 2017. He wrote that the brand is bigger than any one person and bigger than what I'm able to lead on my own. He called Fire Festival one of the most powerful attention engines in the world, and said he decided the best way to save it moving forward is to sell the brand as a whole. Oh, my God.
Yeah. Watch.
That's not damaged goods,
No.
please. So the trademark will include the trademarks, IP, digital assets, media reach, and cultural capital.
That's Swamp Ass?
No, I was just scratching my lower back, dude.
What's the asking price here?
So it doesn't really say what the whole thing is being sold for, Case.
$1 trillion.
But the announcement comes just months before Fire Festival 2 was set to take place in, is it Isla or Isla Mujeres?
Isla Mujeres.
Isla Mujeres.
Yeah, the island of the women off of Cancun.
Okay.
CNS Esta Niña?
That's Isla Bonita.
Isla Bonita.
Yes.
So anyway, the location later switched to Playa del Carmen.
Okay.
Want to riff on that?
Carmen Miranda.
Okay, Carmen Miranda.
Safe flight repair.
Where in the world is that? Thank you.
Tickets to the event were being sold for $1,400 for one person, not including accommodations or travel, to $1.1 million, which organizers claim covered 8 people.
8 people.
Yeah. However, on April 2nd, Mexican officials said after a thorough review, there is no record or planning for any such event in the municipality. So he's an idiot, and he's, he's trying to make
jail
a buck
for
somewhere.
this.
Steve, to echo your point, Billy himself only has 40,000 followers, has fewer than 40,000 followers on Instagram.
Really?
Yeah, and then, our show has over 100,000. But the Fire Festival itself, which I thought perhaps might have some, they have only 91,000 followers on Instagram because there's nothing to follow.
There's nothing to follow.
Yeah.
There's
nothing occurred.
There's no
Nothing on here.
Yeah,
There's nothing on here.
It's like you would not consider, besides that iceberg incident, the Titanic had a successful maiden
Right,
voyage.
yeah.
No, but this is like the NFT version of concerts or something. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like,
Yeah,
it
it doesn't exist.
Yeah. All right. It does exist? The Barbecue.
Yeah.
And I have a few different things to mention about this. Number one, tomorrow the voting starts for live band karaoke on the Preston and Steve Show side stage. Sidearm is our live band. we have our potential singers. We're going to choose 10 of them. Each one of them gets a 4-pack of MMRBQ tickets. You have to vote for them. It starts tomorrow, and you go to WMMR.com for the details on that. Now, speaking of the Preston and Steve Show side stage, for the first time in MMRBQ history, a band will play both the main stage inside of Freedom Mortgage Pavilion and then again on the Preston and Steve Show side stage. So we made the announcement earlier this morning that South Jersey's own Fat Mez will be opening the show at 1 p.m. on the main stage, and then later on that afternoon, we'll be headlining the Preston and Steve Show side stage.
I love that we're doing this.
Yeah. So they're psyched, believe it or not, to be playing 2 different sets, and they're going to make them both unique sets. So what you see on that main stage is not what you're going to see on the side stage.
Well, also, listen, you know, if you want to talk about access and closeness if you're a real fan, you know, you're going to be right up close on the side stage.
Yep. So, and also there's a DJ set from Jackie Bam Bam. Of course,
Yes.
we're going to do 2 sets of the live band karaoke and Fat Mez as well. So we're excited about that. And then one last thing about MMRBQ, there are a couple of ticket raids coming up this weekend. We have Steve at the Boozy Mutt. That's
Can't
located at 2639 Poplar Street in Philly. And you'll be there from 5 to 7.
Yes. And again, as I said before, if you check out the website, apparently it's like a dog cafe, and you can show up and you don't have to have a dog. You can go. I'm looking forward to just hang out with the dogs and you, and loads of tickets to give away.
And then on Sunday, the MM Army will be at Rita's in Rockledge, and that will be from 1 to 3, and that is 136 Huntington Pike. So make sure you stop by, because every 15 minutes at both of these locations, MMRBQ tickets will be handed out. It is by far the best opportunity for you to win tickets. So make sure you stop by. Oh, and then I'll mention this one more time for Chuck. He wanted me to mention the 11th annual ATCO Battles Alzheimer's event is taking place this Sunday at Paradise Lakes in Hampton, New Jersey, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's live music all day long. 7 bands, including the Giuliano Brothers, Sunset Strip, Hickstown Road, 99 Reasons, Cat 5, Stealing Savannah, and the Blitz. Games, music, food, amazing auction items, and more, and it benefits those affected by Alzheimer's. Tickets are just $25, and you can get the information at atcobattlesalz.com. All right, we're going to play this song, right?
Okay, yes. So we have that, and then we also got to get a winner for our lesson question.
Oh,
What do you
yes,
wanna do
yes.
first?
Oh, my God, I totally forgot about that. Let's get our winner first.
Okay.
In fact, I threw the question away. I thought we were done with it. No, it's right here. It's right here.
There it is.
All right. So our lesson question, in his version of A Perfect Day, Steve is always writing his what. And I believe we got Tom. We're going to go to. Hey, Tom, how you doing?
What's up, Preston?
Yo, buddy. Nice to have you on. You at work right now?
Yes, sir.
I want to drive that thing that you have behind you. What is that?
That's awesome. It's do fertilizer and weed control. It's like a little 4-wheeler I whip around on people's property.
Dude, that's awesome.
Weed.
Yeah.
I love my job.
Good for you. All right, Tom, what is Steve always writing?
Manifesto.
His manifestos. Absolutely correct. Yeah. All right, you hang tight, Tom. We'll get you info. We're going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets to join Casey Boyd to see an advanced screening of Thunderbolts. It's coming up April 30th at 7 o'clock. Regal in King of Prussia. And it's brought to you by Marvel Studios Thunderbolts. They're not super. They're not heroes. And they're not giving up. Only in theaters May 2nd. You can get your tickets now. All right, so this is an earworm song we're going to play?
Yes, and I believe this is the version where a DJ named Robert Miley is listening along to it, and he's having fun, unless Marissa sent over the original. The original? Okay, then never mind.
All right, this is the original. All right, so real hooky song. Here we go. I love that.
I know. All right, so my version is...
No idea what they're saying. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, what language is that in?
Japanese.
That is Japanese?
Yeah.
Is there a chorus?
It doesn't even sound like Japanese. She's got such a smooth,
delivery,
tone and delivery that it's hard to pick up on what language that actually is.
Yeah, and so Nick, the version I have is different. It's more. This is like a live version, but again, no. It says understanding 0, vibing 100, and absolutely, this is an absolute vibe. Here it is.
ごめん生卵なんもないからお店に買いに行こう赤パジャマ黄パジャマ茶パジャマぐちゃぐちゃなまま置かれててめっちゃ邪魔カエルぴょこぴょこみぴょこぴょこ買えば増えて今や15ぴょこぴょこ祝新春ジャズシャンソンショーまず3周回って優秀賞
By the way, these girls look like teenagers.
Yeah.
We're looking at the video of them. They're really cute, and they're playing the instruments.
That's
which is
cool.
So they're a full-on band. I love that.
Yeah.
And
What's the name of it?
We have it right here. The name of the band is Haku, Haku, and that
Stands
is
for Yoga Flame.
cover of, I think the name of the song is Mono No Aware.
Oh, okay.
I don't know where.
Mono No Aware.
All right. Well, thanks for playing it for us.
Yeah. Here we go.
Appreciate that. All right. We're going to take a quick break. We will come back. We'll get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. And Sarah Parker is in for Pierre. We'll wrap up the program in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The guy's name is Ed. Somebody's texting in about him, and he was on The Challenge, I guess, which was on MTV.
It used to be the Road Rules versus Real World Challenge, and now it's just called The Challenge.
Oh, really?
So does this have a vibe like that, like an MTV Real World?
Not. I didn't get Real World from
Well,
it.
you're not
but
watching it.
But it's definitely got that MTV sensibility. And they're really playing it up for the camera and
I
everything.
got
But
ya.
all I know is Rochelle and Caroline are laughing their asses off while watching the show. So good for them. I'm glad they found the show.
Sure.
Now, there's another show on Netflix, and I've not seen this. Steve has, though, that has a tie to our area. And it's on Netflix, and it's The Worst Roommate Ever.
Yeah. Casey had mentioned it last week as well. You watched one of the episodes. I think this might have been the premiere. I watched that one as well with an older woman. So this is, as you would imagine, these are sociopaths who end up being, living in proximity to you or whatever. And then this story arose, Preston, that you're going to talk about.
Yeah, some dude who ended up... the people ended up dead in this particular story.
That's kind of an underlying theme to all of these, Preston.
Yeah, the first two episodes I watched, and people were dead.
So this was in Montco. So in 2017, it's the saga of a serial squatter, and it ended in 2 shocking deaths in Montgomery County. The story is available for streaming on the Netflix series, and it's based on New York Magazine's viral 2018 article, The Worst Roommate Ever. The series of the same title tells the story of Jameson Bachman, or as his Chestnut Hill roommate Alex Miller came to know him as Jed Creek. So his name is Jameson Bachman, but he went by Jed Creek, a name that he had used to respond to a fateful Craigslist ad that Miller had posted seeking a roommate. And that exchange would serve as the beginning of an increasingly nightmarish string of events. So you can watch this episode, but I'm gonna reveal what happened here, if you don't mind.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, so as Jed Bachman contacted Miller about the room, saying that he was a lawyer from New York who had grown up outside of Philly and that he needed a place to stay in the area to deal with some family issues. And after meeting up, the two became roommates. Bachman wrote a check for Miller immediately and then moved in the same evening. And it started to get weird almost immediately, according to this article. Bachman showed up with 6 plastic bins, which contained all of his worldly possessions, as well as a cat, which Miller was allergic to and unaware that Bachman had. Bachman removed light bulbs from shared living spaces, took kitchen chairs to build a desk in his room, moved Miller's personal items around, and then refused to pay his portion of the utility bills. And after finding a cigarette butt in the toilet bowl, Bachman refused to pay the next month's rent, insinuating that Miller had broken the, quote, warranty of habitability. There you go.
Yeah.
A warranty of habitability and covenant of quiet enjoyment. That's what he called these. He said, according to Miller, he said, we agreed that he would share the cost of paying the bills. And he said later, Jed would laugh at me when I asked him to pay the bills.
It's not a good sign.
And he said when he laughed at me, it was sinister. It was demeaning. It was patronizing, like I was stupid. Miller's mother ran a search on Bachman's phone number, revealing that he wasn't Jed Creek at all. Instead, they found out that his true identity was Bachman and that he was a serial squatter who had terrorized roommates up and down the East Coast.
When you're locked into an effing nightmare like that, it just seems like there's no way out.
Bachman, Miller found out, knew just enough about tenancy laws to take advantage of roommates by not paying rent, refusing to leave, and eventually forcing them to move out of their own houses. Primarily, he'd accomplished that through weird domestic torture, like clogging toilets with cat litter. but at least one former roommate, a woman named Arlene Herbiden, had physical altercations with Bachman that resulted in restraining orders. Bachman even took 2 of her cats to area kill shelters after taking over her apartment.
Jesus. Oh, my God.
Another former roommate, someone named Sonia Acevedo, found that he regularly behaved violently. Acevedo came to block herself in her own room with a chair, worried that he might snap at any time, and booby-trapped the door when she wasn't home to see if he was entering her space. By the way, Bachman was from Elkins Park. He graduated from Cheltenham High School in 1974.
Yay.
Friends interviewed in the series described him as smart, charming, and good-looking, and said most people thought that he had a bright future despite a tumultuous family background. He attended Tulane University in New Orleans, but it was there that one friend, identified as Bob F., says Bachman witnessed a brutal murder and that changed him forever. So a guy named Ken Gutsiet, a friend of Bachman's, was murdered at a frat house following an argument at the school's library. Gutsiet bled to death from a slashed neck. And after witnessing that, Bob F. says that that changed Bachman's outlook from upbeat and positive to very dark and very paranoid.
This is the nightmare, I think, of, and I know people who do it will enter into living situations, with basic strangers, with a very little bit of vetting.
Right.
And I think, like, in this series kind of focuses in on a number of these situations that go horribly wrong.
I had to live with somebody for a couple months that I didn't know.
Right.
I'll tell you about that in a second. I'm going to get you a little bit more on this. And if you have a roommate that went nutty on you story, feel free to give us a call, 215-263-WMMR. So after learning Bachman's true identity, Miller threw a lengthy party at her home with drinking, smoking, and rap music, 3 of Bachman's apparent pet peeves, as a way to get him to want to leave. Well, that escalated into assault. Bachman choked Miller, slamming her leg in a door, slashing at her with a knife. He was arrested, and Miller filed for a protection from abuse order that included Bachman's eviction. Bachman's brother, Harry, ended up bailing him out of jail twice, which ultimately would result in both of their deaths. So in November 2017, and I don't remember seeing this story, but Bachman killed Harry in his brother's Elkins Park home. Killed his own brother. In his home.
Yes.
With the district attorney's office saying that Harry suffered blunt force trauma to the head and body. After the murder, Bachman fled in his brother's car and used his credit card to check into a hotel in Upper Moreland Township. And there, a SWAT team served an arrest warrant on Bachman, but not without a struggle. As the series points out, Bachman swung a camp-style axe at officers.
I do remember this.
Striking one in the face and another one in the arm before being taken to custody. However, he would never go to trial for Harry's murder. He hanged himself in his cell at Montgomery County Correctional Facility.
So he ends up killing his own brother.
60 years old.
He's got his list of things. He tortures his roommates. Kitty litter in the, to back up the toilet.
Yeah. And he was doing that regularly.
Yeah,
He would live with people and drive them crazy.
And then chase them out.
And what are you getting out of that?
That's the question. Is it because you just feel this need to exert control over people? Is that it? Is that the big thing?
I don't know. But you talked about people not knowing each other, having to cohabitate, and it happens regularly.
They do it all the time. Yeah,
happens at college. You get a dorm roommate, and you don't know who they are. I had when I first started getting into radio, I entered into this internship program that was kind of a move away and live there type of thing. And the guy who owned the radio station owned an apartment complex, so he would put you together with the other intern that was being a part of this program.
Right.
And so I lived with this other dude for a couple of months, and after, it was fine. The first few weeks are always fine, right?
Yeah.
And then after a while, he started getting a little weird. Nothing, I don't have any really good stories for you, but I just know that after a while, I was like, yeah, this is why you don't just join up with people and start living together, because after a while, you're going to find out something about them. If you know somebody for a series of months, at least you got a pretty good idea at who they are and what their quirks are. And it's not so unexpected if they are acting strange.
You're exactly right. That's why it always caught me as incredibly bizarre when you'd see, like it used to be years ago, classified ads looking for a roommate. I'm like, really?
Right.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
No, I'll live alone.
Yeah.
I'll work harder. I'll work around the clock to pay my rent, but there's no way I'm just out of the blue going to live with someone?
See, in Canada, a lot of times people will turn their basements into apartments that they will rent out to people. And I know this from HGTV shows. There is no way I could possibly ever rent out my apartment living above.
My parents
had two basement apartments.
Yeah, my parents have done it. My dad has always put something either in the basement or off of the side of the house, and they've always had a rental.
No kidding.
On their house, yeah.
Ever have any
crazies?
Yeah.
Any people go a little loopy?
No, not real. No, I don't think so. I mean, they my mom was always trying to help people. So it was always like, you knew the person through, 3 lines down. It was like a friend of a friend of a friend or whatever.
Okay.
So they didn't really I don't think they ever put it out there to say room for rent and just random people came in. It was sort of word of mouth.
Word of mouth, but a lot of times in the case, I told you guys some of this story. In fact, one of those basement apartments was in Brentwood, Long Island, and then the people who lived upstairs rented the top part of the house to this jackass. And so this guy was on the run from all sorts of bill collectors.
Oh, wow.
So I was constantly dealing with people who would come around to the door in the basement, the other apartment, looking for him,
33 WMMR, everything that rocks. It's 10:46. Time for us to call it a day, Pipples, and a good one today. Very enjoyable, and leading into Nothing But No Sad Bro, which will be here before you know it. And of course, that's our theme for Fridays. But I would like to thank everyone involved on the radio program today. Our guests included, like Casey Rocket, who will be performing at Helium Comedy Club. He had Jim and Rob, his openers, stop into, and they're local guys from Delaware County.
Nice guys.
And you can get tickets to tonight's show at 8 o'clock, but I think Casey said the early Friday show is sold out, and then there are tickets for Saturday, 7:30 and 10 p.m. You can go to heliumcomedy.com to get those tickets. And then we had a great conversation with John Ortiz.
Yeah.
Great actor. We loved him in Bad Monkey and Silver Linings Playbook and a bunch of things. And he has got it's a documentary that he narrates called The Diamond King. And it's about a local artist, Dick Perez, who is like the official baseball Hall of Fame artist, and he did a lot of stuff for the Phils as well.
Peter Max was for the Beatles. That same sort of correlation. He is the guy who's most associated with Major League Baseball.
And John gave us a little teases about filming Bad Monkey 2.
Yes.
They have not done it yet.
He's right there. He mentioned how effing hot the Keys can get.
Yeah, that's right. Let me see. Oh, and we had a 20 money winner.
Oh!
I would like to congratulate $1,000 winner, Christy Ferriella from Langhorne, Pennsylvania. And Christy's getting herself $1,000. And we have more chances for you to win, friend. Your next opportunity with Sarah Parker.
Hello, good citizens. I'll tell you what, the tone has been set for today, filling in for Pierre, because I had a very Pierre-esque morning.
What happened?
It's one of those things where you wake up late and then you can't find anything, and then everywhere you turn, there's construction, and then your car goes ding, ding, ding. You are so out of gas. So I now know what it feels like.
You ran out of gas.
When Pierre, almost.
Yeah.
I found a Wawa in time, but I felt like Pierre driving into work, listening to you guys going, just keep talking, just keep talking.
You impressed me,
keep
though.
talking. I'll get there in time.
You impress me as someone who's punctual and gets you're more of a schedule
At the
fanatic.
expense of my mental health, yes.
Yeah, so this is
I make
extra
it.
torturous. See, the thing is, he can do that and be okay. Like
how?
I don't know how that happens.
I remember speaking of running out of gas. I'll make this story short, but it was back in, I was like a teenager or early 20s, in the days where you would just be scraping to get gas money.
Yeah.
And there was one time where I couldn't believe it had happened. I actually coasted into a gas station. I mean, like it started sputtering, and I'm like, oh my God. And I looked around, and there was a gas station. And as I was pulling into the little ramp that you go up as you pull into a parking lot, boom, it conked out, and I rolled.
You literally emptied the tank.
Rolled up to the tank. It was crazy.
You didn't put it into neutral and roll it.
I did, yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely. I had to. At that point, I was coasting. I threw it in a nooch.
All right, a similar story.
I keep it in a nooch.
My car I was driving. It started to, something was coming out, smoke, steam. I didn't know what it was. Car dies. I'm like, oh my God. There's a service center right there. I pull in. The guy comes out, lifts up the hood, and I go, so what does it look like? He goes, it looks like you need a new car. And that car stayed there until they pulled it away for junk.
No way.
I kid you not.
Wow.
Yeah, I literally ran that car to death.
We've all had our experiences. All right, Sarah, before we find out what you have going on, do you have the letter for the day?
I am ready.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
M as in money.
M. All right, I love it. And we are going to give away $500 to Nebraska Brazilian Steakhouse, and they're in Philly and Horsham. They got you covered for your birthday. You can get the most delicious birthday feast that Nebraska has to offer, which includes 15 cuts of meat, fish, and grilled pineapple and gourmet sides. You can reserve your table today at Nebraska.com. All right, so you're in today and tomorrow.
I am.
What's happening
Yes.
today?
Well, speaking of money, a shot at $1,000 with 20 money. You mentioned that that's going to happen at noon, and then will happen one more time at 3 when Brent arrives. We've got more invites to Pierre Presents, Mammoth WVH. Very excited about that. And at a new spot, too, the Foundry. So that's going to be a really cool experience. They do it right there.
Oh, yeah, very cool.
Yep,
Awesome.
above the Fillmore. And then the workforce blocks at high noon, we will do Green Day, The Talking Heads, and Nickelback.
All right. Sarah's got you covered. Make sure you stay put and stay in touch with her. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets Fresh Foods. Local flavors tomorrow on our program. It's nothing but no sad bro. We'll check in with our friends at 6 ABC early in the morning. And then we have a repeat performance. This is going to be great. When the Eagles were on their way to the Super Bowl, we had the Academy of Vocal Arts come in. These are the opera singers.
They're great.
Oh, yeah.
And they came in and they performed the Eagles fight song. Well, they've got some shows coming up, and they're going to do a little performance for us. It's great hearing these world-class performers.
You get to play around with some opera singers. It's kind of fun.
So they'll be in tomorrow for a Musical Friday. That's it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.